Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Saved an Ackerman? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. First of all, ignore the hair and skin color on the cover page. It's just for show. I thought my life was just fine when I woke up having been raised by the strongest soldier of humanity. Despite being left by my father, Kenny, the Ripper, I didn't feel the hollow emptiness of having no parents. After all, my brother was with me. The deafening hiss of ODM gear echoed throughout the area. All citizens looked up to see the chaos unfolding on the roof of Wall Sina. Scouts, garrison troops, and military police had united for one target, that woman. Her sweat trickled down as she quickened her pace, fleeing from the scouts pursuing her. Somehow, she managed to outrun even the strongest soldier humanity could offer, so she felt confident she could make it past the wall. But everything wasn't as simple as she thought. Losing 3 years of memory meant carrying deep, dark secrets that could shatter the love and trust of everyone around her. As a spy, she was a treacherous creature blending among humans. She had to escape, or she would end up like Annie. She shook her head, clearing the sweat from her eyes, just as a gunshot rang out. Losing her momentum, she stumbled and rolled twice before regaining her footing and maneuvering her ODM gear, despite the pain in her waist. She glanced back, noticing some thugs on the ground aiming at her. She hissed in frustration. Making a sharp right, she aimed for the high wall, hoping to retreat. All that, and you can't even catch a wounded girl, she taunted. Just then, someone flashed into her peripheral vision. Instinctively, she raised her swords to clash with the only man quick enough to match her speed. "Surrender now, you fool!" Levi shouted, pushing his blade toward her. "But, blimey, what did I do to deserve this? Why must I sacrifice myself for principles I never understood? How did I become a warrior?" The slow healing of the wound in her waist wasn't helping as her shaky arms were pushed back, and the blade grazed her shoulder. She pushed the blade away, but part of it remained embedded in her body as she landed on the roof, forcing herself not to cry. And then what? Torture me on the verge of death? Wait until I heal and torture me again, she retorted. The pain in his eyes reflected his struggle. She was the only family he had left, and he knew what was coming, betraying the stoic expression he initially wore, which made her chuckle softly. "I knew it," she whispered. Levi attacked again, delivering a kick as she deflected, attempting to trip him with her feet while maintaining her balance, blood staining her skin. Kicking him away, she jumped off the roof, hoping to reach her escape route before more soldiers surrounded her. She maneuvered her gear again, the healing wound still painful, but she had no choice but to keep moving. Once more, humanity's strongest soldier caught up, stalling her escape. "Why does it have to be you?" Levi asked. They clashed with their weakened swords again. "I'm sorry," she replied sadly. She didn't want it to be this way, but being forced into this situation was not an excuse. "I can still remember you crying when I returned. The embrace I longed for from my precious brother as he counted the days I was gone. He was terrified every day of my absence, fearing he would never find my body. He didn't want to lose anyone again like we lost Isabel and Farlan." Then, Levi stood at the edge of the roof, preparing his sword once more. "I'll have to capture you. This is my order." She smiled sadly. "Yes. I'm ordered to take your head if possible as well," she quietly replied. Both attacked one another again, their abilities evenly matched, leaving no one in this glorified populace able to stand against them. It was as if two gods of death were clashing, each battling with the remnants of their humanity. For another minute, she ran as the sight of everyone from the 104th approached. But she couldn't face those disgusted faces. She leaped from another roof but soon stopped, overwhelmed by pain. Joining the training corps and finding new friends had been one of the most eventful experiences of her life. Everyone was kind to her, and she even found a distant cousin named Mikasa, who was also an Ackerman. For a time, she was pulled into Reiner's group, sometimes accompanying Annie, often mediating between Jean and Aaron's arguments, sometimes even acting as the referee. It was fun. Until another breach occurred. The truth that Reiner forced upon her shattered her world. The horror of those years she was gone haunted her. Her eyes widened when a blade suddenly pierced her abdomen, cutting through her from front to back. She turned to see the first and last person she always thought would be her end. The stab from Levi brought a pain deeper than any physical wound. Tears streamed down her face as the blade remained lodged in her stomach. That's right, she coughed, blood spilling from her lips, some droplets hitting his cheeks. YN. There was no greater regret than this. Losing the one who had guided her through life, only to let go because of the selfish needs of others? To hell with this life. Just because she was a titan forced into this role. She bore the blame for sins she didn't commit. Tears filled his eyes as he watched her struggle. What are you crying for? It's not like I'm going to die, she laughed weakly. But in the end, you're still the one who has to sacrifice everything for everyone's sake. I'm sorry, brother. She kicked him away and stumbled back, losing her balance as she began to fall into the wide river below. A faint smile crossed her lips, despite the pain from her wounds, as the reality of leaving her only family behind sank in. Don't! Levi shouted, kneeling on the roof as he watched her descent. Don't go! A small splash echoed as she disappeared beneath the surface, her blood mingling with the water as she closed her eyes. For I have been chosen as the sacrificial lamb for my fellow warriors. My failures have disappointed my elders, and now I have received my orders. To impersonate the traitors. To become the traitor. I was once called a daughter, then a warrior, and finally a soldier. But one thing kept my sanity intact, having a brother like you. I wish we could have had more time together. To smile with everyone else. To laugh at the silliest things. To let everyone know that I am happiest with you. Goodbye. And thank you, brother. I don't want to go. Aizawa frowned and paused his writing when a drop of water from the ceiling landed on his head. He looked up, noticing that dripping was becoming more frequent. The students watched him curiously. I guess I have to ask maintenance to crush. A girl suddenly fell through the wall above him, landing right in front of the startled teacher. Water poured from the ceiling as everyone gasped in shock. What's going on? Another villain attack. Mineta exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Everyone stay back. Aizawa waved his hand, focusing on the unconscious girl with dark hair and pale skin. She wore a uniform stained with something dark and had strange gear attached to her leg, including swords. His mouth fell open in confusion and curiosity. A kid. His gaze shifted to her stomach, where a sword was still embedded, and he noticed deep gashes on her shoulder and waist. She began to cough, water and blood escaping her lips as her eyes fluttered open, taking in the sight of Aizawa, dressed in black with a white scarf. But the pain coursing through her body quickly overwhelmed her. Kid, stay conscious if you can. I've called for medics. They'll be here soon. Who are you? She shot back, forcing herself to stand. With a grimace, she pulled the blade from her stomach, coughing up more blood. Listen. Calm down and lie still. Aizawa urged. No. Not until you tell me who you are and where I am. She picked up her swords, taking a defensive stance, her composure surprising Aizawa given her injuries. You know that we're the ones who should be asking that. Aizawa responded, but she flinched, jumping to the far corner as someone spoke sternly. She turned to see not just one, but 20 pairs of eyes staring at her, all wearing uniforms that suggested they were military personnel or part of the wall. More soldiers, she exclaimed, frustration evident as her shoulder wound began to steam, slowly healing. Soldiers? Aizawa watched her in bewilderment. Miss, I order you to calm down, sit still, and wait for the medic. You'll bleed out. Why would I listen to you wait? Your clothes are floating? She pointed, bewildered by the sight. Oh, you mean me? Hagakure replied, her sleeves waving as chaos erupted. Is this the afterlife I've heard about? I didn't know it actually existed. Are you all some kind of gods? She asked, directing her sword at Aizawa. Most of the students struggled to suppress their laughter, leaving her confused. "Where are you from? You look like a country bumpkin," a pink-skinned girl chuckled. She frowned at the strange woman, then at a black bird-like creature and a peculiar figure with a grape-shaped head. Tightening her grip on her sword, she felt her vision blur from blood loss and a possible concussion. Her body finally gave in, and everything faded to black. Aizawa sighed. "I told you to stay conscious. Inheriting a female armored titan wasn't so bad. I could protect everyone I love and become stronger. Yes, that childish mindset, the mindset that led me to my doom. As if being an Ackerman wasn't enough, I ended up accepting an ideology that would even turn my brother against me. I hate myself for this mistake that destroyed everything. I wanted to protect everyone. No, I wanted to be strong. This ridiculous desire for strength can never be justified by claiming it was for protection. I'm no longer a soldier or a hero. I've accepted the fate of becoming a warrior. I'm just deluded into thinking I can be the person everyone relies on. I can never do what Eren could. No one will accept me. Not even my brother. My quirk." Confusion crossed her face at the unusual question. This extraordinary ability to heal," the doctor explained, flipping through his clipboard. "I heard you were seriously injured, but it only took you 8 hours to heal." She frowned. Should she reveal that she was a Titan shifter? But seeing how unique everyone looked in this place, she couldn't help but wonder. "Are there Titans in this area?" she asked instead. The doctor blinked, adjusted his glasses and replied, "Titans? That's quite rare. But there's a rookie hero named MT Lady here." "Why do you ask?" "M Lady?" She tilted her head, puzzled. "She's a giant hero." "Hero?" She frowned at the confusing explanation. Was M Lady even a name? And what was this hero business? "So, there are no Titans here that eat humans?" she inquired. The doctor shook his head. "The authorities will be coming soon. Please try your best to answer their questions." He added, "Oh, and we'll run more tests tomorrow. After that, we'll inform your guardians about the results." Wyan nodded obediently. Deciding to rest for a while after enjoying a delicious breakfast, Yn settled back onto her bed. The food had been amazing. Once again, she found herself sitting up, her gaze fixed on the police officer who had come to discuss her case. She explained that she had no idea where she was and had never even known Japan existed. For some reason, she also shared some embarrassing details, like her inability to turn on the lights, operate the bathroom, and understand the fashion trends displayed by various celebrities on the television. "So, how did you get into Yue's classroom without setting off the alarm?" he asked. "I don't know. I was just struggling by the river, and when I woke up from the pain, I was suddenly there," she replied. The officer jotted down notes. "What was your name again, young lady?" he inquired. "It's Yn Ackerman," she introduced herself. "By the sound of your name, you're probably a foreigner. Someone's quirk might have brought you here," he said with a friendly smile. "I've been informed that UA High will take care of you from now on." "May I ask, who is UA High?" she questioned. "Oh, that's the school where you first appeared. The students and teachers you met will be the ones you spend your time with in high school," he explained. "But I just finished military school 6 months ago. Why do I have to study again?" she thought, quietly smiling at the kind man who was guiding her future. "I was told your wounds have already healed," he continued. She nodded. "The doctor said it might be part of my quirk," she explained. He chuckled. "That's an incredible quirk. I guess UA saw your potential." He closed his notebook and stood up from his chair. "I assure you, you'll be an amazing hero. It's nice to meet you, Miss Ackerman." He extended his hand, and she stared at it for a moment before awkwardly nodding and accepting the handshake. "The pleasure is mine, officer." After he left, she found herself alone in the room again. The wide window revealed an outside view that felt surreal. The architecture was unlike anything she had ever seen, with glass walls and large screens displaying lively advertisements. As night fell, the world outside buzzed with the sounds of vehicles and streetlights, making it feel almost like morning despite the dark sky. Her first days and nights were exhilarating, so different from her own world. She sighed, staring at the scars on her palms, marks of hard work and training that had earned her recognition for her strength, comparable to humanity's strongest soldier. Those proud marks now felt like a curse, a reminder of her past as an enemy of humanity. Curling up into a ball, she began to cry. The physical wounds were nothing compared to the pain in her heart. She couldn't show her emotions in front of others. As a strong person, she believed she must never cry. No weaknesses. But what can she do alone in such an unfamiliar place? She's too young for everything to change so suddenly. She needs guidance, Principal Nizu said, sipping his tea. The UA staff gathered in his office, discussing YN, who had been interviewed about her origins. Yes, that seems to be the best course of action for now, Aizawa remarked, looking over the files in his hands. The questionnaire she had filled out revealed no signs of deceit, yet her expression remained unreadable, almost like that of a trained professional. Do you really think it's wise to let her mingle with Class 1A? Vlad King asked, crossing his muscular arms. She's the same age as them. Children tend to trust peers their age more than adults. It appears she is experiencing culture shock, the officer explained. Culture shock? All Might asked, intrigued. Miss Ackerman doesn't seem to understand much of what I'm asking. She says everything is so new that she feels quite terrified, Tsukachi added. In that case, she has a lot to learn, Aizawa sighed. I still don't trust her, Vlad interjected. What if she's just another pawn of the League? We will monitor her, Nizu replied calmly. Regardless of her motives, she's still a child, and what she needs right now is proper guidance. Well, if that's how you see it, then I have no objections, Midnight finally spoke up. Then I have no objections either, others soon agreed, following the small principal's lead. Thank you. Now, shall we address the other issue? Nizu smiled. We need to decide where the girl will live. At his mention, the room fell silent. So you're telling me you wear this as a uniform for girls? YN's eyes twitched in discomfort as she adjusted the skirt, feeling uneasy. They were walking through the campus hallways with the principal, which was empty since classes were in session. But, Ackerman, this is the standard uniform for all high schools in Japan. Don't worry, it suits you, Nizu explained with a smile. How inappropriate. It would be more acceptable if there weren't so many boys around, she grumbled, finally frustrated with the rising hem of her skirt. She removed her gray blazer and tied it around her waist, hoping it would provide some coverage. She had seen NDDY before thanks to the Titan's breaching wall Maria, and yes, she had bathed with others, but she had never worn something so revealing in front of so many people. She couldn't deny that her Titan form was also barely clothed, but that wasn't her body, and it lacked the features that women should be cautious about revealing. I would usually enforce uniform rules strictly, but for now, I'll let it slide until you get used to it, the small principal said. YN sighed, stealing glances at the peculiar creature in a formal suit. She still remembered the shock of seeing him for the first time and how she had screamed, "A talking giant rat," before attempting to jump off the hospital building. It had taken 5 doctors to stop her from making that leap. All of them were injured, with broken ribs and dislocated joints. Reaching the large door labeled 1A, the adorable principal opened it and stepped inside, followed by the girl who had fallen from the ceiling of their classroom. Aizawa paused his reading and turned to the small creature, then to the girl who stood rigidly behind him. I believe that is not the proper way to wear your uniform, student, he began. She huffed. I do not wish to disrespect the uniform, sir, but I find it more unpresentable to expose my legs to the public eye, she stated flatly. Her stern voice made his brows twitch. You are in school, and you must follow the regulations, he replied. I've memorized the facility's rules, and it does not imply that I cannot use my uniform as a shield to have more decent fabrics beneath me. It only states that I must wear the uniform and does not specify how it should be worn, she argued. Her response left the class in shock. Who could possibly say that about school uniforms? Yet, she had a point. Some students wore their uniforms however they pleased. Nizu chuckled while Aizawa massaged the bridge of his nose with a tired sigh. This kid, he muttered. Now, Aizawa. Ackerman is just uncomfortable with the new uniform. I permitted her, so let it slide for a while, the principal said. Well, I just came here to lead your student. I'm going back to my office. He concluded before leaving. Fine. We'll be having a new student today. As you all know, this girl is the one who appeared on our ceiling a week ago, he explained tiredly. Introduce yourself, kid. The girl walked to the center, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote her name in an unfamiliar script. Standing straight and firm, she exuded an aura that could intimidate the whole room. Her expression was serious yet relaxed. I'm Y.N. Ackerman, she said clearly. Any questions? That was how Nizu suggested she introduce herself, as she couldn't really explain much about herself if no one was interested. A boy with glasses raised his hand, his gesture stern yet similar to hers. She nodded, granting him permission to speak. Ackerman, I'm Tenya Ida. Nice to meet you. Why do you see our school uniform as indecent? Her lips parted to respond. Where I'm from, I never wore such short, indescribable fabric you all call a skirt. It not only makes me uncomfortable, but it also restricts my movement, worrying that someone might see what's underneath, she explained, noticing a few of the boys blush. To answer your question about indecency, it is simply not proper in my customary way of life. Thank you for answering me, Ida replied, trying to hide his embarrassment with a serious tone. Another hand shot up Mina Ishido, the girl, who had teased her during their first meeting. She signaled for her to go ahead. Ackerman-chun, I'm Mina Ishido. What's your quirk? She asked. Pardon me for asking, but what is that? YN replied, genuinely confused. Oh, something like a superpower, Mina explained. YN nodded. Thank you. Well, I was told that I heal quickly. I believe that is my quirk, she explained. Another hand was raised, this time by a redhead. I'm Ejiro Kirishima. You're so manly, by the way. But what happened to you when you appeared here 2 days ago? He asked. She tightened her grip on her right wrist behind her as she recalled that day but maintained her serious expression. I was fighting someone, got stabbed, and jumped into the river. The details of who and why are classified, and how I came here is also beyond my knowledge, she answered. Just when she thought it was over, a ponytailed girl raised her hand. My name is Momo Yayarozu. If I may ask, your written language is very foreign, but how are you able to speak our language? She inquired. Honestly speaking, it's also a complete puzzle for me how we speak the same language but write it differently. It's beyond my understanding, YN said apologetically. Momo nodded and smiled. Thank you. Once again, another hand was raised. A blonde with a black lightning mark in his hair asked, I'm Denki Kaminari. I'm kind of curious why you look so intimidating right now. YN glanced at Aizawa questioningly. Should I keep going? She asked. He's the last one, the advisor replied with a sigh. She turned back to the class and forced a small smile. I usually don't look this stern, so forgive me if I give off an ominous feeling. I grew up with my brother, who is a stern, intimidating soldier, so I sadly adopted most of my traits from him, she explained. Standing with her feet shoulder-width apart, she placed her right fist over her left chest in a salute. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Everyone stared at her unusual greeting, and Aizawa let out another tired sigh. Okay, now make yourself comfortable at your seat so we can continue class, he said dismissively, pointing to the empty chair behind the bicolored male. Got it, she replied, walking straight to her seat while pairs of eyes followed her. She pushed the chair back, sat down, and crossed her feet, observing the current lesson. A few hours passed, and lunch break arrived. Everyone relaxed while the former soldier watched the teacher leave. Ackerman, a sweet voice called. She turned to see 3 figures approaching her. One girl with brown hair and a bright smile reminded her of Petra. Behind her were 2 boys, the one who had asked her the first question and another with messy dark green hair and freckles, exuding a gentle energy reminiscent of Marco. She shook her head to dispel the thought. What can I do for you? YN asked. Oh, I'm Ochako Uraraka. This is Izuku Midoriya, and you know him already, but he's Tenya Ida. We actually want to welcome you, she said cheerfully. YN smiled calmly, something she hadn't done earlier, causing the three to blush at how pretty it was. That is really sweet of you. Would you be kind enough to tell me the way to the dining hall? She asked. The three exchanged glances. We'd like to invite you to dine with us. Ida explained. Oh, that works as well. Sure. She gathered her things before standing up and joining them. They actually serve meat here. That's interesting. The girl glanced at the menu during the lunch rush while deciding on her meal. Were you a vegetarian? Uraraka asked, who was in line in front of her. She shook her head. Meat is rare where I'm from. It's quite a luxury, she explained. Why? The green-haired boy asked, surprised. Well, we live in a secluded area, built inside walls, so we don't have much land to raise animals, she explained. Walls? Why the walls? It's kind of a barrier from outside dangers. I guess. She shrugged. A lot of our people are a bit cautious. Look, we're next. Ochako excitedly announced as she picked out some food. The girl beside her looked confused by the name she mentioned. What would you like, miss? The lunch rush asked. YN blinked twice. Yes. Something high in protein. Hearing that, the man looked just as confused as the people around her. She shrugged. Any recommendations? She asked instead. All right. Freshly cooked rice, katsudon, a bowl of salad, and miso soup. Hope it's to your liking. She grinned. Thanks. She followed Uraraka, who was searching for a free space until she spotted their other classmates waving at them. YN took the empty chair beside Todoroki, recalling that he had been sitting in front of her. At least it felt more familiar to her than the others, while the brunette took the opposite front, with Midoriya beside her and Ida beside him, filling all the chairs at the long table they had chosen. Ackerman-chan is eating with us. Mina exclaimed happily, raising her chopsticks. I beg your pardon, but may I ask why you add chan to my last name? She asked, scooping a spoonful of rice with meat. It's an honorific. We use them a lot to endear people, Mina explained. She nodded. You may call me YN. I've never been called by my last name before. She finally tasted the food on her spoon. How was it, YN? Midoriya asked, noticing the frown forming on her face. The girl blinked twice. Yes. The flavor is unusual but it's delicious, she explained. Whoa, it's actually your first time eating katsudon? Denki asked, who was sitting opposite Uraraka beside Mina. Yes. To be honest, I don't even know what all of you are eating, she chuckled. I'm not even considered poor in my place. So what do you eat if not these? Rations of wheat bread and vegetable stew, and we occasionally roast meat. When on duty, we eat hard bread, I guess. On duty? You actually have a part-time job? The bicolored male asked curiously, having stopped slurping his cold soba. Part-time job? What's that? She asked. Wait, you mean you're already working? You're so young to be working? Denki said in confusion. Actually, I'm kind of too old to be studying again, she replied, taking another spoonful of her food. Again? The group looked at her in confusion. Did you finish school? The young green-haired boy asked, wide-eyed with wonder. Yeah. I completed military training when I was 12. Most of us actually apply for training regimens below 15 years old. I graduated from being a cadet 6 months ago. She raised one arm. Dramatically, mimicking All Might. I'm in perfect shape and ready for action. The table fell silent, staring at her wide-eyed. Their expressions mixed with pity, shock, disbelief, and sadness. For some reason, her explanation about her past made sense now. Nizu was a fan of interesting things. He adored the unknown as much as he wanted to participate in the growth of the world. When he heard that a girl had fallen through 1A's ceiling, he quickly thought it was an infiltration, a spy. So, together with other available heroes at the school, they marched to 1A, fully geared and ready. Only when they entered did they realize there was no need to attack or defend, as the enemy they were about to face was lying unconscious and injured. When they realized it was a young girl, barely of age, they thought it wouldn't be easy to take this spy to jail. So, taken to the hospital, they placed surveillance in her room to monitor her actions. Sadly, the girl seemed to be questioning many things. Her innocent gestures toward modernity led them to conclude that she was probably from a far-off countryside or an island where nature was the only thing available. But that didn't seem to be the case for Nizu, who hadn't eaten salmon in Japan. A foreigner? Who hadn't tried strawberries and didn't even know their name. It was odd how eloquent she was, yet there were things she didn't know. It was as if she were from another time. When she was alone, she would curl up, burying her face in her knees. Her shoulders would tremble as she cried silently in the dark. It pierced Nizu's heart to see this pitiful child hide her vulnerability. If she knew someone was watching her, she would probably hold back all her feelings. But for now, they needed surveillance because she was deemed suspicious and an unknown entity in this world. When she woke up after a checkup, the heroes stood outside the room, out of her sight, ensuring that if she ever resisted, they would be ready to subdue her. Tsukachi entered and questioned her, seeking honest answers. His gestures were nods, signaling to the surveillance that she was truthful in every question he asked. As soon as she was alone again, she continued to cry. It was sad to see someone appear strong in front of others yet become a child when alone. Nizu felt her burden deeply but couldn't approach her to offer comfort. Joining Yue wasn't the end of surveillance. The room provided for her still had cameras, but they added sound recorders. They thought she would live fine, but at night, she was awake. She sat beside her bed, and when she slept, she experienced nightmares, shifting left to right, sometimes stiffening, waking with ragged breaths. Poor Ackerman. What had happened to her? Nizu wondered. Surely, the teachers wished to inquire about this as well, considering she did not appear to be an ordinary child with a regenerative quirk. She bore scars on her back, and as someone with the ability to heal, the mark behind her seemed too significant to be merely accidental. She claimed to be a soldier and ex-soldier, in fact. Such an occupation was unusual for someone her age, suggesting that she had faced battles at least once or twice. If not, her training must have been grueling to carry the aura and demeanor of a strong, experienced individual. Nizu admired her personality, her strength, and her light, yet it saddened him to see the burden she carried. Would it be too much to say he saw himself in her? He didn't know her well enough to make such a claim, nor did he consider himself as strong as she was. But her temperament was level-headed, calm, and somewhat guarded. Yes, guarded. Ackerman was considerate enough to mask her true feelings, putting others at ease before revealing her own comfort. He had witnessed this before. Once, when he visited her, the air in the hospital room felt heavy. She was wary of Nizu, a talking animal, and he could sense her tension. For a moment, he thought he might be in danger when she regarded him with a predatory gaze, as if she might pounce if given the opportunity. After all, she had injured some doctors who tried to stop her from escaping from the fourth-floor window. But thankfully, she calmed down. Her fierce eyes softened into a curious gaze, like that of a puppy. She must have been wondering why Nizu could talk. The principal chuckled. "Tomorrow, Miss Ackerman, you'll be joining us at UA. We are a prestigious school that hones the heroes of today and the future," he explained. She listened intently, fascinated by his words. Back at school, she continued her life, and soon her light endeared her to her classmates. It was remarkable how quickly they trusted a stranger like her. Her presence was so captivating that she could have easily become a leader if she wished. Perhaps she was someone significant back in her home? Maybe her family held influence he was unaware of, or perhaps she was simply born to lead. Regardless, she would likely excel here as well. Have you ever seen a child as strong as her without a quirk enhancing her abilities? She had muscles and agility, moving with a swiftness and flexibility that hinted at her heightened senses, as if she were always on alert for potential threats. Nizu eagerly anticipated the amazing things she would accomplish. He wondered what her future held and how she would cope if her past ever caught up with her. How could he help? How could they support Ackerman if her light ever dimmed? Ackerman. Quirk shift. Though not a traditional quirk, everyone classified it as one. By biting her thumb, she could transform into a 15-meter titan clad in crystal armor. The transformation would only cease when she exited from the nape, causing the titan to gradually evaporate, a sight that could be unsettling for first-time observers. She possessed a remarkable regenerative ability. When her limbs were injured, they would regrow within hours or a day. Additionally, she inherited Titan-like abilities even when not transformed. As a member of the Ackerman clan, she was stronger than the average person, though not quite as powerful as All Might. Ackermans typically couldn't shift. Yes, she knew that, but there had to be a reason for her unique ability. Costume, her Survey Corps uniform. She refused to part with it, so she kept the uniform. The ODM gear was modified to be smaller and powered by solar energy instead of gas. Her sword was replaced with katanas, which were lighter and more maneuverable against various foes. The fabric was also upgraded to be fire and bulletproof. Personality. She moved with the precision of a soldier, stern, strict, and serious on occasion. She rarely smiled, and her neutral expression often appeared nonchalant. During negotiations, she was firm and occasionally sarcastic. She was sensitive to those she interacted with, becoming more childlike at times, hiding her face if she felt she had made a mistake. When troubled or frustrated, she would retreat to a corner, pressing her forehead against the wall. Tomboyish, she lacked the typical feminine poise, often sitting cross-legged even in a skirt, forgetting her attire. She enjoyed parkour for faster travel and physical training. Emotionally reserved, she adapted her attitudes but never fully embraced them as her own. When angered, she could be surprisingly fierce, dispatching enemies swiftly and walking away as if nothing had happened. She had a sweet tooth, developing an addiction to sugary treats, often munching on cookies or popping lollipops into her mouth. Weakness. Her most vulnerable point was her nape. A clean slice through it would be fatal. Friends and family. I am here. All Might's booming voice echoed through the classroom. YN's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of the muscular hero, nearly causing her to leap from her seat. Her heart raced, and she instinctively reached for her sword, only to remember she didn't have one. Everyone, put on your hero costumes and head to the training grounds. We'll assess your quirk progress. Excitedly, everyone stood up while YN approached All Might. What is a hero costume, sir? She asked. The smiling hero turned to her. Don't worry, young Ackerman, you have yours as well, he reassured her. You should follow your female classmates. Yours is in locker 44. She nodded. Thank you, sir. Instinctively, she saluted with a fist to her chest before running off. All Might was momentarily taken aback by her gesture, but he dismissed it as just another endearing quirk of the young student. This is locker 44, Yayorozu pointed out. She thanked her before pulling out her suitcase and opening it. Nostalgia washed over her as the familiar colors of her belongings came into view. She retrieved the attire she had worn for years, feeling as if it were a second skin. The buttoned blouse and cravat resembled Levi's, and in the center was a gem brooch he had gifted her after she graduated at the top of her class, a symbol of his pride as he pinned it onto her cravat. Before long, she was dressed in her outfit, feeling at home once again. The ODM gear, however, was a different story. It felt small, but the maneuver trigger was still attached to the sword as it had been, and the gas tank had been upgraded to mini boosters much more modern than before. The blades were sheathed on either side of her waist, making them easier to access without the heavy rectangular holders she used to have. She smiled sadly, noting how even the smallest holes in her uniform had been patched up, giving it a fresh appearance. The scent of Titans was absent, yet wearing the attire, complete with the wings of freedom on her jacket, still felt like home. How much she missed home. Stepping out of the locker room, she was greeted by the gaze of her classmates. "YN, that's actually awesome," Mina exclaimed, rushing over to give her a tight hug, surprising her with the warmth of the gesture on her first day of class. "Thank you. This is what I wore when I first met all of you," she replied. "Well, it's much more decent now. Without the blood and all," Mina added with a grin. YN let out a small, mirthless laugh, feeling a bit shy under the attention. Many of her peers found her bashfulness endearing, especially since she had come across as stern and cold at first. Mina hugged her even tighter. "That's so cute, YN. You should smile more often," she exclaimed. "Please, no, YN said, her eyes darting away as she tried to gently push Mina off, feeling the weight of many gazes on her. I see that everyone's here. All Might announced, stepping forward. We're going to train your quirks with one-on-one fights. Prepare yourselves and draw numbers for your opponents. He held up a fishbowl filled with folded sheets. Mina tugged YN along as they each picked their opponents. However, Ida raised his hand to get the teacher's attention. What is it, young Ida? All Might asked. We're an odd number now, sir. How will we manage one-on-one fights? He inquired. That's why whoever draws number 11 will spar with me. All Might declared, pointing to himself with enthusiasm. The room fell silent as everyone awaited the revelation of the last number. So, who will it be, young ones? All Might prompted. The students began to unfold their papers. Some sighed in relief, while YN blinked in surprise. Of course, she would draw the short straw. Oh my YN, you're up against All Might. Ochako exclaimed, peeking over her shoulder. The students stared at her wide-eyed. She sighed and folded the paper back up. Yeah. Wish me luck, I guess. Young Ackerman, there's nothing to fear. I will hold back, he assured her. I appreciate that, but I don't require any special treatment in my spar, she replied confidently. I'm an Ackerman after all. Though many didn't fully understand the significance of her last name, they felt a twinge of concern. They knew she was formidable, but facing All Might at full strength was a daunting prospect. Are you trying to get yourself hurt? Todoroki asked flatly. She shook her head. I plan to use what I've learned, so I won't get hurt, she replied. What have you learned? He asked. Well, you could say it's a quirk of sorts, she said with a hint of mystery. Ah, I see. I'll show you mine when it's my turn, she said, giving his shoulder a light tap. Good luck with your fight, Shoto. He stiffened at the sound of his name, flinching when the warmth of her hand left his shoulder. He turned to see her already making her way toward the usual trio, feeling a bit disappointed that their conversation had ended so quickly. The sparring began, focusing heavily on quirk usage. It was a stark contrast to her training, which had emphasized hand-to-hand combat. She missed sparring with Mikasa, Annie, and Levi. She missed everyone. The matches concluded swiftly due to the mismatched quirk pairings. The disparities in abilities were glaring, leading to quick outcomes. Finally, it was her turn. She stood up from the monitor room and made her way to the exit. The usual trio and the girls cheered for her, and she responded with a grateful smile. I knew it. Mina gasped, causing YN to flinch at her sudden outburst, drawing the attention of everyone else. You should smile more, YN-chan. I'd totally date you. Her words made YN chuckle. Please don't, Mina. You really shouldn't fall for me, she joked before stepping through the door. Facing All Might on the grounds, she took a deep breath. Are you ready, young Ackerman? He asked. She assumed a combat stance, fists raised to her face, feet positioned apart as she nodded. Yes, sir. The spar began with All Might charging at her. She planted her feet firmly, causing a crack in the ground as she executed a round kick in a fraction of a second. All Might paused to deflect her kick with his forearm, sliding back a meter, clearly surprised by her strength. Not bad, young Ackerman. You're actually quite strong, the number 1 hero complimented. Thank you, sir, she replied, delivering another kick. When he blocked it, he reached out to catch her, but she quickly sprang away. She readied her fighting stance again, unsheathing her sword gear and focusing intently on the renowned hero. She concentrated on her surroundings, ensuring her blind spots were secure. All Might sensed her determination, recognizing the fierce spirit that set her apart from the others. She was a skilled fighter, but her youth worried the hero. Once again he dashed forward. The girl leaped back, shooting her gear to the side. The sound of the ropes whistled through the air, and before the hero could reach her, she was already soaring above him. All Might caught up, but she executed a sharp turn, gliding around the mock buildings like a perfectly aimed shuriken. Her movements were as precise as they had been in the Survey Corps. She paused to engage All Might in combat, but when she sensed she was being cornered, she took off again. However, new equipment brought its own challenges. She miscalculated her landing, distracted by memories of the lighter gear she had used before. She stumbled and fell right into the hero, who quickly tagged her with capture tape. "You've been caught, young YN. You are quite the agile young lady." All Might praised, hands on his hips as he looked down at her sitting on the ground, her upper body wrapped in restraints, feet crossed, and a pout on her lips. "Don't pout like that. You did exceptionally well keeping up with the symbol of peace," he added, untying her from the tape. She sighed. "Quirks are really impressive. Until now, I've only matched my brother's strength. I've never faced defeat like this before." "Well, there are many strong individuals out there. You'll soon find your equal match," he said, ruffling her already messy hair with a smile. "You can say that again." She sheathed her swords as they made their way back to the monitor room. The class was there, staring at them with a mix of amazement and awe. She passed by All Might and joined the others, only to be playfully tackled by Mina. "I just knew I'd be into you," she squealed. The girl gave a tired sigh. "Please don't. I can't breathe." "That was an amazing display back there, Ackerman-san. I was mesmerized by your strength and agility," Ida praised, approaching her. "Yeah. It was almost like you were a bird. You were flying around so fast, I could hardly keep up with your turns," Azui added, also complimenting her. "That," the girl said as she freed herself from Mina's embrace, "was just training. But still, that was awesome." Midoriya and Ochako chimed in. "Your movements were so sharp, as if you owned the entire cityscape." "That's quite an exaggeration. But I appreciate your positive outlook," she replied with a feigned smile, though she felt embarrassed by their praise. She had earned a reputation as the next strongest human, but she had never been praised to the point of discomfort before. Another day graced the school with YN's presence, her radiance brightening the classroom, though it was humorously interrupted by Aizawa's entrance behind her. She settled into her usual spot at the back of the class, resting her chin on her hand as the lesson began. After roll call deemed unnecessary since all 21 chairs were filled, Aizawa opened his lesson plan and spoke. "Nothing much for today, but all of you will work on improving your physical abilities to expand your use of quirks. That is all," he quickly informed the class. "Now, everyone, change into your PE uniforms. We'll be heading outside." After his announcement, everyone stood and made their way out of the classroom. What surprised them all was her walking alongside the explosive blonde. They thought it would end when they separated for the changing rooms, but it didn't. The girl's behavior once again caught her classmates' attention. "What are you doing, you extra?" he shouted. She flinched at the sudden outburst directed at her, tilting her head in confusion. "You have quite a strong presence, but I didn't know your voice was just as loud," she replied. Gasps echoed around the classroom, and some struggled to suppress their laughter. Bakugo, however, was not pleased. "So what? Who cares about my voice? Stop walking with me," he exclaimed, stomping with his hands in his pockets. "How rude. I've never met anyone as loud as you, except for that coward of a commander. Did you just compare me to a coward?" That was quick, YN thought as she rolled her eyes. "No," she replied tiredly. "Chill out, Bakugo. You shouldn't be so rude." Kirishima joined them, placing the girl between the two of them as they walked. "Oh, look at this turn of events. You actually have a friend," she teased, patting Bakugo lightly. "Shut up, ceiling girl. And you too, spiky hair," he yelled at both of them. YN and Kirishima exchanged glances before looking back at the fuming boy. She chuckled softly, placing an arm around Bakugo's shoulders and pulling him closer. "I know it's hard to accept that this stranger is walking with you. But don't worry, we'll get to know each other today," she explained. "Get your hands off me," he protested, trying to shake her off, but it only brought them closer together, making a few students envious of their newfound camaraderie. "What? Oh, you're quite a lively one. This is amusing," she sighed. "Look, I have a new assignment, and you're the first on my list," she said. "Wait, what?" Kirishima asked, confused. "I'm ordered to get along with everyone. To fulfill that, I will spend time with each person or group within 24 hours, or at least until evening," she clarified. "Cool. So you'll be with Bakugo for the day?" Kirishima asked, excitement evident on his face. Correct, she confirmed. If you want to get along, then stay away and don't bother me. Bakugo shouted, hoping to free himself from her grip. She chuckled again, tousling his spiky hair. That would be nice too. But you're quite an interesting guy, so I refuse to accept your suggestion. Wait, if you're hanging out with all of us, does that mean you'll also hang out with Mineta? Mina suddenly asked. YN blinked twice. Yes, I believe Mineta's schedule is tomorrow, she replied. What? The class exclaimed in shock. The mentioned grapehead smiled smugly. Amateurs. Looks like I'm part of the top 3 she wants to meet, he boasted with a hint of arrogance. I don't really know what you mean, but yes, you're on the 3rd day, she replied nonchalantly, noticing the worried expressions of her classmates. Oh well, for now, I will spend some time with you, Blondie. She flashed him a friendly smile, which he returned with a scowl. Upon reaching the gym, the students began their physical tests, similar to the first quirk assessment they had on the first day of school. YN, who was trailing behind Bakugo, engaged in her own workout. Running laps around the field was the first thing he regretted doing. He started running, allowing her to follow while they chatted. So, Blondie, what's your quirk? She asked, matching his pace. None of your business, Bakugo snapped, trying to increase his speed. She effortlessly kept up with him. How about your hobbies? Probably to take you down when I get the chance, he replied irritably. She raised an eyebrow. You are quite the ambitious young man. Taking me down is no easy feat. Shut up. Bakugo grunted, continuing to run laps, sweat soaking his uniform. He was dead tired, yet she seemed unfazed. Hey you two. You've been running for 30 minutes. Stop and rest. You're making me more tired than I already am. Kaminari shouted, drawing the attention of the class. Mina, Ochako, and Hagakure cheered for YN. Go, YN, they exclaimed. YN chuckled. You look tired, Blondie. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. She noticed how exhausted he was becoming. Ah, talk to yourself. Katsuki retorted, though his voice was strained. She tapped his back with a sigh. I'm more experienced in running than you. I could run all day. Damn it. Then stop following me, he shouted, but she could see how tired he was, his breathing becoming uneven and his pace slowing. Shaking her head, she pulled his arm and playfully tossed him to the ground. He landed with a thud, finally catching his breath. Damn it. What the hell's wrong with you? He exclaimed, muscles relaxing as he struggled to stand. She sat cross-legged beside him, hands resting on her knees. If you hadn't stopped, I would have had to carry you to the clinic. I could feel your fatigue. You were at your limit. As someone who'll be spending the day with you, I need to keep you conscious. Too tired to respond, he rested his forearm on his forehead, frustrated that she had overpowered him so easily. So, in conclusion, I suggest you stop running and ask me to teach you combat. Isn't that a win-win? She proposed, clasping her hands together. Why would I ask someone like you? He retorted, still breathless. She sighed. Even in his exhaustion, his sharp tongue was evident. Let's be honest. I have more combat experience than you, and right now, you're struggling. You. Bakugo's voice was low and threatening, making her turn to him as he stood up, glaring. Stand up and fight me. I'll show you who you're looking down on. His palms sparked with energy. She sighed. Well then, if you win, I guess I'll leave you alone. She stood up, preparing herself. He gave her a smug look. Just the way I like it. He charged at her, fist ready to unleash his explosion. Die, he shouted, but just before the explosion erupted, she swiftly grabbed his wrist and flipped him to the ground. Not ready to give up, he used his other hand to strike at her, but she dodged, causing him to graze her shoulder before releasing his wrist. What do you say to that now? He challenged, but he was taken aback when he saw her standing before him, her shoulders seemingly unharmed, blue crystals shimmering on her skin. Oh, don't think it's over yet, YN replied casually, the crystals beginning to fall away as she charged at him again. Bakugo prepared himself, and their spar continued. She delivered half-hearted kicks, testing his battle skills and finding him lacking. When he miscalculated again, she executed a move she learned from Annie, using his own strength against him, leading to them both on the ground, Bakugo struggling against her hold. You're clever, but you lack experience, she whispered in his ear, her closeness causing his heart to race. Damn it. Get off me, he grunted, trying to shake her off, but it was futile. She tightened her grip. Come on, Blondie, just say you give up and we can be done. Like hell I would, he shot back. Then if I let you go right now, it's my win, and you can't do anything about it. Fine, damn it, he relented, feeling uncomfortable with how close she was. Great, she said, releasing him and standing up. She offered him a hand, which he slapped away. Pride mattered as he got to his feet and started walking back. Of course, she followed him, hands behind her back. Don't worry. It's not your fault, she assured, tapping his shoulder. Shut up. I don't need your consolation, he grumbled. It's really not your fault that you're weak. To be honest, you should be happy that you are. What the hell? If you're here to insult me for being weak, he paused from his outburst when he turned to her. Her head was lowered, her hair covering her face, but he could tell she was somehow upset. It made him realize her words probably held a deeper meaning behind her strength. Don't cry, damn it. You're the one who won. She flinched at his words, quickly wiping her face before looking up at him with wide eyes, but there were no tears. I wasn't, she quickly denied, though the corners of her eyes told a different story. Bakugo clicked his tongue, hands in his uniform pockets as he quickened his pace toward the others. When he reached them, the girl was suddenly surrounded by her female friends, especially enveloped in Mina's embrace. Why in my honey bunch? You're so awesome, the pink-haired girl praised. Thanks, she smiled. Damn it, Bakugo. I'm so jealous. Kaminari said with a tired sigh. You get to be cuddled by YN's soft skin. Hearing the boy's complaint, the other boys gasped. The irritated blonde shot a crimson glare at Kaminari. Shut up, dunce face, he exclaimed, trying to hide his own embarrassment. I wish she could do that to me next, the small, mischievous boy said, daydreaming about the day he could hold her in his arms. Oh, heavens are on my side, he happily chanted. How about we tie Mineta up at his house for the next 48 hours so he won't get to lay a hand on YN? Kaminari suggested, placing an arm around Kirishima. Sounds like a plan. Kaminari fist-bumped Kirishima as they spread the word of their plan to the other boys and girls. Nobody's allowed to touch my YN, except me. Mina exclaimed, hugging her even tighter. I'll die choking, Mina, the girl said, tapping the girl's arm. Mina quickly let go and smiled apologetically while YN covered her body with her arms. Although it wasn't enough to cover everything, it felt extremely awkward now that Mina wasn't holding her. Please have this, Todoroki said, stretching his arms to hand her his own uniform. He was thankful he was wearing a white shirt underneath. The girl accepted it, quickly putting it on with a sigh of relief. However, it was larger than she expected, making her appear smaller than she already was. Thanks a lot, Shoto, she smiled gratefully at him. Once again, sighs of envy came from others who weren't quick enough to remove their uniforms for her. Please take care of it, he replied nonchalantly. Sure. I'm sure Bakugo won't use his explosions on me anymore, so don't worry, she assured. OMG, YN. You look so cute, even in that uniform. Please marry me now. Mina exclaimed, planning to hug her again, but YN quickly evaded. You don't want me anymore. The girl sighed. Please don't, she muttered tiredly, letting out a weak laugh. Mina reminded her of how Emer would say that to Krista. YN fulfilling the end of the deal really stuck to poor Bakugo. One of those events was today during their lunch break. They lined up for lunch together, ordered the same meal together, sat at an empty table together, and finally ate their meals together. Say, Blondie, why is your food preference spicy? She asked. Bakugo, who was peacefully eating his meal, glared at her. My quirk is from the nitroglycerin that I sweat in my palms, he replied, surprising her with his calmness while talking to her. She nodded at the information. So, this nitroglycerin is what creates explosions from your palms, huh? she said, mentally noting the new findings. Now you have my trivia, how about you tell me what yours is? He asked back. She took another spoonful of her meal and nodded. Well, let's see. I don't really know, but when I cut any part of my body, it grows back within hours. I don't know why. The crystals forming in my skin are part of that defense mechanism too, but not everyone can do it, she explained. You got hurt and it grows back? Are you some kind of mollusk? He asked, almost spitting out his food at her explanation. No. But I see some do. She stopped, covering her mouth as she grabbed the nearest water Bakugo's water and drank. The hell, ceiling girl. Get your own water, he exclaimed, watching her fan herself with her hands. I may have experience in battle, but I wasn't prepared for your taste in food, she complained. Who told you to eat the same food as mine? Amused by her suffering from his meal preference, he snorted, feeling proud that the girl who kept beating him was now defeated by his choice. Weakling, he huffed. She returned his arrogant demeanor. Don't get too cocky. I can get used to this food in no time. She took another bite, pretending the heat wasn't affecting her, but her flushed cheeks said otherwise. The young blonde laughed, a rare sight for him as he watched her endure the taste. Sweat trickled down her forehead as some strands of her hair stuck to her face. You sure are enjoying my pain, Blondie, she glared at him. I sure am, he agreed, tossing her the extra milk carton he had. He knew this would happen, so he bought two. What is this? She asked. Milk, idiot. The girl stared at the pack, confused about how to get the milk out of that complicated package. She turned it over and over, observing every angle. Bakugo could almost see the equations forming in her head as she examined the carton. Did you live under a rock or something? He asked. She abruptly turned to him, wide-eyed. Why you? How did you know about that? She asked, surprised. The same shocked expression crossed Bakugo's face when she asked that. It was meant to be a joke, but why was she seriously asking him? Did she really live underground? I can tell how you lack common knowledge, he admitted. Grabbing the milk carton back, he took the straw attached to it and punctured the circular foil on top. Now that is how you open it. He returned the milk to her. Once again she stared at it. Bakugo felt a surge of frustration, wanting to pull his hair out. Take a sip from the straw, he instructed with a grunt. She blinked in surprise. All right. Following his guidance, she took a sip, and to her astonishment, the milk actually reached her mouth. This is fascinating, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Not only was she eager to learn more about him, but he found himself wanting to uncover the layers of this intriguing person before him. He realized she was answering his questions, but with each response, his curiosity deepened. He yearned to ask her something more personal, to delve into her world, her experiences, and everything that made her who she was. The bell rang for the afternoon class, and the two made their way back to their classroom, met with a sea of curious gazes. Bakugo felt the weight of those 20 pairs of eyes on him, a sensation he had experienced when he first arrived. Irritated, he quickened his pace to his seat and thumped his feet on the table. In response, Ida approached, scolding him about respecting school property. Hey Bakugo, looks like you enjoyed your lunch together, huh? Kirishima teased. Shut up, you idiot, Bakugo replied, sounding exhausted. The redhead chuckled. Come on, you can't deny it, right? Wyan's pretty cute when you see her reactions to new things. He said this softly just for himself. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise. What the heck, are you a creep? He asked, shocked to realize how observant everyone was of her. Hey, let's not go overboard. We only noticed it when she rode the elevator, Kirishima defended. Elevator, huh? So, having a change of heart now? Want to join the Ynology Club? He asked playfully. Bakugo was taken aback. What the heck? She just got here as a classmate yesterday, he thought, still shocked to hear about a club dedicated to her at a hero school. What is that? It's the study of YN, Kirishima explained. Bakugo was left speechless. Everyone in this class was seriously crazy. I am here to teach, All Might announced as he entered. Just like that, The daily life of Class 1A resumed. YN followed Bakugo and Kirishima as they stepped into the bustling city streets. She looked around, marveling at the vast differences between her home and this extraordinary world. It felt almost mythical, and she imagined how thrilled her friends would be if she told them about it. Surely Armin, Mikasa, and Eren would be excited. Owen would praise her imagination, Hanji would drag her to the library to look for forbidden knowledge, Connie and Sasha would ask about the food, Jean would pretend to be indifferent but would secretly be interested, Krista would listen quietly while Emer made side comments, and Levi would grumble about it being a nightmare and insist she needed to sleep early. She felt a wave of homesickness wash over her. Why? She was suddenly pulled from her thoughts, finding herself pressed against Bakugo's chest. "What the heck is wrong with you? Do you want to get hurt?" he exclaimed, noticing how close she had come to a passing car. "Hey, YN, are you okay?" Kirishima asked, concerned. "I already said I won't die that easily," she sighed, rubbing her nose where it had bumped into Bakugo. "That's not the point, YN. You could still get hurt," Kirishima pointed out. She gave him a grateful smile. "Thanks for worrying. That's very kind of you," she said. Kirishima awkwardly chuckled, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "Well, don't mention it," he replied, rubbing the back of his neck. "So, what are we going to do next?" she asked. "Since you're so stubborn, why not train with me, you ceiling dweller?" Bakugo suggested. She nodded. "Sounds like a good idea, Blondie." She wrapped her arms around his shoulder, pulling him closer. Bakugo scowled, feeling trapped by her grip. "Yeah. Now that I think about it, we kind of have the same quirk," Kirishima pointed out. "We do?" she asked, intrigued. "Yes. I can harden my skin like a rock, just like how you crystallized your skin earlier," he explained. "That does sound similar," she agreed. "We've got some pretty cool quirks, huh?" They fist-bumped and shared a laugh. In the end, she didn't wake up. Bakugo had to carry her on his back until he got home. When his mother, who usually quarreled with him, saw the scene at her doorstep, she suddenly grinned, teasing him about how her little boy had grown up just to bring home a pretty girl. Of course, being Bakugo, he continued to shout at her when he finally got her to sleep on his bed. She didn't wake up until early morning, which left the blonde with no choice but to prepare his own bedding on the floor of his room. He couldn't sleep a wink, thinking about sharing a room with her. For goodness sake, he had just met her 2 days ago. What was with all these adolescent feelings pushing him to the edge? Another day arrived, and the class watched curiously as both YN and Bakugo entered the room at the same time. Were they that quickly acquainted? Just how fast was that? The girl sat quietly in her chair, letting out a sigh as her mind drifted back to the events of that morning. How Mitsuki Katsuki Bakugo's mother had interrogated her. Of course, she had given good answers. But what shocked her was how the woman had tapped her shoulder reassuringly and said, "You're qualified to be my daughter." YN, who was a bit dense, blinked twice and chuckled. "No, I still love my current family, so I refuse to be adopted," she replied politely. Just when Mitsuki was about to explain what she meant, Katsuki pulled her away from his enthusiastic mother, and they headed quietly to school. Now back to the current scenario. Bakugo was in a really bad mood after his mother kept teasing him about YN being a nice girlfriend, while YN was feeling down because she hadn't eaten breakfast. Both sighed simultaneously. Kirishima took this opportunity to approach YN. "So, who are you getting to know next?" he asked. She looked up and gave him a half-smile. "Next will be," she thought for a moment, trying to remember who she was supposed to be following that day. "I believe it's the invisible girl," she revealed. "Me?" the mentioned girl gasped, her excitement evident. The flying clothes rushed toward YN, enveloping her in a hug. "Yay!" she cheered. Ida started telling everyone to settle down after seeing the time. Spending time with the invisible girl felt like time moved slowly. The more YN got to know Hagakure, the more she resembled how Mina would playfully tackle her whenever she got the chance. YN noticed the girl's slight possessiveness about spending the day exclusively with her, but it wasn't all that bad. The sweet invisible girl was just as bubbly and easy to deal with as Bakugo would ever be. She was introduced to the oddest things, not that being invisible wasn't odd enough, but the pranks were just too adorable. Pretending to be a ghost and scaring some boys in the locker room while they stumbled out in their boxers was quite the sight, especially when they faced Aizawa's wrath for the prank that had gone too far. In the end, they spent their remaining time together in the reflection room, writing a letter of apology and promising never to do it again. For the love of all that's good, how am I supposed to write a letter they can't understand? YN asked, scratching the back of her neck in frustration. Toru laughed. Guess Mr. Aizawa didn't think that one through, did he? Yeah, YN sighed. I never thought I'd have a day where I'd write a letter of apology. Why not? You've never been punished before? That's not it. I've been punished before, but my punishments usually involve running laps, doing chores, or cleaning the whole quarters. She placed a palm on her cheek, waiting for her friend to finish. Wow. They seem more physical at your place. But maybe there's still a punishment like that here. Not many areas in this place have stables, but I kind of want to ride some horses, she squealed excitedly. YN chuckled. Yes, I do miss my horse sometimes. He helped me a lot during expeditions. You miss home that much? Huh. I do, but I'm quite reluctant about it, she sighed again. She missed her brother and friends, but all she could think about was the mistake she made and how they might haunt her for it. What right did she have to miss them when she had given up her rights to be a soldier? You look sad. I'm sure they miss you as well, Toru tried to cheer her up. YN could only give her an appreciative smile, realizing that everyone in her class was actually nice. She felt bad hiding secrets, but she feared they would hate her once they knew. I'm done. Hagakure lifted her reflection paper triumphantly. By the sound of her voice, she must have been beaming with delight. Good work, YN praised. Just call me Toru, YN. I'd love to have you as my friend, she said happily. YN smiled and nodded at her request. Sure. Thank you for the privilege. I'm honored, Toru. You're so formal, YN. Just talk to me comfortably, she scolded playfully. Sure. I'd love to do that. Toru's day ended nicely. YN walked her home as they chatted about how the invisible girl had passed the exam. Seriously, how? I don't have anything against Hagakure, but if she's just invisible and has normal strength, isn't Shinzo more deserving? I feel bad now. Another day to spend with friends awaited, and now our main character had to join Mineta for the day. Everyone was aware of who she was going to spend time with, and they would not stand idly by as Mineta's mischievous schemes came into contact with their precious female lead. Which is why they arrived early that day to put their plan into motion. Mineta casually entered the class, finding everyone staring at him with contempt except for YN, who didn't really know him that well. With an arrogant smile, he approached the girl who sat at the back. She was trying to write characters from kanji to improve her reading and writing skills, a special class she had to take from Aizawa ever since he struggled with her foreign handwriting. Good morning, my YN. How's it going? He called out casually. The busy girl glanced at him and smiled back. Oh, hey, Grapes, you look well, she replied before continuing her extra work. Since you're going to spend time with me today, I've listed all the romantic places in the area. How would you like that? He asked. He could hear the grunts of his classmates in the background, but he ignored them because this was all about his date with YN after all. Okay, she responded. YN no. Mina exclaimed, coming to the opposite side of her chair. Yes, YN no. Kaminari agreed. It's fine. Do you guys want to come as well? She asked. My YN no. Now it was Mineta's turn to disagree. But you said it's romantic. Shouldn't we share the knowledge of that area with the people who want to know where it is? She countered, tilting her head questioningly at Mineta. Kirishima gave a toothy grin. She's right, Mineta. Why don't you share the knowledge of that romantic place? He asked. Almost everyone wanted to laugh while the grape was frustrated by the failure of his date. How dare his classmates be such a nuisance? YN, shouldn't the whole day be spent with me? Only me? He asked with teary eyes. Maybe acting cute and vulnerable would sway her heart, he thought. I'm sorry, Mineta. That's inconsiderate of me. Everyone was surprised by her change of heart. Did she seriously fall for that little guy's schemes? It's fine, YN. I just want to share my day with you, but if you don't want to, it's fine. I'll just be alone again. Praising his great acting, Mineta felt proud of himself. The girl looked at him with discomfort. She had never met anyone so sensitive in her entire life. She traced her words, wondering if she had said anything offensive, but it troubled her even more to know that she hadn't. What went wrong with her conversation with Mineta? Why was he crying? I'm really sorry, Mineta. I didn't know you were so delicate. I'm such a rogue person. Allow me not to show my face in front of you again so as not to hurt your fragile feelings, she apologized again, hiding half her face behind her notebook. Wait, what? Mineta looked at her wide-eyed. I'm sorry, Mineta. I'm such a rogue person, she said again, burying her head on her table, still hiding her frustrated expression from the grape. No. Wait, YN. Poor Grape Boy was in disbelief that acting dramatic led to this. Mineta, stop making YN feel bad for you. You've made fun of her too much. Todoroki, who was sitting in front of YN, turned around to defend her. Seeing her head buried on the table, he gently caressed her hair to make her feel a bit better. Yeah, that was really mean, playing around with her feelings like that. Mina scolded. Hey, I wasn't. Mineta defended himself. I'm sorry, YN, I was just joking. I didn't mean it, he quickly called out. Her head, still buried on the table, turned in his direction, half her face hidden in her notebook with a sad frown. Really? She asked. Of course. I'm a friendly person, you know. He forced out a nervous laugh while staring at her. Then, I didn't really hurt your feelings? She asked. Todoroki continued to play with her soft hair, which he seemed to enjoy. You didn't. Why would you hurt my feelings? You're a nice person, he praised, trying his utmost to still spend the rest of the day with her. She finally removed the notebook covering her face and smiled. I'm glad. So, I can still spend the day with you, right? Yes, of course. But I was warned that your quirk was really sticky, so I have to keep a meter distance to avoid complications. She smiled at him. At that moment, it felt as if Great Boy's entire world shattered into a million pieces. The class snickered at what she had informed, victoriously winning the war against Mineta. Bakugo, who was near the front, chuckled silently, as he was the one who warned her about it during their walk to school together yesterday. As if he would let that extra loser Grape come into contact with her. He couldn't accept that, even touching a strand of her hair with his perverted existence. But he didn't expect Todoroki to be the one doing that. Dang, he never thought he'd have to warn her about that icy hot as well. He glanced at how the bicolored male caressed her hair, even touching her forehead. But he shouldn't be fazed by this. After all, he had slept in the same room with her, and his mother approved of her already weight. He shook his head at the thoughts he couldn't believe he was actually thinking. Deciding to shake the thought off, he focused his eyes on the window beside him. Soon, Aizawa entered to give a lecture. The two did spend their day together. You can already imagine the strict 1-meter rule. Day 4 with Aoyama. We should spread more sparkles in this dark world, the French-accented male said, making a peace sign next to his eyes as he winked. It'll be magnificent. Wait, sparkles? By the end of the day, YN couldn't keep up with his shimmering humor. Day 5 with Shoji. Oh, your mouth is there. She pointed to the right upper side. No, it's suddenly here. Then to the left, fascinating herself with the weirdest things she found. Please stop chasing my mouth, YN. It's embarrassing, the white-haired male replied with a tired sigh. She spent the day guessing where Koji's mouth would pop out. The class just watched her, amused by her childishness. Day 6 with Zero. You're so fast, YN. They landed on the helipad of the fake city during training. The girl nodded. That was a good race. She fist-bumped with him after sheathing her sword. They had a race with Zero using his elbow tapes and YN with her maneuver gear. Since both had trained with almost the same type of method, they got along quite well. Day 7 with Jiro. YN promised that she's going to play a song. Earphone Jack exclaimed upon entering the classroom that morning. Slung across her back was an acoustic guitar. The mentioned female stood up in shock. Wait, I didn't, she complained. Well, to be precise, YN can play a guitar. Anyone want to hear her sing? Jiro insisted. The class cheered for her, whistling and clapping. Fine. Just one song, she sighed in defeat. I didn't know you had a hidden talent, Todoroki said, turning to talk to her, noticing that her cheeks were red. I learned it from a friend, she replied. When she was young, there were always some boys playing guitar outside her house in the underground. Since she took an interest, she decided to ask them to teach her, and she ended up learning a couple of songs. Lunch break arrived, and Nizu, unaware of the consequences, wanted her to perform in his office to boost her confidence, not realizing it would be broadcast throughout the school. The video played across the entire cafeteria, clinic, and some classrooms. A girl in a uniform appeared on the screen, adjusting her guitar, oblivious to the many eyes watching her. She sat casually, resting her left ankle on her right knee while placing the guitar on her lap. Bakugo, seated in the cafeteria, grunted in annoyance, wanting to scold her for her posture, which nearly revealed more than intended. You call yourselves aspiring heroes, you extras? You know, sir, I'm feeling a bit strange, she began. What do you mean? Nizu asked innocently. She shrugged. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm being watched. Oh, the principal chuckled. That's just your imagination. It's only me, Jiro, and some of your teachers watching. Well, okay, she shrugged again, strumming the guitar hesitantly. It's been 5 years since I last played, so I apologize for any mistakes. She sighed, pressing the strings with her right hand and strumming lightly with her left. The guitar brought back familiar feelings from her time underground, reminding her of her family Levi, Isabel, and Farlin along with the other kids who helped with their performances. It was fun and carefree until she disappeared at 7 and returned 3 years later to find out that Isabel and Farlin had been lost during the first expedition. As she began her melody, no one seemed to notice any mistakes. She gasped for air, her lips parting slightly as foreign words flowed from her voice. Chairs so close, a room so small. You and I talk all night long. This meager space serves us well. We comrades have stories to tell. She smiled genuinely, enjoying every strum of the guitar beneath her fingertips. And it's always like that in the evening time. We drink and we sing when our fighting is done. And it's always so we live under the burnt clouds. Ease our burden, long is the night. Dust and smoke, stars can't be seen. We all long for a moonbeam in our town. We must gather as one. Sing with hope and our fear will be gone. Sometimes she wished she had been there when they finally escaped the underground, to share their first stargazing and fight alongside them, despite her young, inexperienced hands. Perhaps if she had, her guilt wouldn't weigh so heavily now. Chairs so close, you and I talk all night long. This meager space serves us well. We comrades have stories to tell. It's always like that in the evening time. We drink and we sing when our fighting is done. It's always so we live under the burnt clouds. Ease our burden, long is the night. We all long for a moonbeam in our town. We must gather as one. Sing with hope and our fear will be gone. She continued strumming for a couple more tunes until the sound faded gently. The principal clapped his hands. You're actually quite good at singing, he praised. The girl sighed, crossing her feet as she set the guitar aside. Well, I'm not, she replied modestly. Jiro chuckled. Our classmate is humble, she teased. I didn't know the first song I'd hear you sing would be in German. She glanced at Jiro, who sat in the other chair, blinking in surprise. It made her wonder why she was the only one sitting on that sofa, unaware that the entire school was watching and enjoying her innocent cluelessness. Well, that's our language, she replied uncertainly. Since I invited you too, let me treat you to lunch, Nizu said. Cool. Jiro clapped her hands as food began to appear on the table. The girl looked at the unfamiliar dishes with a frown. These are Japanese dishes. They're really tasty, Nizu assured her. Oh, okay. She picked up the chopsticks and stared at them, puzzled. I saw a classmate use these with something called soba before, she muttered. Class 1A, sitting together in the cafeteria, instinctively turned to Todoroki, who was eating his typical cold soba and suddenly became the center of attention. The bicolored male paused mid-bite, blinking in confusion. What? Then his gaze shifted to the screen, where YN, after being taught how to use chopsticks on the spot, was now eating sushi with her feet crossed, leaning back casually on the sofa. That was how she usually sat in class, but why was she being broadcasted? He was so engrossed in his cold soba that he hadn't noticed. Oh, after this, will you sing us another song, young YN? All Might asked, though he wasn't actually on screen. Not, Jiro? She pointed her foot playfully at her. Well, it's rare for you to sing, so you should do it. Jiro insisted. And you have a lovely singing voice. YN picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip, mimicking her brother Levi. You're very insistent today. I wonder what's up. She sighed, placing the cup down and picking up the guitar again. This will be the last one. You're singing next. She began strumming once more. It was calm, just like the first time. A simple hymn, reminiscent of what soldiers might chant, echoed softly in her mind. I tried to walk together, but the night was growing dark. Thought you were beside me, but I reached and you were gone. Sometimes I hear you calling, from some lost and distant shore. I hear you crying softly for the way it was before. Where are you now? Are you lost? But Baby YN is mine, she replied. Calm down, you guys. Midoriya said nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. Who are you going to spend time with today? Todoroki asked, handing her a lollipop he had unwrapped. The girl allowed him to place it in her mouth, a new tactic he had developed after seeing how much she enjoyed the sweets she collected yesterday. The girl hummed thoughtfully. For today, it's Sato. Her day 8 was dedicated to Sato, and the timing couldn't have been better. YN had been feeling overwhelmed by all the attention, so to lift her spirits, the sweet-loving boy baked her a batch of cookie chips enough to feed the entire class. She savored them throughout the day, momentarily forgetting her troubles. A photo of her innocently munching on cookies while perched on a tree branch, Sato sitting on the ground making batter, circulated throughout the school. The business class used the photo for their project, baking cookies and selling them with her image on the packaging. Surprisingly, they sold out by midday, making a good profit. Day 9 was spent with Koda. His quirk allowed him to communicate with animals, and he called over some birds for her to feed on the school grounds. She settled on a bench with some leftover crust she had asked for from lunch rush and began feeding the birds. It amazed her how close she could get to them. In the past, it was rare to see birds up close. They usually flew just outside the walls, which she hoped to reach with the scouts. Too bad. By the end of the day, a rare photo of her surrounded by flying doves became the highlight of the business class's new product, white ink. Day 10 was with Azui. YN entered the classroom holding a pack of sweet snacks. Don't they get tired of my face? She asked, but there was no anger in her voice, only a hint of amusement at the sweet attention she received. She sighed as she sat in her chair. They'll stop if you start losing your temper like Bakugo, Mina chimed in with her usual morning cheer. What the heck? Bakugo exclaimed at the mention of his name. Her intended hug was interrupted when Kaminari swooped in instead. But I win, he teased, sticking his tongue out at Mina. She growled, Kaminari, she's mine. Mina protested. But YN didn't mind who hugged her. Back in the barracks, her classmates loved to embrace her, regardless of gender, because she was so soft. Hey, don't just bother her in broad daylight, Kirishima said, stepping in to pull YN into a hug away from Kaminari. It felt nice to hold her. He couldn't help but feel protective, as if she were a delicate treasure. YN continued munching on her cookie chips. What? I'm not bothering her. YN doesn't even mind. Kaminari protested, pointing at her and her love for sweets. You guys. Momo sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose as she observed the scene. Hagakure joined in the playful argument, while some quietly envied Kaminari and Kirishima for being able to hug her. Ida came to the rescue. Everyone, return to your seats. Class is starting. With that, everyone complied. At that moment, Aizawa entered the classroom and began his announcement. Today, we're going to have rescue training with All Might and another pro hero. He briefed everyone about the event as the class made their way to the bus heading to USJ. Everyone boarded the bus as usual. YN was happily eating her sweet snack while her classmates watched her. Business class finally found her weakness, Jiro chuckled. Well, I don't mind. She's so cute when she eats. She's like a chipmunk, Achiko squealed, her hands on her cheeks as she admired her. Once on the bus, two hands quickly guided her to a seat between them. One boy with bicolored eyes huffed, while the other with spiky blonde hair hissed back at him. She didn't mind. Food was her priority right now. The ride was filled with typical chatter. YN didn't engage much, simply enjoying her snacks until the bicolored-haired boy fell asleep on her shoulder. The spiky blonde began to shout at him, causing a commotion that mostly affected YN. To quiet him, she popped a cookie into his mouth. When he tried to shout again, another cookie landed there. The class complained about Bakugo being fed, but YN remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy her cookies. They tried to voice their complaints to Bakugo instead. They soon arrived at their destination. Everyone was in their hero uniforms, and Aizawa confiscated YN's sweets without hesitation. You're not Sato. You'll still be strong without sweets, he pointed out. She pouted as they entered USJ, feeling sad about the treats she had to leave behind. Since she was with Azui that day, she left the others and clung to her, resting her shoulder against her sadly. Azui smiled, gently petting her head while listening to 13 explain the basics. Suddenly, something ominous emerged from the fountain in the center of the dome. YN quickly stood up, stepping forward to see the dark mist where several figures were descending. Everyone stay back, Aizawa ordered as he charged toward the villains. Curiosity sparked within her. It was her first encounter with their enemies, and the class was already in a state of panic. Can I ask permission to engage? YN asked, her eyes focused intently on the villains emerging from the fountain. No. What I need is to ensure your safety. Now everyone, get out. 13 urged the students toward the exit. But unfortunately, the purple mist blocked their way. We're here for All Might and a child named YN Ackerman, one of the villains revealed. YN gripped the hilt of her sword, her determination igniting as she stared at the man. Her resolve was palpable, though no one noticed her intensity directed at the figure. Cloaked in mist. So it appears to be you, he said, pointing at her. She smiled slightly. What right do you have to call my name so casually and without respect? She asked firmly, channeling her brother Levi's demeanor. Forgive my remark. But you'll have to come with me, he replied. More conflicts erupted as 13 was injured by the warp villain. Bakugo and Kirishima rushed toward him, but it was futile. Everyone was suddenly transported away. YN felt herself falling, plunging into the water. She swam back up, gasping for air, only to find herself in a fountain where a man with a hand mask stood nearby. Oh, you're YN Ackerman, I believe, he said in a dry voice. And I believe you need some water, she replied, her ears itching from the raspiness of his tone. He chuckled. I see, you are a sarcastic one. The water was shallow, only reaching her thighs as she stood up. Frowning, she unsheathed her sword. What do you want? She asked. They were right when they said you were beautiful. Such a shame you chose to play the hero, he mocked. She sighed. I guess it's hard to talk to you. Her gaze shifted to a bulky creature beside him, a humanoid with a bird-like face. It was unsettling. Why don't you join us, the League of Villains, YN? He asked, spreading his arms wide. We can have anything we want. Like what? She jumped onto the concrete to face him more closely, not having given him a real smile since her arrival. Can you make me human? She asked. That question caught Tamura off guard. What was she talking about? Wasn't she human? And what do you mean by that, Miss YN Ackerman? Kurogiri asked, his tone now more polite. She stood on the stone ledge of the fountain, staring at them. So, you can't after all, she said, her hands still gripping the hilt of her sword. Then there's really no reason to keep you all alive. Nomu, get her, Tamura commanded, pointing at YN. The Nomu turned toward her, its massive hands reaching out, but she unsheathed her sword just in time to slice at its fingers. As it prepared to attack, she leaped away and noticed Eraser head on the ground, gasping for breath. So, he had been defeated for a while now. YN felt a surge of anger. The Nomu was closing in behind her, but she quickly turned and kicked it. It didn't budge. "Dear girl, you can't defeat a Nomu. Stop resisting," Tamura taunted. She hissed as the bulky creature prepared to punch her, but she quickly wrapped her arms in hard crystals to absorb the impact. She was pushed back a meter, watching as its fingers regenerated. "Should I transform now?" she thought, but quickly shook her head when she saw Aizawa still nearby. If she transformed, he could get hurt or worse. Evading more attacks from the Nomu while defending Aizawa was no easy task, especially without a strong quirk. Her determination surged as she unleashed her blade upon the Nomu. She maneuvered around it like a seasoned fighter, striking at its feet, slicing its nape, and attacking its arms. Each time it regenerated, she cut it again. But seeing no progress, she jumped toward Aizawa, hoisting him onto her shoulder and activating her maneuver gear once more. Tamura laughed. "You're really amazing, YN. I can't wait to have you on our side." Suddenly, a hand grabbed her foot. She turned to see the Nomu had caught up. In a desperate move, she threw Aizawa into a cushion of bushes just before the Nomu yanked her back into the fountain. She hit the rocks hard, her body going limp from the impact. The Nomu wasn't finished. It grabbed her again and threw her down. "No!" Midoriya exclaimed, while Azui covered her mouth in shock and Mineta trembled in fear. The three were frozen in horror as they watched. "Nomu, don't kill her!" Tamura shouted frantically. She couldn't die, she shouldn't be left helpless. Midoriya shakily got to his feet, gritting his teeth as he prepared to attack, watching the Nomu grab her again and slam her into the ground, creating a crater from the impact. She coughed, struggling to rise, but the Nomu was relentless. "You," she coughed weakly, shaking her head at Midoriya. But he wanted to save her. Her right hand trembled as she bit her thumb, drawing blood. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from the sky, striking her and the Nomu, concentrating into a massive sphere that exploded, sending a wave of heat through the area. Everyone saw a giant silhouette emerge from the smoke, a titan with HC hair and bright EC eyes. It was nearly bare, but its body was covered in crystal that resembled armor. It stared blankly, but its fist was directed at the Nomu without hesitation, striking the ground and creating an even larger crater. Its speed astonished not only her classmates but also the villains watching. "So, you were a monster all along," Tamura laughed. The Nomu got back up, attacking her as she retaliated. Both took hits but quickly healed. However, the Nomu grew impatient and launched an attack at her midsection, ripping through her as it managed to tear the petite titan in half, leaving her to fall helplessly to the ground. "YN!" Midoriya cried out. No, she couldn't die. Yet she still moved. With a powerful strike, she slammed her hand against the Nomu, even as half of her body struggled to stand. The lower half began to steam away. "You really won't die, will you?" Tamura asked. The expressionless giant turned to him. "Nomu," she growled, her voice deep and slow, like the growl of a wild animal. It was unsettling. Her giant hand reached out for him, but the Nomu attacked, gripping her hand and ripping it off. The giant fell back to the ground. "Since we didn't come to a good agreement, I guess I'll have to stop you." Tamura signaled the Nomu, which swiftly struck the giant, causing it to collapse heavily to the ground. "No!" Midoriya cried, tears streaming down his face as he charged at the Nomu that had harmed his friend. Soon after, All Might finally arrived. Upon seeing the fallen form of YN in her Titan state, the symbol of peace was filled with rage. He fought valiantly against the Nomu, supported by his strongest students, Bakugo, Shoto, and Midoriya. They were all furious about what had happened and joined All Might in the battle until the heroes arrived to assist. The scene was somber as both heroes and students watched the giant's immobile body, which began to emit steam. Everyone clenched their fists at the sight of how badly beaten it was. It was a cruel sight, far too cruel for someone so young to endure. Some began to cry, mourning the loss of their friend. But just as despair settled in, the giant's nape began to move. YN finally woke up, struggling against her control system. Her attached hand twitched, and everyone gasped in shock as her eyes opened, revealing her vibrant irises. She broke free from the Titan's back, gasping for air and coughing out the smoke that enveloped her. Her gaze turned to her classmates and teachers, who looked back at her with a mix of shock, wonder, and disbelief. "Why are you crying?" she asked seriously, peeling away the remnants of the Titan that clung to her skin. She noticed some friends were in tears, even Bakugo and Shoto had red eyes from holding back their emotions. Even the teachers were in disbelief. "Why, you're alive?" Midoriya exclaimed. "But the Nomu struck your heart." She sighed, stepping away from the melting Titan body. "Well, the only way I'd truly be defeated is if the enemy cuts my nape with 2 swords, she explained, pointing to the back of her neck. "That's why our weapon is designed with 2 swords. Your injuries? They're all healed," Bakugo noted. "Didn't I say I heal quickly? Especially when I turn into a Titan. My body repairs itself instantly," she replied. "Even if that Nomu had cut me in half, as long as my head and torso are intact, I'll survive." She turned to her friends, who were still wiping their tears. "YN," they cried, embracing her all at once. Feeling the warmth of their hugs, she smiled genuinely. "I'm sorry for worrying you all," she said, "and thank you for having me as part of your class." As they expressed their relief, YN began to feel faint from the heat she had experienced inside her Titan form. Surrounded by her friends, she felt her strength waning. Her nose began to bleed, and she coughed, struggling to breathe as gravity pulled her down. She collapsed onto the floor. Everyone cried her name in desperation. She woke up 2 days later, her body having regained enough strength for her classmates to visit her. Aizawa came to see her alone, sharing news about what had happened at USJ. Her abilities had been exposed, and the government was pressuring the school to hand her over for experimental purposes. As he delivered this news with a heavy heart, YN looked up at him and smiled. "I guess this is retribution for my past actions," she said calmly. To him, it was heartbreaking. As her teacher, guardian, and a hero, he felt he had failed her. "I should tell my classmates who I am and what I truly am." "Are you sure?" Aizawa asked. She nodded. "I don't want to forget who I am. Not that it matters." Those were her final words before ending the conversation with him. As usual, after class, her friends gathered to see her. "YN, when are you going to recover?" Mina asked, leaning on the bed with her elbows, her palms on her cheeks as she stared at her. "I'm actually fine," YN replied, tilting her head to look at her. "But Mr. Aizawa said you haven't recovered," Kirishima said, worry evident in his voice. YN sighed. "Don't believe him. I'm fine." She glanced at her fists with a serious expression. "It's just that I can't use my abilities for a while," she admitted. "What's wrong? Did the fight with the Nomu cause this?" Ida asked. She nodded. "He hit my head pretty hard. I guess my healing ability missed that one," she said, biting her lower lip. "If I'm not mentally stable, I don't think I can shift into a Titan or even use my crystal armor." "So, that's part of your quirk?" Todoroki asked. She shook her head. "I'm quirkless," she admitted. "The more I hear about quirks, the more I realize we're not talking about the same thing." "What do you mean, YN?" Azui asked, confused as she held the girl's fist. "You obviously have a quirk." YN hummed. "My abilities aren't genetically inherited. They are passed down," she explained. Midoriya gasped. How? It's complicated," she sighed. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Do you know? Where I'm from, I only knew one country. We call it our own world. We were protected by 3 massive walls that divided us, like 3 pots simmering, waiting to be devoured. They were built to ensure that if the first wall fell, humanity wouldn't perish instantly, as there would still be 2 more walls to shield us from death." "Why? Is that your home?" Midoriya asked, his eyes wide with concern. "Yes. And do you know why there are walls that confine us? It's because of Titans." She smiled mockingly. "That form you saw? That's the type of Titan we fight." Everyone stared at her, absorbing the overwhelming truth as she let them process it. She wanted to share her story before the madness of her longing for her world consumed her. "You fight giants? Why?" Kirishima asked. She blinked twice. They eat people. She paused, sensing the gasps from her classmates. The weight of her words settled heavily in her chest, and she felt a wave of nausea. Everyone looked at her sadly as she continued. When I was 10 years old, the outermost wall, Maria, was breached by a colossal titan. It was said that a head without skin peeked over the wall and kicked the gate open, allowing the titans to enter and wreak havoc, claiming countless lives in that place. Everyone listened intently. The mere thought of titans devouring humans was deeply unsettling. So, I joined the training regimen, learning the best ways to combat titans. Watching others fall time and again. She tightened her grip on her blankets, lost in her memories. The class looked at her with sympathy, recognizing the shock she carried from that traumatic event. Mina quickly jumped up and hugged her, tears welling in her eyes. She couldn't bear to see her friend in such despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her brows furrowed in sorrow. She sobbed, burying her face in Mina's shoulder. It was the first time Yin had shown such vulnerability. As she shared her story, her classmates began to understand the harsh reality of her life. Her world was colder and more morbid, and just listening to her tale was hard to process. Don't worry, Yin. You're with us now, and we promise we won't let anything happen to you. Ojiro vowed, and everyone echoed his sentiment. Outside the door, Aizawa leaned against the wall, listening to the conversation. A few men in black suits stood before him, their presence clearly irritating him. He was still wrapped in bandages, but that didn't change the fact that they were there to take her away. All Might and other teachers stood by, refusing to let her go. She's just a child. What right do you have to take her? Eraserhead asked, his voice steady. Her quirk is special. We have permission from the government. Her regeneration ability is unusually quick, and her other quirks are potentially dangerous, the man on the left explained. Rest assured, we will return her to school when classes start and retrieve her in the evening. Do you think that's acceptable? Midnight interjected, her tone laced with disdain. You're going to test how long she can regenerate and see how to suppress her quirk? We know what that implies, she exclaimed angrily. She is a dangerous individual. We don't know her origin, let alone the extent of her power, the man in black insisted. What if she's a Nomu? Her regenerative ability is only found in those creatures. Do not compare her to those beings, Aizawa said through gritted teeth. She is a 15-year-old girl with emotions. How dare you interpret her ability to protect herself as a threat to society? His voice was sharp. And can't you see? She's already mentally unstable. The sudden changes in her environment have shocked her. She's still a child, and this is completely inhumane, All Might added. This is approved by law. If you have further complaints, take them to City Hall. We filed a proper proposal, and if you wish to help that 15-year-old girl, do so through legal channels, the man replied calmly. We will retrieve the suspected Nomu within 2 days. With that, the two men in black finally left. All Might clenched his fists, and everyone outside the door felt a wave of sympathy for her. But what could they do? They had to file their concerns at City Hall, uncertain if they would be heard. Not everyone in the political world would be kind. 2 days passed, the same day she was to be discharged from the hospital. Just the day before, 2 men in black had entered her room, claiming they had custody over her to study her powers. She understood what that meant but quietly agreed, as they assured her she could still attend school. When she was finally released, her homeroom teacher and other staff came to greet her, but the men in black at the exit prevented them from knowing where she was being taken. They had no choice but to comply, though their hearts were heavy seeing the child leave. For 3 days, she was unable to attend school due to the tests conducted on her. The recovery from her injuries took longer than expected. To ensure she could return to school looking normal, they had only performed the necessary procedures. On the 4th day, she arrived at school to find her classmates looking relieved. She gave a slight nod of confirmation before making her way to her seat. The girls rushed to her side. Where were you? I visited the hospital a couple of times, and they said you were discharged 3 days ago. Mina exclaimed, her voice trembling. Her voice was hoarse, so she decided to write down her response to avoid worrying her classmates. I'm fine. I just had to undergo some tests, she explained, trying her best with her shaky handwriting. Where? Momo asked, frowning. Laboratory, she wrote. The word left the girls in thoughtful silence. Laboratory? Did it have something to do with what she had mentioned? Oh, right. The sports festival is coming up. Are you going to participate? Azui asked, trying to change the subject. She shrugged, uncertain if her body could handle it. She felt weak from the recovery process after being subjected to tests that left her feeling like a mere experiment. It had hurt a lot, and she had been restrained to prevent her from crying out, which was why her throat was sore. Are you cold? What happened to your voice? Hagakure asked curiously. She nodded. It was really cold, she replied, forcing her voice out and coughing. You don't have to speak now, YN. Take your time to heal, Achiko said kindly. She nodded again, hiding a shaky fist from everyone else. She had already worried them with her past. She didn't want to add to their concerns about her current situation. Aizawa soon entered the classroom, wrapped in gauze. He looked at her with a sad expression, and she shook her head to signal that she was all right before he began the lesson. During lunch, Midoriya accompanied her to Recovery Girl to ease her sore throat, which ended up being successful. YN, this isn't cold, the old nurse stated seriously. Midoriya was still with her, looking surprised by the sudden revelation from the old nurse. This is an excessive use of your voice. YN gulped the water she was given thirstily. It's nothing, she replied casually. No, it is not, child. We've already sent a complaint to City Hall. The lady gently touched her cheek, creating small circles with her thumb. I'm fine, she assured. You broke your throat from screaming. Do you think that's fine? Did they experiment on you while you were awake? She asked, her voice filled with concern. YN was taken aback by how she knew, but her position as a doctor likely gave her insight. I won't die, she stated quietly. She often wished for an escape every time they injected something into her. They just need to find something that could leave her with a permanent scar or worse. They were tormenting you. The ones in the laboratory? Midoriya, who had been standing in the corner, moved closer to her, gripping her shoulders tightly with wide eyes. YN, why didn't you tell us about this? His tone was filled with desperation. What for? I don't want to worry everyone as it is. She looked away. Just keep it between us. I don't have a choice either. What do you mean? Why? Tears began to well in his eyes. She pulled him into an embrace. My story isn't finished yet, she said softly. I have to betray them. Midoriya flinched at her words. I showed them my regenerative ability and let them believe it was all my doing, which caused a huge chase through the entire wall. Everyone, the military police, the garrison, the scouts, my friends. My brother. They chased me everywhere. My last fight was with my brother, known as humanity's strongest soldier. She paused, overwhelmed by the sudden rush of memories. I'm sorry, YN. I didn't know, Midoriya cried. You see, I'm a fugitive. Whether I'm in my world or here, I'm still subjected to the same fate, she explained. No, you're not. You're a hero, YN. Nobody can take that away from you. Please, don't hurt yourself anymore. He cried, hugging her tighter as she buried her face into his chest. She ruffled his messy hair with a hidden smile. You're very kind. But you shouldn't worry now. Didn't you hear recovery? Girl? They already filed a complaint. I just have to endure a little. But it still hurts, YN. Please. You always get hurt too, you know, she replied teasingly, making him blush and turn away. All it takes to be a hero, Izuku. We have different worlds, but that doesn't mean we're not experiencing hardships. Just let it be for a while. I'll be out before you know it. Letting go of him, she ruffled his hair again as he wiped his tears. Let's go eat lunch. I missed the food Mr. Lunch Rush makes, she told him. Midoriya nodded. I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything to help you, he said. We're all heroes. Don't let this get to you. She stood up and turned to Recovery Girl. Thank you. The lady nodded before they walked out side by side. When the business students finally saw her, she had another batch of sweets as an offering, which she gratefully accepted until they reached the cafeteria. Midoriya's eyes were still swollen, making it obvious to everyone that he had been crying. However, YN remained nonchalant as usual, leaving people to wonder what was going on. The girl kindly tapped his back, and he nodded sadly. After getting their meals, they joined their classmates at a table and enjoyed a nice chat and meal. Midoriya glanced at YN, amazed at how she didn't show her pain or how she managed to keep her sanity in such a twisted reality. She had no one she could trust in this world. Her brother had become her enemy and tried to kill her, and her friends from her previous world were gone. Just the thought of her experiencing such a life was soul-crushing. He wanted to cry again but held back. The laboratory was as quiet as it usually was. However, something had changed. The doctors' bodies lay lifeless on the floor. Guards were also down, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. Everyone was gone. These filthy ones. I want them all cleaned immediately. A man sat in a large swivel chair in a dim room, the moonlight casting shadows over him as he crossed his feet, his gloved hand resting on the armrest. He was a regal silhouette, but his golden eyes glared into the darkness, surveying the scene before him. Our people will soon come to clean up the mess, one of his underlings said. He leaned his jaw on the back of his wrist, a beak mask covering the lower half of his face with a slight curve. This place would be a good start to stop the disease, he replied. Indeed, overhaul. Ajui. I'm sorry that our hangout got cut short during the USJ attack. YN walked towards the frog lady. It's fine, YN. It's not your fault. And you can call me Tsu, she replied. Do you want to hang out now? YN nodded. Would you want to? Of course, YN. I enjoy spending time with you guys. She made a frog sound, smiling kindly at the girl. The two spent most of the day together. Although Mina and Kaminari kept vying for her attention, YN would return to Ajui to chat. They mostly talked about the ocean. Yes, YN had never seen the ocean before, nor had anyone from where she came from. Ajui patiently described how it felt to be in the sea, the salty smell and taste, the vastness from a human perspective, and the diverse species of fish that could be seen. YN listened attentively, her eyes filled with determination that she would see it one day. Actually, YN, there's a beach nearby. Do you want to see it after class? Ajui asked. YN sighed in disappointment at the mention of after class. Maybe next time, Tsu. I still have things to do later on, she said, though deep down she really wanted to go. Oh, don't worry about it, YN. When you're not busy, we can go together, the frog lady assured. YN nodded, grabbing a piece of cookie from the pack. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that, she replied. Did I hear someone say going to the beach? Mina quickly appeared at YN's seat. Sue promised that she'll let me see the ocean, the girl with HC hair replied. Okay, when? Can I come? She asked eagerly. I don't see any problem, the girl replied. We can swim too. It sounds fun. Why do you swim in the ocean? The girl quickly asked, tilting her head in curiosity. Mina turned to her, surprised, waiting to see if she was joking. But she clearly wasn't. Well, it's for leisure. Swimming in the salty water on a hot day is just enjoyable. You know, some fun, she explained. You're so cute. I forgive you for anything, she squealed, hugging her tightly. Okay, the girl replied nonchalantly. Swimming didn't sound bad. Mina squealed again, embracing the girl like a bear. I can't wait to see you in a swimsuit. Let's go buy one for you when we have time. I want to see you in casual clothes too, she said. Hearing Mina's excitement, others began to take interest. The idea of YN wearing something other than her uniform or hero costume was intriguing. Hey, that's not fair. I want to come too. Kaminari complained. I'll ask for a day off on the weekend then, YN said. Mina gasped. But YN is making time for us. How about we go shopping on Saturday and swimming on Sunday? She asked. The girl nodded. Well, I'm not sure yet. So please lower your expectations, she reminded. But I have faith in you. I'll pray for you to have some time. YN walked out of school after the day ended. The car that was waiting for her was still there as she decided to get in. Almost immediately, it drove off. The ride took about an hour as they left the city and headed toward the woods where the unknown laboratory was located. When they arrived, it was almost sunrise. The car parked, and soon her 24/7 guard accompanied her toward the entrance, but they were quickly stopped by the guard stationed at the door. "State your business," the guard demanded flatly. The guard behind YN took out his ID. "I am delivering Dr. Ruma's subject." "Please make way," he replied, putting his ID back in his pocket. The guard opened the door and nodded. They both entered the laboratory. YN instinctively felt on high alert. The place she had entered for 4 days now felt completely strange and sinister. They rode the elevator quietly, but everything felt off to her. She looked at her guard, who seemed to be his usual self. "It smells strange," YN informed seriously. "Just focus on your task," the guard replied in a chilly tone. "Yeah, sure," she sighed. This man really didn't question the changes in the place. Considering how odd it was, even a child would be aware and afraid. The elevator stopped on the top floor, and she stepped out cautiously, feeling as if she were walking into a trap. The corridor wasn't long, with only 5 doors, 2 on each side and 1 in the middle, which was the head doctor's office. The lights flickered on as they stepped forward. "I don't think we should continue," YN said hesitantly, though she didn't sound afraid. "Don't try to run this time," he said, pulling her along by her elbow until they reached the door. He knocked 3 times before opening it, revealing a dimly lit room. The curtains were drawn, and the chair facing the office table was turned away from them. "Dr. Ruma, I've brought subject number 12, he announced, releasing her. She sighed. "I'm telling you, we should have run the first chance we got." Suddenly, 2 shots rang out, and 2 figures collapsed to the ground. YN felt a surge of panic. She had no way to communicate for help, and getting shot while unable to use her hardening ability was the last thing she expected. Pain shot through her stomach, but it quickly began to heal as the bullet exited, leaving only a small wound. She groaned, forcing herself to stand. She had endured worse injuries before. What difference would a gunshot make? "Still alive?" a cold voice asked, not surprised but rather curious. "Even with that condition, you're shot now. You'll never be able to use it," he stated. YN's eyes adjusted to the darkness. Although the man remained in the shadows, she could make out a vague mask covering half his face. "Condition? I'm not sick," YN replied calmly. This man was someone she shouldn't provoke. His aura was powerful and demeaning. "You're still standing. I wonder what went wrong." He shot at her again, but she quickly dodged aside, preparing for more. "Don't shoot. It hurts," she pleaded. "You're not Dr. Ruma." She wanted to add that he shouldn't treat her the same way, but decided against it. "So? Now that you know I'm not your doctor, I'd like to silence you as well. Or, I could just leave and forget this ever happened," YN replied nonchalantly. "I'm not a fan of the doctor either, so let bygones be bygones." "Is this kid trying to negotiate with you?" Another voice filled the room. YN turned to see another man appear at the door, likely blocking the exit. "Oh, I think I saw this girl's files," he stated. "Chrono," the man in the shadows acknowledged flatly. YN sighed. "Please just let me go back to school by tomorrow," she said calmly. "If you're not going to run tests on me, I'll just go to sleep. Have a good day." She turned around, planning to walk through the door, only to be stopped by the man called Chrono. "You are quite arrogant, kid," he said. "Don't you know we killed all the people here? How are you any different?" "What? You want me to be scared? For what it's worth, I've been through worse in this facility for 4 days. How are you any different when they couldn't even kill me after everything?" She shot back sarcastically. 4 days was hell. What difference would it make if it turned into a month or a year of torture? She knew she wouldn't die, so she had to get used to the pain. "You are an interesting kid," Chrono said, his tone uncertain whether to mock or praise her. YN sighed. "Why would I be here if I weren't?" she asked. "Overhaul, what do you want to do?" The man turned towards the stranger sitting in the chair. "You're a student from UA, the so-called Overhaul stated." The girl didn't respond, Her uniform spoke for itself. So we have a dark side for aspiring heroes. What a find, he said sarcastically, and YN turned to him. Well, surprise, she replied in the same tone. What's your name? YN Ackerman. Tell me, why are you still alive? She frowned. Why shouldn't I be? She asked. He raised a gun in his hand. Do you know that a shot from this could make you quirkless? He carefully placed it down on the table. She blinked twice. I am quirkless. Although I am of a different case, she emphasized. Overhaul's brows twitched. His cold gaze bore into her eyes, trying to see through her. Even if she was lying about being quirkless, she would still be quirkless after this gunshot. How lucky you are. You're not infected with such a sickness, he said. Well, thank you. I didn't know I'd be praised for that, she replied. As I've said, I won't interfere with your matters. My only task is to come here after class and return to school in the morning as if nothing happened. But seeing as the laboratory has undergone some major changes, what are your plans? YN really didn't care. If they would leave her alone today, that would be great. But she couldn't think too much of it. After all, she was still the laboratory subject. Do you know what you're talking about? Chronoet. Yes. I'm not exactly a UA student nor a resident of the country. I need to try and understand this hero and villain dynamic so I won't do anything unnecessary to provoke anyone, she explained with a serious expression. Despite her youthful features, her aura felt far beyond her years. Chrono was baffled. Is this kid human? He thought, staring at how unfazed she was by her situation. Overhaul hummed at her claim. She didn't look like she was lying, so he might as well allow her. Then continue with the usual schedule. You're quite a bold kid, and I want to know you more. But you must keep your mouth shut about the events in this area, or I will have a reason to eliminate you, he said. She didn't flinch at his ominous warning. She simply stood still and stared. Of course, I will do as you say, she replied. But please prepare me a new uniform for tomorrow. The blood and damage are quite noticeable. She tugged at her blouse, revealing that the gunshot wound had already healed, leaving only her ruined clothing stained with blood. Then I welcome you to Shai Hasaikai. The beakman intertwined his gloved fingers in front of him as he leaned on the table. Although surprised by her unscathed skin, he kept his cool and pondered how to handle the situation. Good night. She turned around, passively waving her right hand as she walked out the door, one hand in the pocket of her blazer tied around her skirt. The two people in the room watched as she disappeared, hearing her light footsteps fade into the distance. Get me the girl's file, Overhaul demanded. Chrono nodded and disappeared from sight. His cold yellow gaze shone brighter as he stared quietly at the screen of his laptop. If anyone looked at him, they might think he was studying a complicated equation as he lightly knitted his brows. But the video wasn't complicated at all. It was simply a clip of someone undergoing an examination while conscious. She was restrained on a steel bed, struggling as her open wounds began to close, steam rising from her blood, only to be forced open again. Her mouth was covered by a black restraint to prevent her from screaming. She wasn't crying, but the pain was evident. He heard in the video that a certain dosage made her more sensitive to pain. Her leg healed in 2 hours and 38 minutes. It was slower than yesterday, the doctor said calmly. Her regeneration was busy healing her stomach. But as we keep opening it, it seems she decided to heal minor injuries, another doctor noted. So a deep cut on the leg was considered a minor injury? Overhaul pondered for a moment before deciding to close the video. At first, he was disturbed and surprised by the fact that they had dismembered her limbs. It looked unreal, seeing how complete she was that night. But she started healing after hours, and he was amazed by her rapid regeneration. When they let her go, she simply sat up as if nothing had happened. They questioned her, and she answered without a hint of anger or emotion, sometimes replying tiredly or with a dry voice before they ended the experiment. Her files corroborated the claims in the video. What do you think? Chrono asked as he stood close to the door. It's morbid, he replied, showing no emotion of pity or sympathy in his visible eyes. I always knew they deserved to die, he added, closing the laptop with his usual unreadable expression. Should we hire her? Chrono asked, unsure. She made it clear she prefers to remain neutral, Overhaul stated. Chrono could only stare. I'd rather keep it that way as well. But she is definitely useful. Have you compensated for her ruined uniform? Overhaul disregarded his underling's question and asked instead. Yes. We bought her a new one. Chrono didn't raise the issue further. She's clean and doesn't have the sickness. That's enough to grant her more privileges. We'll proceed then. As both sat in the office, 3 continuous knocks were heard, and Chrono opened the door to reveal the girl they had just been discussing. Yes, it's me again, she said with a sigh. She was wearing the new uniform, the blazer tied around her waist just like before. How was your stay, Miss Ackerman? Chrono asked politely. YN was a bit dazed but replied as soon as she was asked. It's okay, she said. Why did you come? Overhaul asked. It's 6:30 in the morning. They usually send me off to school at this hour because it's quite far, she explained. I see. Overhaul calmly placed his hands on the table. Chrono will take you to school and bring you back, he announced. Understood, she replied. Are you not going to ask why we're taking you back? Chrono asked, astonished by her nonchalance. Overhaul wanted answers as well. I'm here through legal process, I don't need to question that. If I don't come back, it may raise suspicions. I'm not about to get myself into more trouble now that you've caused quite a scene at the laboratory, am I? She replied. The two looked at her peculiarly, but Chrono quickly cleared his throat. Yes, that's for the best, he agreed. Let's go then. Oh, and one more thing, the girl paused. Is it okay if I take Saturday and Sunday off? She asked. What reason? Overhaul inquired. He didn't have to be strict with her since she understood her responsibilities, but her request piqued his curiosity. My classmates want to show me around town, she explained. But don't you know your way around? She shook her head. I just got here less than a month ago. The residence provided for me is on school grounds. I never had the chance, she clarified. Very well. I'll allow that. But one of my people will have to watch over you. The girl didn't ask any more questions and left with Chrono as they reached the parked car. The ride continued quietly until the new guard decided to question her. Where are you from then? He asked. Another time space as they call it, she replied. The man glanced at her suspiciously. However, since she mentioned residing on campus, it served as good proof of her situation as a laboratory experiment. You're a strange kid, you know that, he sighed. He was usually quiet around strangers, but with someone as mysterious as her, curiosity got the better of him. Why did you decide to stay at UA? How did they even know you? She stared out the window. The question had been asked several times, so it didn't feel like a state secret. I fell through a classroom ceiling and got hurt, she replied. How's that even possible? Chrono was in disbelief. They said it was someone's quirk. If not, I guess I was misplaced by the goddesses, she replied, sounding bored. Hey, you're not really scared that we'd harm you? But can you? Yes. She turned to him with questioning eyes. The only way she could be harmed was with a precise strike, but if someone tried, her protective crystals would instinctively shield her. How? She asked. Do you really want to die? Chrono asked back. No, she responded quickly. Then why are you asking? I was just curious. You don't want to die, yet you let self-proclaimed heroes do these inhumane things that could harm you. Aren't you angry? I am, her soft reply caught him off guard. But I don't have a choice, and neither do they. They have a choice. So do you. Why are you acting like a goody two-shoes? You're not a saint. She was taken aback by his sudden outburst. She looked at Chrono, wide-eyed, before processing his words, which made her laugh slightly. Chrono didn't expect her to laugh at all. Goody two-shoes? A saint? She almost wanted to push him out of the car for using those terms. Those are interesting words, but don't associate them with me. Why not? Aren't you so obedient? Chrono asked. Well, maybe because in my past life I was a cruel being, and now I'm atoning for those sins, she replied, something in her tone striking a chord in her chest as she remembered her home. It was quiet again. Chrono couldn't quite figure her out, but he remained wary. Soon enough, they reached the school gate, and she got out of the car while Chrono watched her walk away. On her way, a few students from the business class and other classes crowded around her, showering her with different snacks and following her inside. Her new driver was surprised, not knowing how she had become so popular in such a short time. Soon enough, she disappeared from sight with her new friends, chatting with them with her typical straight face. Who would have thought? You got permission? Upon reaching the classroom door with an armful of snacks, YN was suddenly asked by Kirishima, who met her at the door. The girl nearly jumped in fright but held her ground, biting into a cookie. Yeah, the lab approved, she replied. Guys, she's coming, the redhead announced. Most of her classmates rejoiced. After that night, YN struggled to sleep. She felt agitated about the new people who had taken over the laboratory, but she tried her best not to dwell on it. In the end, she lacked sleep, but at least she wasn't tortured. However, her lack of color made Midoriya worried again. He wondered how she was treated there and felt even more concerned about her well-being. He wanted to stand up and ask. Mashireo, I'm going to join you today, the girl said, stepping in front of him, her body tilted as she looked at him with curiosity. The tailman wasn't expecting YN's sudden call and nearly fell from his chair. Why? Really? He asked nervously as he quickly stood up. Let's have fun today, she added. I'm also pretty interested in your tail. How strong is it? She decided to sit in front of him as a bag of cookies appeared out of nowhere. He smiled awkwardly but soon got over the shock as he accompanied her throughout the day, answering her random questions about his tail and other things. YN soon started teaching him some martial arts she had learned from veterans she fought alongside in the barracks. Ojiro was enthusiastic about this, following her instructions and learning a lot. They began to bond over their shared expertise in close combat and martial arts, which was a great start. As of now, he was already YN's favorite among her peers. He didn't over-exaggerate, was a little timid, but knew how to socialize well enough to match her humor. From then on, they decided to have regular training sessions to help Ojiro gain more close combat experience. After class, she saw Chrono's car parked just on the side of the school. She could tell by the tinted windows that the car belonged to Chrono. Why would he get out? It would only expose him. YN. Before she could cross the street, a voice called from the gate. Turning, she saw Midoriya, seemingly catching his breath. What is it? She asked. Oh, I was. Do you really have to go back to that lab? His eyes pleaded with her not to, making her feel guilty. She lightly tapped his shoulder. I'm fine. I promise, she said softly. But what Recovery Girl said. I can't just be calm about it. They're doing what they can. The tests aren't that bad anymore, just some normal ones. Although she felt guilty for lying, she had to. She didn't know what might happen, but she meant it when she said she was fine. Midoriya still looked troubled. He must have been struggling since, aside from the teachers, he was one of the few who knew what was happening. She flicked his forehead, and he looked surprised. She placed her hands on her waist, her expression serious. I know you're worried, but they've stopped the inhumane things. Trust me. I'm not lying for those people. I'm telling the truth. She maintained a stern expression. You need to focus on other things. I'll call when I really need a hero, okay? She smiled. I'm sorry, YN. He looked down, clearly worried, and she felt guilty for making him feel that way. No. Thank you for caring about me, even if I don't deserve it, she muttered. I have to go now. My guard has other jobs to take care of, so we need to get back. Without waiting for a response, she turned and ran toward the car, slipping into the passenger seat as it sped away. Who was that? Chrono asked, keeping his eyes on the road. My classmate, YN replied quietly, staring out the window. He seemed worried. Does he know what's going on? Unfortunately, she sighed, feeling defeated. He thinks I'm still undergoing the tests. She hesitated, unsure if these new people would treat her the same way. Chrono hummed. We won't, he assured her. You've earned a spot in an easier life. She turned to him, curious. What does that mean? You're quirkless. The boss doesn't have a problem with quirkless people. Why? Because he believes quirks complicate the world. Then is he quirkless? She asked, confused, as he seemed to have a quirk. Chrono sighed. He has a quirk. Then why? It's better not to ask. You'll understand if you stick around. Understanding his message, she decided not to press further. I guess, she murmured. Oh, by the way, the teachers submitted an appeal regarding my custody, just so you know. They did, huh? Hypocrites, Chrono said with distaste. She eyed him, feeling tired. Then what are you? Righteous. You're overthinking, he grumbled. She chuckled, resting her hand on her cheek as she gazed out the window. What do you fight for? She mumbled, more to herself. Chrono looked at her, about to question her, but decided against it. He drove until they returned to the facility. The next day, she approached Kirishima. Yo, what's up? He asked. She hummed, stuffing her mouth with cookies as she sat with him. I'm going to bug you today, she said. His eyes lit up with realization. YN was going to spend time with him. Awesome. It's my turn now. He happily raised his fist. Anyway, what do you want to do today? She thought for a moment. A lot, she replied. Kirishima smiled. Sure. After their morning conversation, Ida instructed everyone to return to their seats for homeroom. YN excused herself and returned to her own seat. Aizawa gave pointers about the upcoming sports festival, which would be held a week from then. After explaining its importance, he turned to YN and called her outside for a private chat. She followed him out. I want you to visit Recovery Girl for a checkup, he started before she could respond. I'm all right, she replied. However, he didn't look satisfied with just her words. He regarded her with soft, pitying eyes, which made her feel guilty. We need to check if you really are. YN, just tell us if something hurts, he said calmly. Nothing hurts, she insisted. I'm fine. No more arguments, Ackerman. Proceed to the clinic for a checkup before your next class starts, he demanded. With no further reply, YN complied, even though she felt perfectly fine. She sighed as she reached the infirmary door, knocking before entering. Good morning, Recovery Girl, she greeted upon finding the old lady at her desk. Oh, YN. Come and have a seat on the bed. She complied, sitting on the bed closest to the school. Anywhere hurting, my child? Recovery Girl asked. Not really. YN replied. Are you sure? She nodded. You seem to have regained your color, but you look like you could use some rest. Lie down for a while, and I'll wake you in an hour. She gently patted YN's head, who felt a bit hesitant. The old lady handed her some medicine and gummy bears. YN took them without asking what they were for and finished her water. Why did people worry so much? YN felt it was a bit exaggerated, but at the same time, it warmed her heart. Deciding to lay down, she stared at the ceiling for a while. She really hadn't been getting enough sleep, having spent too much time in Overhaul's office answering questions about her origins. She had been honest about it, and now they knew she was a fugitive from another world and a valuable asset, but the boss hadn't asked her to join his troops, which she appreciated. He emphasized that they were simply business partners in crime. Finally, she closed her eyes and drifted off into a peaceful sleep, feeling the weight of her stress lift as she rested. I ran some tests, and it looks like YN has fully recovered. Her remarkable ability to heal quickly concealed any scars she might have had, making it difficult for me to tell if she was still enduring life-threatening tests. Recovery Girl reviewed her checklist before glancing back at Aizawa and All Might, who stood outside the infirmary corridor. YN remained asleep in the infirmary, and the 3 UA staff members sighed in concern for her. How are things going on Tsukachi's side? All Might asked, turning to Aizawa, whose gaze was fixed on the closed doors of the infirmary. They said they would investigate the case, the raven-haired teacher replied. But regarding custody, I don't think we have a strong chance. Recovery Girl sighed. While running some tests on her internal organs, I discovered she's suffering from internal bleeding. It breaks my heart to see her trying to hide it from everyone else, she admitted. Internal bleeding? Isn't that too severe? If we don't do something, YN might not make it, All Might exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm. I've already healed her while she was asleep. I added a dose of sleeping medication to her drink so she wouldn't be aware, she explained. It's such a tragedy for a child as wonderful as her. Please continue to look out for her, recovery girl, All Might urged softly. Of course, I won't let anything happen to her. This is the least I can do, she replied with a sad smile. YN woke up suddenly, her body trembling from a dream she could barely recall, but she sensed it was tied to her past. She glanced around the empty infirmary and noticed the wall clock, realizing she had slept for a solid 4 hours. It was now 11:30 a.m., and a frown crossed her face. Recovery girl had promised to wake her for the next class, and now she had missed 2 subjects. She sighed, acknowledging that while the sleep had been refreshing, skipping class was irresponsible. She resolved to make up for it by asking for some paperwork she could complete. A few minutes later, after her body settled, YN decided to stand up and leave the room. There were still a few minutes before Class 1A was allowed to have lunch. She remembered their lunch break typically started around 12:20 or 12:30, which helped keep the cafeteria less crowded. YN made her way to the schoolyard and explored the forested area across the field. The woods provided a sense of calm, reminiscent of her training days. She climbed one of the trees and perched on a branch, her feet dangling in the air as she felt the gentle breeze against her skin. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting enchanting patterns on the ground. Memories of the training grounds flooded her mind, the sound of maneuver gears whizzing by, the clash of swords against the giants. But then the memories shifted to the chaos and fear of battle. Traitor! Levi's voice echoed in disbelief as I confessed my actions. I smiled mockingly, allowing them to witness the wound on my body heal itself within moments as I stood at a distance from them. You're lying, right? I could hear the tremor in his voice. Yes, I was a liar. But I chose not to answer, instead sealing the biggest lie I could create. I guess I do feel bad about what happened in Shiganshina. But since everyone seems to have figured me out, I'd better save myself. I'm sorry, brother. Why did you betray us? YN, you're a liar. YN, you will do this because you are a warrior. She shook her head. Warrior? Please. She scoffed, leaning against the tree and sighing as the wind tousled her hair. Suddenly, a soft sound caught her attention. Her eyes darted around, trying to locate the source of the sound. The adorable noise came again, piquing her curiosity. Then, I've got plenty of milk here, a male voice said fondly, clearly addressing the creature. YN stealthily moved through the trees until she spotted a young man with indigo hair, sitting on the grass with several animals she had never seen before. One was white, another orange, one black, and a fourth white cat with little gray markings on its back. The black cat meowed again before lapping up the milk from a bowl. The young man reached out to pet the black cat, which purred and rubbed against his hand. The sight warmed her heart. The creatures looked gentle and adorable. What are those animals? She asked, intrigued. The indigo-haired boy, startled by her sudden presence, looked around in confusion. Up here, she called out again, and his gaze followed her voice to where she perched in the tree. You're that 1A student, he stated flatly. She tilted her head, curious. What do you mean, that? Nothing. Does Class 1A enjoy sneaking up on people? And I don't think it's your class's lunch break yet. Did you skip? His tone was bored yet critical. She hummed, leaping gracefully from the tree to land a meter away from him, leaving him momentarily speechless. I skipped. Now, what kind of animals are those? She asked, pointing to the small cats drinking their milk. You're seriously asking me that? He replied, incredulous. His eyes shifted between the cats and her face. She nodded earnestly. I've never seen them before. What are they? Are they extinct? Why do they drink milk? Are they still babies? She walked past him to get a closer look at the cats. They're called cats. They're so common that you'll find strays everywhere. They drink milk because they're cats. And they're nearly fully grown, he answered, his tone flat. He watched her crouch down, almost curling into a ball as she reached out to a cat with her index finger. When the cat looked up, She quickly jumped back, startled. He found it hard to believe and was surprised by her reaction but decided not to mention it. They don't bite if you don't hurt them, he explained. They're used to people, so they won't run away or act aggressively. YN kept her distance, staring at the fascinating animals. They are very adorable, she said calmly, then turned to him. Are they your pets? No, he replied, rubbing the back of his neck as he turned back to the cats. I feed them since they're strays. She hummed thoughtfully. You are a nice person, she praised, making him turn to her, a bit surprised, and look away with a blush creeping onto his cheeks. I'm YN Ackerman. And you are? She asked, her voice carrying a stern seriousness that slightly intimidated him. I know who you are. I'm Hitoshi Shinso, he replied flatly. Ackermans, mind telling me why you're here? I get that you escaped, but why? She smiled lightly, calm and composed. I'm already late for my class, so I thought it would be better to explore the schools. Nature, she finished, glancing around at the trees. So that's how it is, he said, rubbing his neck again. Yes. And I prefer people to call me YN instead. Why are you being friendly? He suddenly asked. I'm being civilized. Civilized? I never thought I'd hear someone from 1A say that to me, he chuckled, his voice laced with sarcasm. Oh, why is that? Well, you're the cream of the crop, the elite. Why would you come down to talk to someone like me? She stepped closer, her face near his, her enchanting eyes focused on his violet ones. Strength is polished by the effort you put in, and I don't think people from 1A are that bad, she smiled. You are a 1A student. It's reasonable for you to say that since you're part of their number. No, I'm an outsider. The class just technically accommodated me here. What do you mean? Shinso asked, a bit confused. You could say that. I'm partly 1A and at the same time, I'm not, she explained thoughtfully. She squatted down and reached out for the cat again, her index finger brushing against its ear, then gently touching its forehead and petting the furry animal. Her eyes lit up when it purred and rubbed against her hand. It likes you, Shinso told her plainly, though he found it curious that she had never interacted with a cat before. It is very lovely, she said, comfortably picking it up and holding it above her as if checking its belly. The cat meowed and she quickly set it down. I hope I didn't hurt it. You didn't, Shinso assured her, moving closer and picking the cat up again. An amused smile spread across his lips as he noticed her panic, confirming that she had never really seen or touched a cat before. They're very flexible and can land gracefully from high places. That's a very useful ability, she said, genuinely amazed, reaching out to poke the cat's nose. Shinso sighed, remembering how she had just landed from a high tree like that. The cats are very interesting. Mind if I ask more about them next time? YN tilted her body to the side, her eyes sparkling with wonder. He was momentarily flabbergasted, as if her entire being had suddenly bloomed with sparkles and flowers around her beautiful, curious face. He turned away, pretending to put the cat back with its friends. Why, sure. Next time, he replied, trying to calm his nerves. She smiled a little. Great. Thank you, Hitoshi. I'm looking forward to it. She said happily. I have to go back now. I don't want to worry Recovery Girl if she finds out I snuck off. Wait, Recovery Girl? Shinso turned around, but she had already disappeared from sight. Sighing, he decided to sit back down on the grass and watch the cats instead. Next time, he muttered under his breath helplessly. To think he would expect something from that famous UA muse was unexpected, but their little conversation had been quite cute. On Saturday morning, the class gathered in front of the school gate, waiting for YN to arrive. It was 8 a.m., and everyone wore casual clothes, chatting with one another or quietly standing or sitting on the sides. This was the designated meeting place, and as everyone waited for the last person, a black car parked nearby. Everyone turned to look as the backseat door opened and YN stepped out. She wore a red baggy hoodie over a clean white shirt tucked into high-waisted black ripped jeans and red shoes. Her hair was styled in a way that suited her, and she had her usual lollipop in her mouth as she walked toward her classmates. Everyone gawked at her appearance for a moment until another person stepped out. A man with burgundy hair and golden eyes, his face covered by a black surgical mask and dressed in a green jacket. His eyes scanned the number of students before settling on her. "Make sure to arrive on time," he told her flatly, taking out a phone and a black leather wallet from his pocket and handing them to her. "My contact is in there. Keep it with you. There's money in case you need to buy something." He continued with a few more reminders, sounding like a parent giving advice to a child going on a camp for the first time. She took the phone and nodded. "Of course." "Thank you," she replied, putting the phone and wallet in her pocket. "The guard will be watching from a distance. Make sure not to say anything unnecessary, or not only you but your classmates will be in trouble," he softly reminded her, his tone slightly threatening as he patted her head lightly. She nodded, popping the lollipop out of her mouth and sighing. "Of course. I know my limits," she replied. "Good. I'll come back after my meeting. Enjoy yourself." He went back inside, and she waved briefly from the moving vehicle before turning to her classmates across the road. Mina and Kiminari quickly embraced her. "I apologize for my tardiness," she said. "We're good. Waiting for you is worth it." Mina giggled. "You look amazing in those. When did you get them?" "I didn't. They provided them for me," she replied. "Well, whoever chose this, they're plus ultra," Kiminari praised, rubbing his cheeks against hers, earning glares from their classmates. "Okay, enough with that." Hagakure stepped forward, pulling Kiminari away. "Me next." She hugged the girl tightly. The girl tilted her head, popping the lollipop back into her mouth. "We should probably get going," she suggested. "Yeah, everyone, we should go. Hanging out with YN and everyone outside doesn't happen often, so we should make the most of it," Ida, the class representative, announced. "Yeah," everyone replied enthusiastically as they began to walk in groups. "Hey you," Bakugo growled as he walked beside her. "Good morning, grumpy blondie," she greeted back. He scowled, clicking his tongue as he shoved his hands into his pockets. "Who was that extra with you earlier?" he asked rudely. "Yeah, he looked a bit shady," Kirishima added, glancing at her past Bakugo. She hummed. "He's taking care of me," she replied. "Is he? A doctor, perhaps?" Midoriya asked skeptically, concern evident in his voice. She turned to him and nodded. "He's one of my guardians since the first one was reassigned, I guess." She thought it best not to mention that she was now under the care of someone with a questionable background. But they treated her well, so she had no complaints. "Oh yeah, Wyan, what are they testing on you?" Azui asked curiously. The girl turned to Midoriya again, noticing the softness in his gaze. "My blood. Probably how to separate the Titan fluids from my body," she lied, knowing they weren't even doing that anymore. "Is your power really that scary?" Azui asked. "I mean, all quirks can be dangerous. But why did they specifically want to test you?" "Well, I guess. I have no clue either," she replied. She bit down on the remaining candy before wrapping the stick back in its wrapper and putting it in her pocket. "Where are we going?" she asked curiously. "The mall," Mina exclaimed. "We'll try on different clothes for you." "Why would you do that?" Wyan asked innocently. "To see what fits you best, of course." "Why can't I just get something people usually wear?" Her hint of ignorance and curiosity drew looks of disbelief and pity from her friends. The girl, not from this world, was being taught about something typical for her age. "Well, it's fine to pick out normal clothes, but there are different types of normal clothing in our culture," Yaoyorozu explained. Achiko clapped in agreement. "That's right. There are so many choices." She smiled warmly at YN, and everyone nodded in agreement. YN nodded quietly, her mind drifting to the tailor shop back home. The only time she had worn a dress was when she was 11. After that, she had only worn uniforms or buttoned shirts and slacks, clothes similar to what Levi typically wore. Wearing dresses had never crossed her mind since then. Not until she got here. The thought of a miniskirt made her uneasy as she considered it further. That would be the most revealing clothing she had ever worn in her life. However, she was beginning to get used to it. Her blazer helped cover her up, but overall, she was starting to accept her new style. The group of students happily walked along the sidewalk, typical teens laughing and teasing each other about various topics. YN smiled as she observed them. The carefree atmosphere eased her after everything that had happened. But her senses remained alert as she noticed someone watching her from the rooftops, bushes, and even among the crowd on the busy street. "We're here." Jiro's announcement pulled her from her thoughts as she gazed up at the enormous building they had stopped by. It was massive, perhaps even larger than the headquarters, as she was pulled in by the group of girls. "Hey, why don't we split up?" Mina suggested, tugging on one of YN's arms. "You boys can go wherever you like while we help YN try on some outfits." YN wanted to protest but decided against it. Mina would likely continue calling her that regardless. "Hey, that's not fair. I want to see YN's casual outfits too." Kiminari chimed in, tugging on her other arm. YN thought for a moment. "How about we divide into groups? I'll go with the first group, then the next." Everyone looked at her blankly, and she wondered if her suggestion was wrong. But Kirishima quickly accepted it. "Great idea. That way, we can all spend time with you, right?" he said with his trademark grin. She smiled back appreciatively. "That's right. That's what I had in mind as well." "I agree." The class began to settle into their plan. So they would divide into 5 groups, each spending 2 hours with her. It was a short time, but it would be fine. Soon, the mall outing began. The class started asking for her contact number, which she realized she didn't know until they reminded her of the phone her guardian had given her before they left. She pulled it out, looking puzzled, and Midoriya showed her how to use it. She was amazed. She thought that if this device existed in her world, it would have made communications so much easier. At the end of the day, as the class was dismissed, YN returned to the school's front gate, where she found the black car waiting for her. She entered the back seat, spotting Overhaul on the other side of the car before settling in and leaning back against the cushion. "Did you have fun?" Overhaul asked in his usual indifferent tone, though he didn't seem to care much. "Yes," YN replied in the same tone. "Is that so?" She nodded. "This world is an interesting place." He hummed in response. "I see." His slow reply made her feel a bit uneasy, but she chose not to dwell on it. "The appeal for your custody has arrived, which is why I had to attend a meeting." With that revelation, YN turned to the man beside her, his mouth covered by a black surgical mask. Her eyes questioned how things had come to this. Instead of an answer, he posed a question. "If you could choose a place to stay, where would you prefer to be?" Overhaul's question was simple. But for her, with no one to trust in this world and no home to return to, it felt daunting. It was akin to pondering whether Titans could ever have reproductive systems. "Where would I rather be?" She repeated the question softly, but he heard her clearly. "Yes. I admit I fought for your custody, even posing as the fake Dr. Ruma. But if you had a choice, where would you want to go?" She stared blankly at the car roof before quickly responding, "I don't know." Her answer made him turn to her as well. "I'm a fugitive, I don't know where I am, I can't read Japanese well, and in this world, I'm considered a minor who can't do anything without a guardian." She chuckled helplessly. Overhaul crossed his arms and looked out the window thoughtfully before speaking. "I'll take you in. But I won't have you do anything you don't want to. It's just to remove suspicions from the laboratory," he explained. YN blinked in surprise. "I will provide you with the necessities. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. I won't involve you in my business." Then, her eyes focused on him. "Can I keep my last name?" "Go ahead." YN had never set foot on the ocean, or perhaps she didn't remember if she ever had. That day, Overhaul reminded her once again to be careful with her words and actions. He was taking his guardian role seriously, which was fine with her since she was used to having a protective and strict brother like Levi. Add a clean freak to the mix, and she wouldn't be surprised if this man was her brother's doppelganger in this world. The group decided to meet at the beach. The specific location was sent by Midoriya, which YN showed to the person accompanying her that day. It wasn't Chrono, it was just a regular member of the organization. Her eyes were glued to the endless blue as they reached the meeting point. She quickly got out of the car, finding that everyone was already there. Ida waved at her as soon as she stepped out, and she waved back while jogging toward them, the guard following closely with her bag. So this is the ocean, she smiled, turning to the vast, endless sea, the wind blowing her hair behind her shoulder. She leaned against the fence, remembering Armin's story about the endless saltwater. Now, standing there, witnessing it for herself made her want to tell everyone behind the walls about it. This is the beach, Achiko exclaimed, clinging to her arm with a smile. Come on. Let's change into our swimsuits. She pulled YN along as the other girls excitedly headed toward the beach's entrance. The place had only a few people. YN, who had rationally fought against the lack of skirt fabric, was now battling her reluctance to wear a swimsuit. The girls were already in their suits, but they were taking longer because YN refused to wear hers. A black two-piece dangled in Mina's hand as she waved it in front of YN. In the end, the girls, giving her sympathetic looks, won her over on the condition that she could wear a cover-up top. The fabric was a bit thin, but if it covered her body, she was fine with it. The cover reached halfway down her limbs, similar to her skirt, which made her hesitate again. However, before she could protest further, the girls had already swept her up and dragged her out. The boys, waiting outside the changing rooms, watched as YN tried to avoid their gazes, covering herself with the girls' bodies. A noticeable blush crept onto her cheeks, making them gawk at her. She was really cute, which overshadowed the fact that she was a former soldier. Let's go swimming. Mina's cheerful voice filled the area. The girls agreed, pulling YN along, who was unsure of what to do. They taught her the usual beach activities: swimming, walking along the shore, fishing, surfing, building sandcastles, or whatever else entertained them. But YN, wary of what was new to her, decided to sit under the umbrella where the group had set up their space. She watched them play volleyball in the shallow part of the beach. It looked fun, but her clothing felt uncomfortable. Why don't you join the fun, Blondie? YN called out to Bakugo, who was lounging lazily beside her in his swim trunks, arms behind his head and feet crossed. The young blonde scoffed. You think I like doing that kind of stuff? Why not? It looks fun, she shrugged. Then why aren't you joining? I don't think I'd be able to move. The cover-up might slip off, she replied, glancing at the thin fabric draped over her. Tieske. Just as I thought. He smirked, satisfied. Of course, Bakugo preferred it this way. He didn't want her showing too much skin to other guys, especially that perverted grape. He liked her being reserved like this. By the way, what's this sunscreen for? She asked, waving the lotion bottle in her hand. That's a protective barrier when you're under the sun. It was Todoroki who answered from the other side. YN turned to him, curious about his reply. Why? She placed a hand on her chin thoughtfully while eyeing the bottle. It was provided in her bag that Chrono had prepared for her. He told her that these were some necessary items when visiting the beach. Well, Shoto took the bottle and opened it, pouring some of the contents into his palm. He then took her hand and gently rubbed the lotion into her skin. She flinched at the unexpected touch. It prevents you from getting sunburn, he explained. Sunburn does hurt, the girl nodded in agreement. So that's what it does. That's interesting. Icy hot. You could just tell her to stop touching her, damn it. Bakugo shouted as he sat up, glaring at Shoto. But Shoto ignored the angry blonde. When he reached for the bottle again, Bakugo snatched it away and poured some into his palm, roughly applying lotion to the girl's other arm. You probably should put some on your face as well, Shoto suggested, taking the bottle again and applying some to her cheeks. It's fine. I think I can manage, YN said, feeling a bit embarrassed. You guys should put some on too. Hey guys. Aren't you coming? Ijiro waved from the seaside, looking at the three sitting under the shade of the umbrella. The others were calling out as well, so YN decided to stand up. You're going? Todoroki asked. I wanted to check how the ocean feels on my feet. I don't plan on playing. It just feels like water anyway, Bakugo grumbled. Of course, it felt like water. YN knew that for a fact. But she wanted to feel it for herself. Anyways, ceiling brat, I'll come with you. You might not even know how to swim, the blonde said as he stood up. The girl shot him a bitter look. I know how to swim, Blondie. Well, she knew a little from the lakes and rivers around the walls. But since their operations were mainly on land, it didn't make sense for them to be expert swimmers. She considered correcting him, but decided against it. She walked toward the group but stopped at the dry sand where the waves stopped, holding onto her robe to hide her skin while hesitating to step into the saltwater. But seeing everyone enjoying the sea, she took a step forward, her eyes cautiously watching the waves until she was knee-deep. She stood there for a few seconds until a piece of seaweed brushed against her feet, startling her and causing her to jump back onto the dry sand. Her classmates, who had witnessed her reaction, burst into laughter. Why, calm down. That's just seaweed, Kaminari said, walking over to the culprit of her fright and picking it up, dangling the green leaf in front of her. YN blinked twice, having thought it was some kind of creature she had never seen before. Sighing, she returned to standing at the same knee-level depth. Just come in further, YN. If you suddenly drown, I'll definitely save you, Mineta assured, gazing at her dreamily. She smiled, recalling a reminder from Overhaul. Don't worry if you drown, most of your guards are expert swimmers. They will save you if you get into trouble. He had said that while giving her some reassuring pats on the head. You don't have to worry about me, Minnow. I'll be fine, YN replied, holding on to Overhaul's reminder as she took another step, the water now reaching her robe. The cold air brushed against her cheeks while the warm water flowed around her legs. It felt odd but refreshing. YN, you're finally in the sea, Mina exclaimed, jumping toward her while the others tried to stop her. But it was too late. Mina collided with her, and both fell into the water. YN had feared this would happen. As she stood back up, the robe, now soaked, clung to her skin and black swimsuit. Realizing this, Bakugo, who was nearby, quickly pushed her shoulder down, submerging her back into the sea. Mina! YN grumbled, mentioning the pink-haired girl's name in frustration. Mina, hearing her name, grinned in satisfaction as she admired YN's figure. You look really great, YN. You're such a catch, she praised. YN felt her cheeks heat up even more. Bakugo remained close behind her, keeping her submerged from view. Another reason for her modesty was the scars that had not healed. The X mark on her back and some scars from her training were reminders of her past that even her regenerative abilities couldn't erase. Now everyone, let's not pressure YN, okay? Ida announced as he returned with a towel in hand. Everyone turn around. The class, understanding her discomfort, turned away. Bakugo released her shoulders and did the same. I'll close my eyes, YN. You can take the towel. Don't worry, we understand that this isn't really normal in your home country, so you can take things slowly, the class representative explained. YN smiled at that. Thank you. I'm really sorry about this. She took the towel and wrapped it around her shoulders. Actually, you can wear a shirt and shorts so you can join us, Midoriya suggested, turning to face her once she was covered. Yeah. We just wanted to see you in a bikini, that's all, Mina added apologetically. You guys should have just told me, YN sighed in relief. Sports Fest was around the corner, and Class 1A was preparing for the big day. YN was helping with some combat moves to give them a physical advantage. Ojiro, who specialized in martial arts, was particularly interested. Raised by an ex-thug now vice-captain, clean freak Levi Ackerman, he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, thanks to his training with Kenny Ackerman. YN sighed. Her father, Kenny, had left her in Levi's care when she was 3 years old. It was surprising she had survived those years, but it was probably because she was an Ackerman. YN tapped the tip of her pen on her finished math quiz, staring at the sky as she waited for everyone else to finish, pondering how things were going in her world. Had they captured Reiner and Bertolt? If so, then what she did that day would have been for nothing. But at the same time, everyone might see her differently by then, right? She wanted to sigh but decided to practice her writing instead, as she was the only one tasked with problem-solving in German. After the morning class, she decided to leave first and check in with Recovery Girl as instructed. You're getting better. This is good. The old lady's statement finally brought her a sense of relief. They promised me that there won't be any more damaging tests, she explained. The school nurse nodded. Yes, dear. You shouldn't have been treated that way. YN smiled. Aren't I lucky? I don't think I deserve this much sympathy, she said softly as she made her way toward the door after her checkup. Dear, you deserve to be treated well like everyone else, she heard Recovery Girl call out as she was closing the door. When she turned around, she didn't expect to see someone familiar on her way. She gave him a brief look before approaching. Hitoshi, are you going to see Recovery Girl? She asked curiously. The boy with purple hair and eyes shook his head. I was just passing by, he told her. But of course, that was a lie. He had seen her come in and decided to wait outside for her, not really knowing why. How are the cats? She asked instead. I'm planning on feeding them now. Would you like to come? YN pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Let's go then. She started walking down the corridor. YN, wait. Shinso tried to stop her, but she pulled him along instead. Wait, that's not the way. He called out again, but the girl didn't stop and instead spoke confidently. I know it's not. We're walking through the window. Shinso flinched. What, why? The business class is there. They'll follow me if I show up, she explained. Alright. Shinso almost forgot that she was popular among the business course. Well, in the entire school, but mostly those students turned paparazzi over her. He almost wanted to laugh at the idea that she had to pass through the window just to have a quiet life. Making up his mind, he nodded. YN was the most decent among the hero course students. Well, that was his thought 10 seconds before she effortlessly scooped him up in her arms and jumped from the second floor with complete nonchalance, leaving him nearly breathless as they landed on the grassy ground. The pale-skinned Shinso felt like his soul had left him as he held his chest and looked at her wide-eyed. No, she isn't decent. No woman in his life had ever treated him like that. If she had misstepped, they could have been seriously hurt from that fall. Are you all right? YN asked with genuine concern. Yeah. Give me a few seconds. He tapped his chest before sighing. Why did you jump from the second floor? Aren't you scared we could fall? He asked. No. I assure you I'm trained for high places, and I'm also good at handling injuries even without equipment. Is that so? No, that's not the point. We're 10 meters above the ground. That was frightening, he explained. She nodded. Yes, indeed it is frightening. Don't worry, you'll get used to high places when you train properly. She tapped his shoulder as they started to make their way toward the cat area. Shinso, still thinking her reasons were unjustified, decided to shake it off and brought out the cat food, placing it on a paper plate. The cats began to appear. What do you think about the sports festival? The boy asked as he watched the kittens. YN sat on the grass and petted a kitten. I was told it has something to do with hero internships, correct? Yes. But it's also a good opportunity to use my quirk to move into the hero course. YN looked up at him. Well, that seems like a plausible idea. You don't know my quirk yet? Why are you so confident that I could? He asked her back. She shrugged. If you're set on a goal and you persevere to make it happen, there's a possibility it will happen. Hard work pays off, you know? Probably. Shinso also sat on the grass. Most people think my quirk is villainous. I can't say I don't agree. All quirks can be seen as villainous, she replied, carrying the cat in her arms as she pointed its paw at Shinso. But how you use it is what matters. If you think it's a hero's quirk, then it's a hero's quirk. People reprimand me for my quirk, YN. How can you say it's not? My quirk is Titan. The boy looked up at her, confused about why she mentioned her quirk. She smiled a little as she pinched the cat's soft paw. In my country, mindless titans tend to pose a threat to humanity, so they are feared and hunted. But why? He asked wide-eyed. You could probably call those titans monsters, she shrugged. But my point is, even if that's my quirk, I still want to use it to protect others, despite what some may think. Shinso smiled after hearing her say, scoundrels, so casually. He never thought she'd say something like that. And villainous? It doesn't matter what power it is. Everyone's quirk can be villainous when used improperly, she explained. I know you have an amazing quirk, and you're even humble about it? Why, and you're exaggerating. It isn't even a flashy quirk. The boy looked away, embarrassed. She simply chuckled, tapping his shoulder lightly. Look up, Shinso. I think you're going to be recognized. She pulled her hand back and flicked his forehead, making his eyes widen. Think about it. A phenomenal hero you wouldn't believe existed. A cat-loving hero. She explained all she could think of while doing hand gestures with the cat's paw. Shinso simply listened to her with a silly smile on his lips. And this hero's name is Hitoshi Shinso, she concluded. Thanks, Wyan. That was really helpful. I'm glad if it did. I was just wondering, Wyan. Shinso hesitated but continued. About your country and the titans that were hunted down. If you don't mind. That. She gave a bittersweet smile. They are hunted down because they are considered a threat to humanity, which is true. One of the reasons why I'm here. But don't get me wrong, I don't eat humans or want to get involved in humanity's threats. Of course. I believe you're not that kind of person. Hitoshi smiled and waved his hands. But it's my first time hearing about your country. It's strange that I've never heard of it before. Yes. The school said the same thing. Oh. Is that so? Shinso pondered for a moment until he heard a stomach grumble. He quickly turned to Wyan, who chuckled. You didn't have your lunch? He asked. Yeah, she nodded, a bit embarrassed. You should have told me. He sighed, feeling guilty for taking up most of her time with his trivial problems. He searched his pocket until he found the chocolate bar he had forgotten to eat during his break. He handed the chocolate bar to her as she opened the packet and took a bite. Her face lit up with delight at the sweet taste. Nothing really beats chocolate, she praised. Shinso couldn't help but laugh. That part of her, when she enjoyed sweets, was actually cute. Now he understood why he hadn't eaten his chocolate. As class ended that afternoon, YN began to organize her notes. While she was doing that, she heard some of her classmates gasp. She turned to see their eyes fixed on the doorway. Why are they blocking the door? Mineta asked nervously. A crowd of students from different courses was curiously peeking in. When she made eye contact with one of them, the fanboy waved frantically for her attention. She blankly waved back, unsure of what to do. You know him? Todoroki, who was sitting at the desk in front of her, asked. YN shook her head. No. The feisty blonde, Bakugo, stood up, grabbing his bag and slinging it over his shoulder with a bored expression as he approached the door. They're scouting out the competition, idiots, he said, his tone calm yet rude as usual. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes. YN watched Bakugo with a slight frown before closing her bag completely. He paused midway through the exit while the other class looked at him curiously. His expression turned more aggressive as he glared at each person in front of him, looking down on them. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, extras. Everyone stared at him in disbelief as one student stepped forward from the crowd. So this is BnhaXReader? I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound arrogant, he taunted as he approached. Is everyone except YN in the hero course delusional? Or just you? Midoriya, Ida, and Shoto frowned at him, glancing at YN, who was resting her chin on her hands with a nonchalant look. Bakugo glared at Shinso even more intensely. Ha! His voice was low and threatening, while his classmates panicked in the background, signaling the newcomer not to provoke him. I'm sad to see a bunch of egomaniacs, the student continued, scratching the back of his head. I also wanted to be in the hero course, but like the others, I didn't have a choice but to choose a different track. He explained calmly, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on YN, who was listening without judgment. Her attention gave him the confidence to continue. I didn't pass the first time around, but I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers might decide to transfer us to the hero course. They have to make room for new students. Scouting the competition? Maybe some of my peers are. But I'm here to let you know that if you don't bring your very best, I'll take your spot right from under you. Consider this a declaration of war. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense, and Bakugo stared back at Shinso's unwavering gaze. Bakugo clicked his tongue until a hand began to mess up his already tousled hair. Calm down, Blondie. Getting angry won't help, YN reminded him, giving him a gentle pat on the head. Stop that. Bakugo roared, making her quickly retract her hand. Oh, okay. She raised her hands in mock surrender before turning to the group of classmates still watching her from the door. Good luck with the sports festival, by the way. Let's all have a fun competition. She stepped forward, tapping Shinso's shoulder before the other class made way for her. Good luck to you too, he replied. Thanks, Hitoshi. Goodbye, everyone. I have to go. My ride is waiting outside. Letting go of his shoulder, she started running down the corridor as everyone watched her disappear. When he turned back around, he saw Bakugo glaring at him more intensely than usual. Watch your back, you extra, he warned before passing through the door as well. A few more faces and voices caught Shinso's attention as he frowned. Kaminari, Mineta, Mina, and Hagakure observed him closely. Hey, how do you know my YN? Mina asked. Why do you know my YN? Mineta chimed in. Why are you close with my YN? Kaminari followed. YN is mine, got it? Hagakure declared confidently. Hey, she's mine. The four began to argue among themselves, ignoring the fact that they had asked Shinso, who decided to leave after their declarations. YN stood facing a little girl with white hair, who was hiding behind another guard, wide-eyed and trembling with fear. Her name is Eri. She'll be staying with us as well, Overhaul introduced. YN nodded as she approached the little girl. Hello there, I'm YN Ackerman, she introduced herself. She wasn't particularly good at interacting with children, having grown up in a strict environment. Her brother was stern, a clean freak, and overprotective, which didn't help her childhood. The girl flinched at YN's introduction. I'm Eri, she said softly, her voice shaky, prompting YN to smile awkwardly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Eri. Just come to me if you need anything. I'll bring you some sweets too. She stepped closer, gently petting the girl's head as she observed her more closely. The little girl was covered in bandages and looked very thin, which made YN frown. She glanced at Overhaul, who stared back at her blankly. She wouldn't question it, of course, but her eyes conveyed a silent plea for him to allow her to do something to cheer up the girl. Chisaki let out a sigh and nodded, giving her a look that said, do what you want, before walking away. YN smiled, turning back to Eri. Cheer up. I got permission to play and talk with you. You and I won't be alone, she said softly, extending her hand toward her. The girl was taken aback by her words. Was she also someone who had been experimented on? Eri wanted to ask but hesitated. She reached out with her shaky, bandaged hand to YN, who took it gently. With a warm smile, YN lifted Eri into her arms, surprising her even more. Let's go have some sweets to celebrate our meeting, she said cheerfully. She carried Eri toward her room, hoping to brighten the little girl's spirits with stacks of chocolate chips and gummy bears that she had received from her business course whenever they tried to engage with her. Free sweets were the best. Is it really okay to leave Eri with YN like that? She might help her escape, Chrono asked, watching from a distance as the young girl carried Eri toward her room. Overhaul tapped his desk, staring at the golden bullets laid out before him. They're both kids, let them play together, he stated calmly, surprising Chrono with his laid-back attitude about the situation. Though he wasn't entirely satisfied with the answer, Chrono chose to remain silent. He knew that YN listened well to Overhaul's reminders and warnings. After observing her for a few weeks, he recognized her obedience and how she maintained a neutral demeanor. She had full control of her temperament and acted according to her surroundings. Overhaul must have noticed these traits as well and decided to test whether YN would change her behavior or disobey him once Eri entered the picture. After all, he intended to take Eri in if he won custody in the future. Chapter End. I've noticed some questions that may need answering, so here are a few clarifications. How did YN end up in another universe? It wasn't time travel, it was a dimensional drift caused by the author, who was unsure of what to do with YN's life, so she made it magically complicated. How did the villains find out about her? During a school infiltration by reporters, YN was already in the hospital, and a report about a certain YN Ackerman, whose quirk resembled quick regeneration, caught Shigaraki's attention. What is the physique of her crystal armor Titan form? It's similar in size to Annie's but clad in crystal armor. The armor is somewhat limited, featuring a breastplate, a dress-like piece, and arm plates. How did the Nomu defeat her Titan form? YN's Titan form is strong, but she lacks experience in mobilizing it. In her original body, she could use all her heightened senses, but her Titan form is limited since she doesn't remember using it before. How did her stomach get injured? The Nomu passed through her, causing significant damage due to its size. Why did YN disclose her weaknesses? Being a soldier, YN knew that Titan weaknesses weren't secrets in her world, so she inadvertently shared that information. Why is Beekman Hall a guardian? There's no particular reason, just a desire for a charming figure in her life. How is Levi coping with his cousin's death? He appears dead inside but continues to act as he usually does. Every night, he stares at the sky, speaking to the stars as if they were still there, with cups of tea set out for each of them. Who is her mother? As Kenny mentioned to Levi, he wasn't ready to become a parent. YN still loves her dad, as he taught her survival skills that connect her to both him and Levi. Will Mineta be a love interest? How's the Y-nology club? They're doing fantastic. The club now has 5,890 members across UA and other schools in Japan, including middle and high schools. Will there be love interests among villains and other schools? Yes, why not? Any more questions? Feel free to ask and I may have the answers. Chapter end. The event for the first-year students began, and the declaration of war stirred excitement for the upcoming competition. YN was calmly enjoying some chocolate chips when Ida approached her. You've been eating sweets quite frequently. I'm amazed you can still remain so calm, he remarked. YN swallowed before responding, I'm used to military training, facing unknown challenges, and jumping around. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same here. Ida nodded in agreement. It's great that you're confident. It increases your chances of winning. I suppose so, she said, turning back to her cookies. She couldn't use much of her mobility since they weren't allowed to wear their hero costumes, meaning she couldn't use her swords or maneuver gear. Well, good luck to us out there, YN. Ida concluded their conversation as they were required to line up on the stage. Everyone gathered and started to prepare themselves, awaiting the introduction from President Mike. Each class was introduced on the school ground as the crowd cheered from the oval bleachers. YN looked around, trying to familiarize herself with the setting. Now that she was in this kind of world, she was baffled by the applause that followed every introduction. So YN, what do you think? Mina asked cheerfully. This place is too crowded, I guess, she replied, pursing her lips to keep her surprise in check. The vast area filled with people made her think about the walls. Although not particularly large, she couldn't shake the tension that gripped her senses. In a battle, no one would watch the fight because, in her world, soldiers had to focus on their own survival. What should little girls like? She mumbled thoughtfully, her gaze drifting toward Eri, the frightened little girl beside her, who looked as if she were enduring some kind of torment. Though YN didn't want to question it, she found herself torn between wanting to take Eri away and the darker thought of ending her suffering. She didn't like those thoughts at all. What would happen if she disobeyed? She sighed, realizing they were already moving toward the entrance of the arena. She had no idea what was about to happen. Start! Midnight's voice boomed over the speakers, and everyone began to run forward. YN followed suit, noticing someone in front of her trapped in ice while others managed to escape. She chuckled. Shoto was probably behind that. YN continued to run alongside everyone, realizing they were in a race. Not far ahead, she saw giant robots blocking their path. President Mike announced this with enthusiasm. Wow, they're huge, she marveled at the sight. Kirishima appeared beside her, running faster than he expected to keep up with YN. You haven't seen the zero-pointer robot before, right? He asked. YN glanced at him. No, it's my first time, she replied. The redhead laughed. You run really fast. It feels like you're sprinting, but at the same time, you're not. He remembered her running with Bakugo for 30 minutes in the field without stopping. It amazed him that she was even faster than that, forcing him to use all his energy to keep up. I have light steps, YN explained. It helps me boost my speed when I push off the back of my feet and jump a little. Like a horse, I guess? You probably want to make it a bunny, Kirishima joked. What's a bunny? YN tilted her head. The boy suddenly stopped laughing, glancing at her in disbelief. It's a cute little animal that hops around, he tried to explain. I can show you a photo of it after the race. Sure. Both were startled by the large shadow looming above them. The frozen zero-pointer robot began to crash down, and they barely managed to dodge it. Goodness! Is anyone hurt? A student called out. No one will be fine after getting crushed like that, murmurs spread among the audience and student participants. A punch from the robot caught some students' attention. When it created a hole, a boy coated in silver emerged. Someone could have been seriously hurt if they got buried here, he announced. Another punch echoed from the other side, and soon a boy with red hair, his skin as hard as rock, popped out, echoing the same sentiment. Then another punch was heard nearby. It created a hole in the metal, and a girl covered in crystal leaped out. Is everyone okay? Nobody else got crushed, right? She asked. Tetsu, Kirishima, and YN exchanged glances. The girl chuckled and jumped off, starting to run as Present Mike explained their quirks. Everyone laughed at how similar they were. Leaving the two, YN reached a cliff where only wires were provided for them to cross. Some students began crawling across the wires while Todoroki was already at the first end, heading to the second. The girl smiled. In military training, balance was always emphasized. Even Levi had her walk on a 50-centimeter thick wire. She took her first step, then a second, jogging across the wire as if it were the ground, her body shifting her center of gravity with each step. Look at that, everyone. Ackerman is jogging her way across the thin wire like it's a walk in the park. Talk about balance and calm. Present Mike exclaimed in amazement. Some heroes watching were equally impressed. A girl with armored crystals, strength, agility, and balance, she was a potential hero sidekick for many agencies. But for YN, this nostalgic training obstacle brought back memories. She could almost hear Levi's voice scolding her to take it seriously, reminding her not to act like a circus performer. And she did just that, performing a somersault that left the crowd gasping, surprised that she didn't fall. They were in awe as she played around on the wires, completely unaware of the cheering crowd as she finally reached the end. She missed Levi so much. With a sigh, she continued to run, noticing Todoroki was now close to her. She picked up her pace as Present Mike announced the minefield. Shoto, you've been doing great. Keep it up, she praised as she got closer. The boy was surprised to hear her voice, turning around to see her casually catching up and deftly evading the landmine traps. I'm sorry, YN. I don't think I'm ready to lose to you yet. He began to attack her with ice. YN dodged his punch, twisting and turning. We can just share the standings. Wouldn't that be great? She suggested with a smile. Icy hot. Ceiling brat. I'm going to beat you. Bakugo shouted as he blasted into the air, quickly reaching the two and starting to throw punches with his explosions. YN evaded his attacks using her crystal skin, distancing herself from the two as they focused on fighting each other. Soon, another explosion echoed behind them as a green blur shot through the air, reminiscent of E.T. Spike racing across the moon. The girl continued to run, following the figure in the air that she recognized as Midoriya. The two paused their fighting and sprinted after him. Present Mix animated commentary filled the air as the broccoli-haired boy zoomed past them for the second time, creating a delay by slamming metal onto the mines, causing them to explode. YN whistled in amazement, quickly dodging to the side to avoid the blast while following the chaotic path Izuku had created to reach their goal. Eri's eyes sparkled as she remained glued to the television, clutching a pillow tightly to her chest when she saw YN emerge from the exit tunnel in second place. Big Sis is amazing, she whispered softly, careful not to be overheard. I know you're having a tough time here, Eri. This place isn't bringing me good thoughts either, YN said, gently stroking the girl's hair. Her tone was firm, lacking the soothing quality one might expect, but Eri sensed a protective aura from her. The little girl looked up, her small hands trembling, resembling a frightened cub lost in a perilous jungle. I can be your big sister here. I may not be able to help with the bandages on your body or find a way out since I'm also being watched, but we can be each other's strength. Eri felt a mix of emotions as she gazed at YN, who continued to comfort her. I'm scared, she admitted quietly, fearful that someone might overhear. I know you are, kid, YN replied, feeling the warmth of Eri's embrace. She leaned in closer and whispered, I know it won't solve everything, but you're not alone anymore. I'll try to get more privileges for you to come out. Maybe then you'll feel happier. But what if he won't let me? Eri asked, her voice trembling. Let's take it one step at a time, okay? This was one of the things YN had set out to do. Eri had never watched television before, not until YN asked Overhaul to allow Eri to watch her during the sports festival. The man raised an eyebrow at the unexpected request. YN quickly clarified that the event would be broadcasted on television and that she wanted Eri to have something to occupy her time. Overhaul sighed, removing his beak mask to reveal a black surgical mask covering half his face as he regarded her seriously. What do you think you're asking? He inquired. YN met his glare with a steady gaze. I feel sorry for her. It's concerning that she's covered in bandages and looks so frightened, she expressed honestly. I just wanted to ask you about it since it's the only thing I can do for her. Chisaki understood her reasoning. Her words were neutral, yet he sensed her sympathy for the young girl he was keeping confined. He recognized that she was, in a way, reflecting her own past experiences. Had Overhaul not taken control of the facility, YN might have faced a similar fate. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. When is it? He asked. YN's face lit up, though hints of shock and disbelief flickered across her features. Really? She asked, looking at him with hope. Yes. Now when will it be? He pressed again. The corners of her lips turned upward, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly, though still alert. It will be tomorrow, she replied enthusiastically. I'll have her watch it in your room, he said. Great. Thank you. The longer he agreed with her, the brighter her expression became. Overhaul felt an unexpected sense of relaxation despite his usual stoic demeanor. He was curious about the emotions she displayed, wondering what other expressions she might reveal as she began to show signs of being a typical girl her age. Neither of them fully trusted each other, but they found a mutual understanding as there was nothing significant to disagree on. Overhaul pursued his own agenda, while YN allowed him to do so, remaining silent about it. The end of the first phase was confirmed as YN found herself lost in thought, gazing up at the blue sky and the fluffy white clouds. The colors reminded her of little Eri, who was likely watching her. She wanted to bring something for her, as the girl seemed so afraid. Since Eri liked sweets, YN thought of getting her cookies and milk to help her grow strong. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to see Shinso, the indigo-haired boy, looking back at her. Is something the matter, Shinso? She asked. Want to team up with me? He proposed. Team up? Why? She replied, realizing she had missed some of Midnight's instructions. He smiled. We'll be teaming up in groups of 2 to 4 for the next phase, he explained. YN nodded. All right. Thank you. She felt relieved to have someone kind like him looking out for her. You seem a bit distracted. Is something bothering you? He asked. I'm just thinking about what I can get for a little girl, she admitted. A little girl? Is she your little sister or something? They walked toward the other team that Shinso had managed to influence. Something like that, she replied. She's small and really timid, but she's absolutely adorable. Shinso smiled at her description, clearly charmed by her affection for the child. You could always get her a teddy bear or a doll. Kids love those kinds of things, he suggested. YN sighed. That's a bit tricky, she confessed. I don't know where I could buy one, and I doubt I'd get permission to go out. He gently squeezed her shoulder. I'll get it for you. Don't worry too much about it, he reassured her. YN looked up at him, her eyes wide with gratitude. But soon, a bright smile lit up her face, as if the universe itself had succumbed to the warmth of our main character's joy, causing time to momentarily stand still for the boy who received that smile. "That's really kind of you." "Thank you, I'll make sure to pay you back for it," she said. The boy cleared his throat, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he looked away, rubbing the back of his neck. "You don't have to. Just think of it as a gift for helping me out today," he replied, stealing glances at her radiant, closed-eyed smile. "Hey, ceiling girl," Bakugo called out, making the girl turn to the young blonde with curiosity. "Team up with me," he demanded. "Ah, sorry, Blondie. I'll have to decline. I already promised Hitoshi," she replied honestly. Bakugo frowned. "You're seriously joining this extra?" he asked rudely. The girl tilted her head, while the boy with indigo hair didn't take Bakugo's words lightly. "YN chose to join my team. You don't need to reprimand her," he said. "Ah, reprimand who, extra?" Bakugo shot back, glaring at him with fierce red eyes. YN cupped the blonde's cheeks just as he was about to explode with anger. She gave him a few light taps and smiled, causing him to stiffen from the unexpected gesture. "Calm down, Blondie. Just play and have fun," she told him. From the flustered boy, a tick mark suddenly appeared on his neck. "Have fun? Just so you remember, ceiling girl, I'm going to be number one. Got that? And I'm not playing with you, I'm defeating you," he exclaimed, making her instinctively raise her arms in defense. "Yes, of course. Good luck then," she replied with a deadpan expression. Bakugo didn't appreciate her response and stormed off, while Kirishima tried to calm him down. YN and Shinso watched him leave. "I guess I don't like him," the indigo-haired boy sighed. The girl sighed as well. "Watching him so worked up is really tiring. I feel like I've run a mile," she agreed. "I don't know how you can put up with that guy, but I admire your patience." "You should tell that to his friend Ijiro." "I'm surprised you're not deaf yet." The girl shrugged. "I can't believe it either." After years of training in the regimen, she had grown accustomed to the noise. She couldn't believe she still had her hearing. "So, are you ready? You're going to be our rider," Shinso said. The girl hummed. "I hope I do well." "You'll do great. You're a strong person. And you're clever. Guess this is a good combination." Shinso chuckled. "I like the idea. And don't listen to the Blondie. It's better to have fun, winning is just a bonus," she muttered. "Sure. I'll keep that in mind," Shinso replied. "Where are our teammates?" she asked. The boy pointed toward two people who were blankly staring into space. The girl blinked twice and ran toward them. "Oh, Mashireo's also part of the team," she said, pleased to see Ojiro. But before she could wish him good luck, Shinso stopped her with a shake of his head. The teams prepared for the match as YN noted their gathered points and tied the score in her head, carefully leaping up and holding onto Shinso's shoulder firmly. "So, what do you want to do?" "Clearly, some teams will be targeting the weaker-looking ones," she said. Shinso nodded. "Just let them do what they want. We can retrieve points in the last 2 minutes," he explained. YN chuckled, playfully ruffling the boy's hair. "I like that strategy. We should probably take this time to rest," she suggested. He nodded in agreement. "That is the plan." "All right, then I'd gladly accept this rest," she replied. Midnight finally signaled the start, and YN stood still until another team easily snatched the score band from her head. She crossed her arms, watching how Midoriya was unfortunately being chased around, shaking her head in sympathy. "How sad that Izuku gets chased by those two powerhouses," she muttered. The ice from Shoto and the explosions from Bakugo could be seen from where she stood. Shinso shrugged. "That's what he gets for trying to stand out," he replied. "Oh look, they're flying now," she said happily. "That support girl's items are impressive while Uraraka's making it properly levitate. Why didn't you join the other team instead? Why did you agree with me so quickly when you didn't even know my quirk? I remember not telling you what it is. Practically speaking, your classmates are actually more effective in this situation since you know their quirks?" he asked. YN looked ahead, seeing his back. She playfully ruffled his indigo locks, making him flinch. "I don't believe in the strength of quirks. I've grown up seeing people succeed without any powers, and I don't really care," she started. Besides, you asked first and I agreed. Don't dwell on it. We're a team now, whether you like it or not. It's not that I don't like it, Hitoshi chuckled. Why would I invite you if I didn't? Well, that's good to hear, she hummed. Oh look, Shoto got the 10 million points. Seems like it. That guy's intimidating. As expected of the son of the number 2 hero, he grumbled, hearing her call him by his first name. We should get some points now. Sure. I'll follow your lead, YN replied. Then let's move, he stated, starting to run forward. The girl watched him casually make his way towards Sutetsutetsu's team. Are we fighting? She suddenly asked. The indigo-haired boy didn't reply but instead called out to the man of steel. Hey, your shoes are untied, he shouted. The team stopped and began to look confused. YN was puzzled at first but thought it was Shinso's quirk, so she decided to observe. Give me all your points, she gasped, seeing how Sutetsutetsu complied as they ran away. Just a few more seconds, and the buzzer rang, signaling the end of the match. YN quickly got off from the human chariot and looked at Shinso with wide, shocked eyes. The boy avoided her gaze, rubbing the back of his neck. I knew it. You're going to think I'm a freak now, he thought sadly. Hitoshi, that was really brilliant, the girl exclaimed. Yeah, I know it's really villainous, what? The boy stopped, looking back at her, who now wore a smile. You're not disgusted by my quirk? He asked, surprised. What? Didn't I tell you my quirk is Titan? Don't worry about such irrelevant matters. Your quirk is really efficient, she praised. It saved us more time. And as you've said, practically speaking, this is the most efficient approach. You managed to score without your opponent even realizing what hit him before he regained his senses. He could only look at her in disbelief while she smiled sweetly back at him. You. He felt his face heat up as he gazed at her. I can't believe you'd say something like this. He sighed in defeat. Why not? Didn't you know that only royalty who possesses the founding Titan has this power? Forget everyone else's quirks. Yours is the one I admire the most. She praised him even more. YN. He pushed her face away gently, feeling embarrassed. He didn't want to hear more praise, or he might end up hugging or kissing her from the overwhelming happiness of being accepted. That would be awkward. Now announcing the winners who will advance to the final round. Present mic began. First place is Team Todoroki. Second place, Team Bakugo. Third place is Team Sutetsutet. What? It's Team YN. When did they come back from the dead? YN chuckled, waving the scorebands toward the broadcast window far from where she stood. And for fourth place, Team Midoriya. Thanks for your help. Shinso glanced at the two boys who had just woken up from their trance, leading them to confusion. When he said that, YN approached Ojiro and shook his hand. We made it. I'm so amazed I forgot to talk to you. Congratulations to us, Mashireo. She greeted before running back to Shinso. After the second phase of the game, the students who won gathered to listen to the next announcement. Midnight explained that this time, it would be about one-on-one battles. She began to give guidance on what was going to happen and showed the matchups on the screen. YN felt bad that Ojiro had been manipulated during that time and hadn't realized it until he said he was quitting, along with another student from Class 1B who was part of their team. I'm sorry, Mashireo. I didn't know you were brainwashed until the end of the game. The ex-soldier pressed her hands together apologetically as soon as Midnight finished, allowing other students to play in the next games. The blonde tailman only smiled and gave her a few reassuring pats. It's fine, YN. It wasn't actually your fault. I just didn't want to go further knowing that I didn't use my abilities, he explained. But still, if I had known, I would have talked with Hitoshi about it, she replied sadly. No, it's okay. If you really want to make it up to me, you could always teach me other combat moves that you know. She nodded enthusiastically. Sure. I'll definitely teach you about it. You're still amazing, Mashireo. I'm sure people have seen your courage and I'm proud of you. The boy laughed. You sound like an older sister, why? As far as I remember, you're still the youngest among us first years, he pointed out. Well, I did live with grown-ups most of my life, she chuckled. Anyways, I'll have to think about the moves I'm going to teach you. Sure thing. I'm starving. Want to go grab a bite? He called out. YN nodded, her face brightening at the mention of food, which made Ojiro smile helplessly at how cute she was. The two went back to their class area and grabbed their lunch, having a few more chats until Kaminari and Mineta approached her. There you are, YN. We've been searching for you. Kaminari called out in relief. The girl turned to them, biting into her new pack of chocolate chip cookies given by the business class while she walked down the hallway. What's wrong? Did something happen? She asked. You should join the other girls now. Mr. Aizawa said you're going to have cheer battles with the other class. A cheer battle? YN tilted her head in confusion. What's that? Oh, just come with us. Yayarozu already prepared the uniforms, Mineta told her. Oh, okay. The girl turned to Ojiro to excuse herself. He nodded back. Guess we'll see each other in the field, he waved and left first. YN turned back to the pair who were calling for her. So, where are the other girls? She asked. They're in the changing rooms. You can just ask them for the uniform there, Mineta explained. YN nodded and made her way toward the changing rooms. It was at that moment she realized. She might have made a mistake. What are they doing? Aizawa asked, his shock masked by his usual sleepy tone. What's this? Class 1A is full of fan service folks. Present Mick's voice rang out. YN covered half her face with the yellow pom-poms in her hands, her face as red as a tomato. Despite her efforts to refuse wearing the skirts and crop tops, she couldn't decline the pleading looks from the other girls. Giving in, she sighed and accepted it. Now, she stood to the side, blushing furiously as she avoided everyone's gaze. So, there is no cheering competition? She could only ask. Momo fell to her knees in disappointment. I can't believe I fell for those guys' schemes. I even used my quirk to make these outfits, she complained, while Jiro tapped her shoulder sympathetically. Hagakure was already enjoying the outfit, dancing around in the background. This is fraud. YN let that sink in as her face burned with embarrassment from how the others were looking at her. Hey, why are you wearing that? Bakugo angrily approached the group of girls, heading straight for YN. She looked down, a sudden image of her with drooping cat ears while hiding half her face behind the pom-poms flashed in Bakugo's mind. It was so cute and forgivable. I'm a failure, she muttered, ignoring Bakugo as she walked toward the wall, resting her forehead against it, a gloomy aura surrounding her. What the hey? Are you listening? Bakugo called out. The girl was sulking. I let myself be manipulated. I'm a failure, she said blankly. Hey YN. Are you okay? Ojiro approached her, trying to shake off the blush he had from seeing her in the new outfit. My whole life was a lie. Now she began to ramble, saying anything that came to mind. The boys and girls exchanged worried glances at her reaction. YN's having a breakdown. Capture those insolent fools who dare play around my woman. Mina exclaimed, pointing towards Kaminari and Mineta. The two were now being chased by Mina. Whoa, YN's really sulking, Kirishima said, glancing at her as she faced the wall in her cheerleading uniform. What happened? Todoroki and Midoriya had just returned from their chat a couple of minutes after Bakugo arrived. As they turned to the girls in cheerleading uniforms, a sudden feeling of concern washed over them as their eyes searched for YN. There she was, pressed against the wall, sulking, while Ojiro and Kirishima tried to comfort her, and Bakugo stayed by her side. The fabric of her uniform partially covered her back, revealing a faint scar peeking from beneath her clothes. Todoroki quickly approached them. If possible, he'd offer her his PE uniform again. YN, he called out, but she didn't respond. What? YN, are you okay? Midoriya asked worriedly, hearing her muttering. What in the name of all might? What are you ladies wearing? Ida joined the scene, his frown evident as he noticed YN in the corner along with the other girls. Obviously, we were tricked by Mineta and Kaminari, Achiko explained with an awkward laugh, scratching the back of her head. And YN and Momo are sulking because they were fooled. Well, it's not that bad. Hagakure said cheerfully, waving her pom-poms. I guess. Yaoyorozu sighed, standing up. She approached YN and gently patted her back. Since we've already worn the uniform, we should make the best of it, she told her. Ackerman-sen, you look great in it, don't worry. Please have these cookies to cheer you up. Some students from the business department offered her sweets. This gesture soon brought a spark back to her. The bag of chocolate chips in hand, her sulking seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. She joined the other girls, though she didn't jump and dance. Not only did she not enjoy it, but almost everyone seemed to be silently protecting her, as if a big sign of "must protect" was written all over her. Now covered once again with Todoroki's P uniform, he was the swiftest to take it off. Although they envied his quick reaction, they agreed she needed that cover, shielding YN from public view while she happily munched on her chips. Finally, they were allowed to return to their uniforms when the third game started. YN gathered with everyone on the bench, except for Midoriya, whose match was about to begin. She was curious about how it would go since he would be facing her favorite person at the moment, Hitoshi Shinso. YN watched the first match end. Although she felt sad that Shinso lost, she was still happy that Midoriya won, as he had worked hard to get there. She began to walk out of class after some time, a stack of snacks still in her hand as she snacked on her way to the bathroom. As she walked through the endless hallways, she paused, seeing a man with flames on his face. She was amazed for a moment but soon took another bite of her cookie. Endeavor turned to the young girl when he heard the crunch. "It seems that you're YN Ackerman, is that correct?" he asked, noticing her unique features. YN stood up straight at his words. "Why, sir?" she replied, caught off guard. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. She shook her head. "I'm sorry. I don't." "Sir," she replied. The flame hero frowned, noticing her unwavering gaze despite his intimidating presence. Her eyes met his, radiating a similar aura that intrigued him. "I am Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Shoto's father," he introduced. "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Endeavor. As you know, I am YN Ackerman, Shoto's classmate," she introduced, subconsciously giving him a soldier's salute. He nodded. "I saw your potential from the race. Even though you didn't take the second game seriously, you still managed to reach the final phase," he said, and she simply stared back, waiting for him to continue. "You seem to be valued by your classmates, my son included. If you make it to the final round, I hope you won't hold back and help him realize that he needs to stop his pointless rebellion and embrace his fire." YN blinked twice, confused that Shoto was actually rebelling. She frowned. "Well, I do not plan on holding back. However, I am not sure I understand what you wish for me to do. I just want you to fight hard. Nothing special," he explained. "Most of us heroes received your profile. You are an ex-soldier blessed with good overall physical ability and a strong quirk. You are a professional. I believe you'll be able to defeat all these amateurs. I appreciate your confidence in my abilities. However, I will not act on orders given for such shallow reasons. I apologize in advance, but I only plan to enjoy this competition, not to lecture someone else's son," she said flatly. "Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" he suddenly asked. YN blinked twice, tilting her head questioningly. "No, I have never heard of such a thing. It's a very convenient way to produce offspring with the type of quirk you desire. When 2 quirks combine or mutate, isn't it incredibly powerful?" he asked with a proud tone. Realizing what he was implying, she asked, "Is Shoto perfect enough for you?" "Indeed. He's unexpectedly the best creation I have," he replied. Her eyes shone sharply, but she kept her cool and gave him a mirthless smile. "Well, Mr. Endeavor, what are you trying to suggest? Your regeneration and crystal armor are impressive quirks. I would like you to be my son's future wife. Seeing as he has a soft spot for you, I believe he wouldn't refuse. Together, you two might create an even more powerful offspring," he said. "Oh," YN replied calmly. "Then I must refuse." The man looked at her seriously, but YN continued to speak. "I am not for breeding, and I do not wish to control someone else's life. I hope you will try to understand your son better instead of making decisions for him," she said softly. He is a gentle person, but he seems conflicted and apathetic because of your ambitions. You're lecturing me? Endeavor asked, his tone threatening. No. I am simply stating my opinion. I dare not lecture a superior. She replied. And might I also point out that you may have overlooked a part of my so-called profile? What do you mean? The flame hero frowned at her. Don't know, why not reread it? She asked, walking past him casually, grabbing a piece of cookie and continuing to eat. It was YN's turn soon after this match, so she decided to make her way toward the waiting room. On her way, she was blocked by BnhaXReader, the girl she would be facing later on. The pink-haired girl happily approached her. You're YN Ackerman, right? She asked cheerfully. YN could only nod her head. Yes? Do you need something? Without further ado, May brought out her gadgets and shoved them in front of her. Please wear these, she said excitedly. What? Why? Confused, YN watched as the bubbly girl started putting gear on her. I'd be honored if you modeled my inventions. Didn't you see the support companies watching me? I want to show these off. She explained. Please, Ackerman-chan. Helpless, the ex-soldier gave in and wore May's gadget before the match began. Would it be hell? Or purgatory? For the next round from the support course, BnhaXReader against the hero course's recognized school muse, YN Ackerman. Mike introduced. YN walked into the ring uncomfortably, covered in different layers of metal. Although Midnight said it wasn't allowed, May pleaded that it would only be fair if her opponent had the same. In the end, Midnight allowed it. Alright, are both of you ready? The woman asked. Seeing their battle stances, she raised her whip. Begin. YN rushed toward May. However, before she could reach the pinkette, she was suddenly lifted into the air. Hello everyone. I'm BnhaXReader from the support course. Today, I will introduce my precious inventions with the help of my new dear friend. I shall now begin my demonstration, she said enthusiastically, microphone in hand. YN was caught off guard again. She turned to May, confused. First, my very special hover shoes. This invention can hold 150 kilograms in the air. She began her roller coaster ride of support item explanations and how they worked. YN, helplessly attached to the gadgets, became a guinea pig for the enthusiastic inventor. But as she was flung from left to right, she found herself enjoying the flight while waiting for May to finish her commercial. Everyone laughed at the spectacle in the arena as the gear model wondered where she would land. 10 solid minutes of being tossed around later, YN finally touched the ground, feeling dazed as May jumped out of the ring, signaling the end of the match. BnhaXReader is out of bounds. YN advances to the second round. The girl covered her mouth, feeling dizzy from the whirlwind flight. I think I'm going to be sick, she muttered and sprinted out of the ring. Chrono turned to Overhaul, who clicked his tongue as the match of the sports festival ended. He didn't turn to him out of concern for his fury, but because he didn't sound irritated. In fact, it sounded more like a hidden chuckle from his boss. He understood that this man had grown fond of her during the weeks she had been there. YN wasn't someone who irritated anyone, and if she did, she knew it was fine to do so. She easily got along with both of them without any issues. Despite being a UA student, she mentioned that her enrollment in the hero school didn't mean she had chosen a side. She simply wanted to observe before taking any action. From the first time they met, YN was not one to deceive. She was cautious, yet her innocent appearance and the way she spoke made others feel at ease around her. The image on the television displayed the winner of that round. YN's innocent features as she nibbled on a cookie filled the screen. Her bright EC eyes were focused on the treat, making Chrono wonder if it was an unintentional candid shot. Should we tell her the news once she gets back? Chrono asked the man who was staring blankly at the screen. With his hands on the table, Overhaul fixed his gaze on the small image displayed on the TV. I'll tell her, he said seriously. Chrono pondered whether YN would perceive the news as good or bad. However, seeing how his boss had considered it carefully and seemed to have a fondness for her, it appeared that no matter the nature of the news, she would have a supportive future ahead, as this man with burgundy hair was going to be her guardian. YN would be privileged to whatever he had to offer. Chrono could only sigh. Then do as you see fit, sir. I'm sure she won't decline, he told him. Overhaul was confident that she truly wouldn't. Happy New Year to those who are minding their business on New Year's Eve like me. But fireworks and horns are like, you'll still hear me no matter how hard you try. After that grueling battle with Hatsum's gadget, YN was finally back to her usual self. She returned to the bench, sat beside Ida, and leaned her head against his shoulder. The stern class representative was stiff throughout the ordeal, his face flushed from being so close to the girl he had admired since she joined their class. He felt a strange sense of pride when she chose to sit with him, despite the other classmates being available. Since his battle against Mina had concluded with a victory, he had plenty of time to enjoy her company before her next match. I never noticed this, Tenya, but your muscles are well defined. It shows great promise for a strong punch, YN remarked, poking his arm while resting her cheek on his shoulder. Ida flinched at her touch, awkwardly chuckling. I train regularly at home. As an aspiring hero, I must be strong not just with my quirk, but also in intellect and physical strength. He gently ran a hand over her head. His classmates were right, petting YN was indeed addictive. Full points for your insights, Tenya. Sometimes, having stronger physical abilities helps when your quirk is not available, she praised. It's especially effective for self-defense, as I learned that using a quirk publicly without a license is illegal. Ida nodded in agreement. That's indeed true, YN. You're learning quite a lot about this country. That's very good to know. Yes. I can hardly believe most of the laws stated. There are so many that it's hard to wrap my head around them, but I have to. As the class listened to their intellectual conversation, they began to sweat drop. They hadn't realized it at first, but now that the two were talking, it became apparent that YN's strict, soldier-like personality was on par with Ida's serious demeanor. They spoke formally, yet their tone was friendly, as if they were business partners in a negotiation. Eventually, their conversation came to an end. Watching Uraraka and Bakugo's fight made everyone feel uneasy. However, after Aizawa briefly explained the explosive blonde's reasons for the intense match, the stadium fell silent. Ida and Midoriya rushed to her side as soon as she was taken away, while YN drifted off to find Bakugo, hoping to spot him from where she thought he would walk. As she anticipated, she bumped into him on her next turn. Oh, she exclaimed, stepping back after accidentally hitting her forehead against his chin. Watch where you're going. Bakugo grunted, looking down at her with his intense red eyes. YN sighed. You should do the same, she replied. What? She raised her hands in a calming gesture. I actually came to see you, she informed him, just as the others began to shout again. Bakugo hissed. What for? About the match, he asked. YN nodded. Yeah. I thought you might be upset by the audience's negative comments. He scoffed, placing his hands in his pockets. They're just a bunch of amateurs. Why would I be upset? They're the ones intimidated by my power. YN was surprised to hear him speak in a calmer tone than usual. It wasn't the first time, but this demeanor always caught her off guard. Such a mentality. You remind me of someone again, she sighed. What? That coward you're always talking about. No. Not him. That Commander Fellman lacks rationality. You remind me more of someone from my old training class. Although he isn't as bold as you, he possesses a strong mentality and perseverance. You could say he is true to his goals. YN explained, a reminiscent yet sad smile on her face. It's like you. He kept his goals in mind. I admired him for that. Bakugo looked away, pouting. Is that idiot strong? He asked. She hummed. In a way, he was the first discovered shifter in our world, she explained. So you're comparing me to another weakling? He fumed. She cleared her throat. He's not weak. It's just friendlier than you, she thought. Bakugo clicked his tongue, pulling her arm and pinning her against the wall. YN was surprised but remained still as he buried his face in her shoulder, his shaky hand gripping her arm tightly as if to keep her from moving away. Are you going to cry? She asked carefully, feeling the ticklish sensation of his hair against her neck. Like hell I will. But don't you dare move, he gruffly replied, his voice muffled against her shoulder. YN hummed. I did come to look for you. So take your time, she told him. He hissed. Like hell I'll follow orders from you. His hands slid to her back, pulling her into a tight embrace, closing the remaining distance between them. YN looked up at the ceiling and slowly hugged him back. The embrace reminded her so much of her brother, how he hugged her tightly and cried when he found her wandering outside in ragged clothes. Her younger self, with wide, blank eyes that seemed lost, began to hug her older brother back with her dirty hands, realizing how lonely she had been. Tears welled up, and for the first time in months of wandering in the world of Titans, she finally spoke, calling out, "Brother," with a shaky voice. A few more minutes passed before Bakugo decided to let her go. He looked at her, still pinned against the wall by his hands on her shoulders. Her beautiful, bright eyes were downcast, with her hair falling beside her cheeks. YN soon looked up at him, catching the young blonde off guard. Are you okay now? She asked. What the hell are you asking about? I was fine the whole time, he told her. She hummed. Then would you like to go back and watch the other match with me? Bakugo sighed, releasing her shoulders and placing his hands in his pockets. Let's go, he grunted, walking out first while she followed. The boy could still remember the sensation of that embrace. No wonder those classmates of his loved to hug her randomly. It almost felt like they were embracing something irresistible to the touch. That was what YN's presence was emitting, and he couldn't help himself. If possible, he wanted to experience that again, but that might be asking for too much. Reaching the bleachers, YN was knocked to the floor when Mina suddenly enveloped her in a big embrace, losing her balance and falling over. Bakugo clicked his tongue and sat on the first available chair he saw, arrogantly leaning back against the rest. It was still Todoroki and Midoriya's match, and it was surprising that it hadn't ended yet, considering the injuries Todoroki had sustained. Where have you been, my love? I was so worried. Mina exclaimed, joined by Hagakure. Apologies. I was speaking with Katsuki, YN explained. The mentioned boy blinked in surprise, and those who heard her did the same. Mina's jaw dropped, and her eyes widened. You called him Katsuki? She asked, astonished. YN looked confused as to why they were making such a big deal out of it. Yes. Can you say it again? Kirishima suddenly requested. Katsuki, she replied, still unsure. Really? How come it sounded so appealing when you called Bakugo's name, even if it's the same tone? Mina asked. Go back to calling him Blondie. It's more justified. Toru complained. YN got up from the floor and looked at them, chuckling softly before turning toward the exit. It's my match next with Fumikichi. Cheer for us, she called as she walked away. Everyone gawked at her smile and charming laugh. Hey, how come it's only appealing when it comes to Katsuki? Unfair. Mina complained, glancing at the blonde who merely scoffed. In fact, Bakugo found it appealing too. Hearing his name from her lips sent a tingling sensation through him, almost like a call he couldn't ignore. She had said it twice, thanks to his so-called stepping stones, as he stared down at the ring. YN and Tokoyami's match began. The two exchanged respectful nods before starting the fight. Dark Shadow, the bird-headed boy called out as the shadow emerged from him. YN sighed, preparing her fighting stance until her classmate decided to charge at her. The shadow was the first to attack, but YN somersaulted back to evade the strike before launching forward with the strength of her legs. The battle has begun, everyone, with Tokoyami on the offensive. Who do you think will win? Present Mick's voice rang through the stadium, filled with excitement. Being an Ackerman, YN realized she was stronger than average, her strength on par with Mikasa and Levi. If she were to unleash her frustration from Jean and Aaron's daily arguments, it was clear that everyone would be left in pain. She began kicking at Dark Shadow repeatedly, and whenever she got closer, Tokoyami would jump back. He had sparred with her once, and she had given him pointers on martial arts during practice, but those sessions were often cut short when Bakugo or Ojiro pulled her away for their own matches. Now, he decided it was time to see their fight through to the end. He started coordinating with Dark Shadow, attacking her from both sides. YN retreated momentarily, a proud look in her eyes as she saw him following her instructions from their practice. She lunged forward again, facing Dark Shadow, which was about to slam into her. She jumped, landing on the creature's head and using it as a springboard to reach her classmate, delivering a side kick to Tokoyami's jaw that knocked him out. It seems that Ackerman has regained her pride in this second round, folks. She expertly knocked Tokoyami out with her calculated combat skills. Mike narrated at the end of the match. Midnight raised her whip. Tokoyami has been KO'd. Ackerman advances to the semi-finals, she announced. Cheers erupted from the crowd as YN made her way to her unconscious friend, lifting him carefully like a bride toward the medic who rushed in with a stretcher. She placed him there before waving back as she headed to her exit. How caring! No wonder she's Yue's muse. Our little girl is worth cherishing. Mike praised, and the audience cheered in agreement while YN hid herself in the tunnel, blushing with embarrassment. She reunited with her classmates, who congratulated her on her fight, and sat beside Todoroki. The boy turned to her. I heard that you talked to my father, he began, handing her a lollipop he had bought on his way back to the bleachers. YN opened her mouth and popped the treat in before nodding. Yes. He's oddly on fire. I'm surprised he's still alive, she replied. That's true, he said, unsure whether to chuckle from amusement or embarrassment. But whatever he told you, I'd rather. You think it's nonsense. Sure. I didn't want to understand what he was trying to say anyway, she replied, watching the match down in the arena. Todoroki smiled at her response. Thank you for understanding, he said. Not a big deal. I'm not really a fan of my father either, she shrugged. I thought it was your brother who raised you? Todoroki wondered. Yes, she said, removing the lollipop from her mouth. My father's still alive. But he passed the responsibility to my cousin brother to raise me. Is your father a soldier as well? The girl scoffed, as if she had just heard a ridiculous joke, but the young man didn't take offense. He looked at her with eyes that were willing to listen if she wanted to complain. No. He's the wall's biggest J. However, unlike you, I vaguely remember his face, she shrugged. Shoto watched her as she observed the current fight between Kirishima and Bakugo, playing with a piece of candy in her mouth while leaning back in her chair. He didn't know when his fascination with her began, but ever since she had appeared in their classroom, severely wounded yet standing courageously with swords in hand, his curiosity had been ignited. She started clapping, causing the bicolored-haired boy to blink twice, realizing he had been staring for too long. He turned his attention back to the match, which had ended with Kirishima's loss and Bakugo's victory. YN then turned to him, tilting her head in wonder. It's already your match with Tenya, she informed him. He smiled back at her. Yeah. Wish me luck, he said. I'll cheer for both of you. Have fun out there, she encouraged, patting his back. Shoto could only nod. Despite wanting her to cheer exclusively for him, he appreciated the small gesture. He left, still feeling the warmth of her hand on his back, wondering if he would get to use his left side in the upcoming matches. When the match started, YN could only watch half of it before she needed to head to the waiting room for her next match. The lollipop Shoto had offered her had already melted as she sat in the empty room, crossing her arms. It was going to be her fight against Katsuki. She couldn't help but remember her first spar with him during her early days as a UA student. He had been inexperienced back then. She hadn't needed to exert much effort. But today was different. After more than a month at UA, she could see that the students had progressed significantly. Soon, she heard the announcement for the next match starting. YN finally stood up, her thoughts wandering aimlessly. For some reason, she began to miss her old world, feeling a strong urge to express all the emotions she had been concealing. Shaking her head, she focused on the match as she stood at the tunnel entrance, hidden in the shadows contrasting with the bright light outside. Her feet remained still on the ground, hands behind her back, as she had often done when she was a soldier. The long-awaited match, as Present Mike announced, filled the crowd with excitement. Both competitors emerged from opposite sides simultaneously. YN and Bakugo climbed into the ring, exchanging serious expressions. Hey, Ceiling girl. You better not hold back on me, you understand? He warned. YN took her fighting stance, almost identical to how Annie would fight, while Bakugo prepared his own attack. The crowd fell silent, a cue for midnight to start the match. As expected, Bakugo launched an offensive, propelling himself forward and shouting, "Die!" as he got close enough to unleash his explosive power. The girl swiftly kicked away his hand just before it could explode in her face and attempted to lock his other arm. However, he countered by kicking her away as well. YN jumped back, ensuring she had enough time to think as Bakugo attacked again. She began to strike back, dodging and landing a few punches and kicks to create some distance. "I wonder how long you can keep using those explosions," she remarked. The young blonde hissed in frustration. "Stop being a nerd in this fight, damn it. Get serious," he shouted, increasing his explosive power, which caught her off guard. The blast hit her, sending her rolling back from the impact, but she quickly regained her footing, feeling the sting on her forearm. Bakugo showed no signs of backing down, launching another series of explosions that forced YN to use her hardening armor for protection. Bakugo paused, panting heavily as he took a moment to catch his breath. YN seized the opportunity, emerging from the smoke and lunging forward with a round kick. He jumped back, reflexively catching her foot while simultaneously unleashing another powerful explosion. YN used his grip on her foot as leverage to kick him in the jaw with her other foot. The strong explosion clouded the ring once more. The former soldier let out a sigh as she backed away, limping slightly. Her feet were burned from the direct contact with Bakugo's explosions. Her regenerative ability was slowly working on her forearm, steam rising as it healed her skin. The young blonde hissed, "You're not giving up with that injury?" He couldn't help but worry about her, seeing how badly he had hurt her. He looked at YN's face, which showed no sign of pain at all. He felt anger over the fact that she was so accustomed to enduring pain that he had to inflict injury upon her. He hissed, formulating a quick strategy in his mind. He would knock her out now so she could rest. That was his intention as he zoomed toward her with his explosions. YN anticipated his plan and prepared to counter. In mere seconds, she wrapped her arms and legs with her crystals, delivering a powerful kick just as Bakugo couldn't stop himself. The impact forced him to shield himself with his arm, but he felt the force of her kick, as if his wrist had nearly broken, and he was pushed to the side from the blow. He groaned in pain from the impact, and at that moment, Midnight raised her whip. Bakugo is out of bounds. Ackerman advances to the final round. The crowd erupted in cheers. YN's body began to retract, the crystal armor covering her, standing still without any issues with her breathing as she approached Bakugo to check on him. "I'm sorry. Please be all right," she said with concern, unaware of how strong her kick had been with the heavy crystal coating her. She kept forgetting how painful it would be for anyone if she didn't hold back her kick. The medics arrived to take Bakugo, and YN walked out to the other side completely healed. Her mind drifted back to her home, inside the walls, towards her family and friends. Compared to the Ackermans, YN knew that her ability wasn't complete yet. She hadn't felt that urge to protect someone, nor did she have a strong resolve for her goal. Her brother had explained something about their family before, that her strength would only truly awaken when she felt that powerful surge within her blood, igniting her nerves and elevating her abilities to a whole new level. She probably hadn't awakened yet because she lacked the resolve to want to protect someone. From the very beginning, she had lived her life as a lone wolf in battles. The finalists were given 30 minutes to prepare before the fight started. YN took the time to change her damaged P uniform after the explosives Bakugo had caused to ruin it. That time was also enough for her to rest and visit the blonde in the infirmary, apologizing for his dislocated wrist repeatedly. His red eyes glared at her, but it wasn't hostile. "The old hag already healed me, idiot," he said, using his supposed dislocated hand to playfully pinch the tip of her nose. "Hey!" YN leaned closer to him, caught off guard. "That's cruel, you'll rip my nose off." She steadied herself, one hand resting on his side on the bed. "You deserve it. You didn't take me seriously," Bakugo exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. YN stared back at him, standing tall while he sat on the bed. You know I hate it when people don't take me seriously in a fight. But you still did, he insisted. Stop shouting, dear. You're in the infirmary, Recovery Girl said, her back to them as she handled some paperwork. Wyan shook her head. I took you seriously, she told him. I just didn't want to hurt you that much, everyone, actually. She knew they were strong, but in her eyes, they were still inexperienced children. If she let them keep fighting, she feared she might do something she'd regret. I don't care if that hurts me. To just push me out of bounds. That's an insult. He looked down, clenching his fist in frustration. Wyan felt guilty at that moment. She wanted to apologize, but she knew it was the right choice to minimize damage and conserve her energy. However, it pained her to see how it affected his pride, especially from a friend she had earned. She cupped his chin and gently lifted his gaze. Bakugo looked up at her, wide-eyed as she met his intense stare. Look up, Katsuki. You're powerful, and realistically speaking, if there hadn't been a limit to the ring, you would have kept up if we continued. As helpless as I felt in a continuous battle against you, I figured the only way I could win was to either sneakily knock you out or make you step out of bounds. She explained, hoping he understood. I wasn't looking down on you. I had multiple strategies in mind, and they kept adjusting as you countered them. You always saw through them, and that was impressive. Well said, dear. I hope this young man understands and feels proud of himself, Recovery Girl chimed in from behind them. Wyan offered him a small smile, cupping his cheeks. The blonde was still in awe, he hadn't thought of it that way. For him, a loss was a loss, and as someone who aspired to be number one, that loss had struck his pride hard. Bakugo, are you okay? Kirishima paused as he opened the door, his mouth dropping at the sight before him. Two teens, Bakugo and Wyan, were looking at each other just half a foot apart. Wyan was leaning down, her hands cupping his cheeks, one knee on the side of the bed for support. Bakugo sat on the bed, forced to look up at her with wide eyes, his face slightly flushed as he clenched his fist. The scene looked almost as if Wyan was about to kiss him. What's going on? Mina peeked behind Kirishima and gasped. My woman. No. She rushed inside and tackled Wyan, causing both girls to tumble to the floor. Wyan was confused by the sudden outburst. Mina, she called out. Hey, what was that about? We were all worried about you, and here you are, enjoying Cloud9 and forcing Wyan's beautiful face over you. Scum! Mina exclaimed. Huh? Bakugo was at a loss for words, bewildered by her accusation. Wyan frowned at the whole ordeal. Please get off, Mina. My ankle's still healing, she said. Oh. Mina quickly forgot about the injury and helped Wyan back to her feet. She then pointed at Bakugo again. Mind explaining why your faces are so close? She demanded. Yeah, mind explaining? Kirishima chimed in, glancing between Wyan and Bakugo. Explain what? Wyan asked, still confused about why Mina was so worked up. Doing this. Mina exclaimed, grabbing Kirishima and reenacting the scene they had just witnessed. They both looked back at Wyan and Bakugo in disbelief. You were looking at him with loving eyes. Don't tell me you two are dating? We're not, Wyan said, tilting her head in confusion. I was just cheering him up. Mina and Kirishima remained unconvinced. But Wyan, thinking everything was resolved, passed the responsibility of watching over Bakugo to the others since it was her next match. The 30 minutes gave her some time to rest while chatting with the blonde, but it wasn't enough to indulge in more cookies that the business department offered after the cavalry battle. Once again, she stood in the ring for the long-awaited final match. She and Todoroki exchanged determined glances. Midnight raised her whip and commanded, "Let the battle begin." Wyan watched as ice began to form and advance toward her. As soon as it approached, she rolled to the side, quickly getting back on her feet and sprinting toward Todoroki. The boy stepped forward and released more ice in her direction. Wyan dodged again, moving a few feet away from him. Once she was closer, both prepared their fighting stunts and began to spar. Of course, Wyan had taught everyone martial arts, and Todoroki was no exception. Although he had his own fighting styles, he had also learned a few tricks from her. However, without using his quirk, he often found himself at a disadvantage. Now, with quirks in play, he began to freeze the ground in her direction as they sparred. YN appeared unfazed, which made Todoroki feel the pressure instead. She started sprinting again, evading each block of ice he created until she found herself cornered with nowhere to run. Oh no! Looks like Todoroki has been planning this all along. Will YN escape this fight unscathed? Present Mike announced in a suspenseful tone. Taking a deep breath, YN sighed before preparing to race forward. As soon as Todoroki released the ice, the blocks began to approach her, but she faced them head-on. Just before reaching the ice, she jumped aside, using the ice wall Todoroki had created to propel herself higher than the block of ice that was about to strike her. With her arm hardened, she descended toward the bicolored boy. With quick reflexes, he created another ice barrier to defend himself. YN, undeterred, punched through the ice wall with all her strength, shattering it into pieces as she confronted Todoroki once more. The fight concluded sooner than anyone had anticipated. YN's luck allowed her to win the battle without Todoroki using his fire, enabling her to get close enough to knock him out. As the runner-ups were announced, the students stood on the platform, with All Might presenting their eagerly awaited medals. After the awarding ceremony, everyone returned to class. Aizawa gave a brief reminder about the hero internships before dismissing them for the day. The car with the new guard waiting for her left her with no choice but to go. The car finally reached its destination. YN, accustomed to the routine, entered the glass door without hesitation and made her way toward Overhaul's office. Standing in front of the boss, her hands were clasped behind her back, her posture resembling that of a military soldier, exuding a professional air. They stared at each other in silence for a moment. Chrono sighed, breaking the silence. Congratulations on winning. You've demonstrated exceptionally strong fighting skills, he praised. YN blinked. Thank you, she replied. Did you enjoy yourself? Overhaul asked. YN thought for a moment. It was oddly nostalgic, she said. I enjoyed it very much. Overhaul nodded. On his desk lay an envelope, which he picked up and waved. You're under my guidance from now on, Ackerman YN. Under my name, you'll be protected by the Kai family and not Shai Hesai, he informed her. She maintained a straight face, revealing no emotion about his words. If you're curious how I won, I'd say it's nothing special, just connections. Yes, I understand, YN replied. She had always believed that her connections, particularly her name linked to the one and only Levi Ackerman, granted her special treatment. Until you turn 18 while under my custody, feel free to do as you wish. I don't mind as long as you uphold your end of the deal. Of course, I'm grateful for your hospitality, she said, bowing to him, a gesture she had learned during her time in this world. Standing back up, her expression shifted to curiosity. Does that mean you're technically my guardian now? She asked. Chrono choked, while Overhaul chuckled softly. Is that what you want? He replied, surprising Chrono even more. No, I'll pass. Forgive me for asking, she quickly responded. Her father was still alive. Why would she want to replace him with another criminal? Think of me however you wish, Overhaul added. Thank you, she said, placing a hand on her chin, contemplating his words. If she could do whatever she wanted, it meant she had more freedom than she usually had, which made things easier. Aries in your room. You can go see her if you have nothing else to discuss. YN blinked, turning to her new guardian and nodding. Then I shall excuse myself. She quietly left the room, leaving the two in the office. YN walked down the empty, wide hallway painted in white, her eyes focused on the various doors. Sighing, she stopped at her room's door and opened it, only to be met with two small hands that embraced her waist. She looked down to see a teary-eyed Eri gazing up at her with soft, adoring eyes. YN smiled at her. How did I do? She asked. You were so strong, Eri murmured. But not strong enough to beat him, she added in a whisper. YN caught her words, gently caressing the child's head and lifting her into her arms. I see. Eri wrapped her little arms around YN's shoulders, leaning her chubby cheek against her. Will I be as strong as you someday? YN hummed softly, entering the room and closing the door behind them. She took a deep breath, trying to mask her feelings of displeasure and pity at Aries' question. Looking at the bandages and the small figure, YN felt a sense of familiarity with the child who seemed small for her age and was clearly frightened. But how could she feel this way? She had never been in a situation like this before. It made her ponder the similarities between Aries' circumstances and her own childhood. YN had grown up in a loving family, raised with care and never mistreated. The thought of mistreatment shocked her. It felt foreign to her experience. Shaking off those thoughts, YN gently placed Aries on the bed before removing her uniform blazer, carefully hanging it in her organized wardrobe. She then set her bag on the swivel chair at her study table, rummaging through it until she found a chocolate bar, which she handed to Aries. "Eat for a bit. I'm going to change and then we can spend some time together," she said. Aries smiled and nodded, and YN went to the bathroom. When YN returned in a fresh white shirt and black sweatpants, she sat on the bed, crossing her legs while Aries happily munched on the chocolate. The girl wiped the chocolate smudges from Aries' mouth with some wipes she had found during a previous meal. "Big sis, where are you from?" Aries suddenly asked. YN paused for a moment. "I came from a really far-away place," she replied. "Do you have family?" Aries inquired. "Yes. Why do you ask?" "Can Big Sis tell me about them?" Aries asked shyly. YN took a deep breath and lay back on the bed, using her arms as pillows. "I have a really strong but neat brother and a clever father who has his quirks. I also have a kind second older brother and a cheerful, selfless older sister." She hesitated, wanting to add that they had sadly passed away, but decided against it. Aries listened with wide eyes. "When I was a kid, I lived with my big brother Levi. He was very particular about cleanliness. If he saw even a speck of dirt, he would talk about it all day, insisting that only rats live in messy places. He would say I'd get sick if I didn't keep the house clean. Can you believe that?" YN rolled her eyes. "But honestly, he was right. I don't want to live in a pigsty, so I keep everything as clean as possible. As long as I don't see dirt, it's considered clean." She shrugged. Aries glanced around the spotless room and nodded in agreement. "Big Sis has an amazing brother," she said. YN smiled sadly. "Indeed I do. But I'll never see him again," she thought. "My brother was the one who named me," she added. Softly. When Kenny entrusted her to Levi, YN wasn't sure if Kenny had ever given her a name, as he never called her anything. In the end, it was Levi who thought of one for her. YN. A name for her. She smiled sadly at the thought of that caring old man, feeling guilty for leaving him with confusion and unanswered questions. She hoped he was still alive. The silence was heavy. The evening darkness enveloped the world, with only the stars peeking through after the rain. The full moon hung closer than ever. Freshly brewed tea sat on the rooftop floor, steam rising from the cups. One man sat beside the refreshments, gazing up at the contrasting dark blue sky. He picked up a cup and took a sip, the bitter taste making him sigh in the cold night air. "No one beats that brat YN when it comes to making tea, huh?" he muttered to himself. "What was your secret technique again? Careful pouring of hot water over the dried leaves? Do it 3 times before sifting? I really need to remember that," he chuckled to himself. He let out a hollow laugh. "I tried that, but why does it taste so bad?" he asked, glancing at the empty cups beside him, wishing Isabel and Farland could answer. Months had passed since she was gone, and the memory of her smiling face haunted him. The blood on his hands was a constant reminder of the pain he had caused. During their battles, he had emerged unscathed, while YN had only used her swords to defend herself. He had hurt the only family he had because of a foolish order. "I was so foolish, wasn't I?" he said, taking another sip of his tea. "I chose to turn my back on you. Hurt you more than I could ever imagine." A gentle breeze brushed past him, and the smoke from the cups danced in the air. "I wonder if you're happy, brat," he said softly. "Isabel and Farland must be spoiling you since they never got to say goodbye." He winced. "You're probably laughing at me now, aren't you, YN? I keep telling you to take care of yourself, while here I am, nursing an injury because of my own mistakes. But I guess you don't need to worry. It's already healed. He wanted to laugh at himself. If you were here, I know you'd be laughing at me. He spoke to the evening, the clear starry sky above him. The tea on the floor was getting colder as he finished his cup. Guess that's all for today. Tomorrow's going to be busy. It's time we uncover the truth, YN. It might be a while before we can talk again. He took the cups and poured the remaining tea over the rooftop. Good night. After that, he started making his way back inside the headquarters. YN felt a gust of wind blow in front of her, strong yet gentle enough to push her hair over her shoulder, making her turn to the open window of the corridor. She looked out at the slightly clouded sky, the stars peeking through alongside the moonlight. She blinked twice, moving to the window and inhaling the cool breeze. The scent of the surrounding forestry was far more refreshing than the city atmosphere. Leaning on the ledge with her hands on her cheeks, she thought about stargazing. When she was 6, she, Levi, Isabel, and Farlin used to go into an underground boulder to watch the stars and moon after completing some work. They would sometimes eat their rations there, and Isabel would start telling stories about their day, often highlighting how impressive Levi was at dealing with the foolish military police and the exhilarating feeling of being in the air. I hope you're brewing your tea properly, UJRK, YN sighed. If not, he would surely be complaining about the taste again. She chuckled lightly. Sir, I hope to see you next time I get home, she said before standing up straight and making her way through the dark corridors. The next day at school, the class of 1A was discussing matters with their homeroom teacher. Aizawa, who was no longer wrapped in bandages, began explaining the details of the hero internships. Throughout his explanation, he revealed that YN had received over 4,000 offers from hero agencies, the highest number among her peers. The former soldier was a bit overwhelmed by that number. Back in the training regimen, there were only 3 choices, and it had already been decided that she would be on the scouts with her brother, given that she was also at the top of the class in the 104th batch. Now you have another task, Aizawa said, his tone serious and suspenseful. Some students began to worry again, but he continued, you'll be choosing your hero names. YN blinked twice, feeling quite the opposite of her classmates, who were relieved to learn that it wasn't another fight or some other challenge Aizawa would put them through. A hero name? She felt it was a bit ridiculous. As someone who didn't even want to be a hero, it was understandable. But she was technically in the hero course, so complying with its requirements was part of her responsibilities. After that troubled thought, YN noticed Aizawa looking at her. She stared back, questioning. Ackerman, come with me. I need to speak with you, he said just as Midnight entered the classroom. Midnight will be helping you with your hero names. The underground hero led her out of the classroom, and YN followed closely behind. Once they were in the corridor beside the window, Aizawa let out a tired sigh. First, on behalf of you, I wish to apologize, he said calmly, giving a slight bow. He turned to meet her blank look with one filled with guilt. We lost the battle over your custody. YN was surprised by the sudden apology but kept her expression neutral. What shocked her more was Aizawa's gaze, which was unlike his usual demeanor. It was emotional, a mix of sadness, guilt, fear, confusion, pity, and anger. It mirrored how she felt when she discovered her identity as a warrior from Reiner and Bertolt. For him to give her such a look, albeit in a different way, made her chest tighten with an unshakable pain. Don't worry, sir. I think I can handle such trivial matters, she assured him. But Aizawa's expression only grew more troubled, making YN feel even guiltier for what he didn't know. To say it's nothing. YN, we don't know how they've treated you in the past days, but your internal injuries suggest otherwise, he told her. You've been enduring these things. You didn't do anything wrong to begin with. The underground hero paused, shocked and speechless when he saw YN smile at him. It was a calm, innocent, and peaceful smile. It felt like he was beginning to see her as a 15-year-old girl, no longer the stern soldier she usually presented. Sir, she spoke, thank you for worrying about my well-being all these months. And please worry less now because I'm going to get stronger, so you won't have to see this weak side of me. Get stronger. YN needed to be stronger. She had to be to redeem herself for all those losses and to ensure she wouldn't make the same mistakes that led to her unit's downfall after graduation. Mr. Aizawa, she called again, bowing respectfully before standing back up to give her military salute, left hand behind her back and right fist raised to her chest, closing her feet together with her usual straight yet intimidating expression. I swear on my pride as an Ackerman that I'll become stronger. Aizawa couldn't help but admire her determination. Over the past months, he had observed her as the strongest among the children he was teaching. It was no joke when he said that YN stood out from the rest of the class due to her demeanor. Despite being formal and strict, she had a certain charm that reassured those around her. The class's fondness for her stemmed from that charisma, despite the mystery surrounding her world, purpose, and choices. Just like with that little salute, Aizawa felt he could trust her promise. He stepped closer and gently patted her head. Call us if you ever need help, Ackerman, he told her before heading back to the classroom. YN followed, finding her classmates already discussing their hero names. She sat at her designated desk, watching as everyone shared their chosen names. The adorable names made her wonder if she should connect her hero name to her abilities. Crystal Titan, she pondered. But no matter how she rearranged the words, she didn't like it. After her earlier conversation with Aizawa, she felt no pressure to create a name at all. After Midoriya chose his hero name, which baffled everyone, YN stood up next, holding her plaque with the name she had written. I guess I'm an Ackerman after all, she began. You wanted us to call you YN because you were uncomfortable being called by your last name, right? Kaminari asked. Yes, that's true, the girl replied. While it may not seem significant in this world, YN had heard stories about the Ackerman clan, who were once the trusted guardians of royalty. However, the clan had faced persecution and were driven into hiding. For her, being called an Ackerman took a lot of courage due to the weight of that history. She sighed and held her plaque tighter. As part of the Ackermans, I have decided to take pride in my clan's name. Such a short yet imposing answer. Ackerman, it's impressive. Midnight exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. YN didn't know how to respond to the hero's choice of words and decided to return to her seat with a tired sigh. YN, Todoroki called out. The girl looked at him, who sat in front of her desk. Yes, she asked, curious. Your hero name fits you, he said. Baffled by the unexpected compliment, YN felt her cheeks warm. Thank you, Shoto, she replied awkwardly. Your hero name is also easy to remember. Shoto, noticing her shyness, smiled and playfully poked her blushing cheek. I know, which is why I chose it, he replied, knowing it was the best name he could come up with. Unbeknownst to YN, her presence had influenced his choice. Reiner! Bertolt exclaimed. Eren started to grasp what was happening while pretending not to understand. His two batchmates, Bertolt and Reiner, began revealing unexpected truths. Although Eren had an inkling, he was shocked by their sudden admissions. What are you guys talking about? Maybe you're just tired, Eren said to Reiner, trying to sound calm, but his mind was in chaos. It looks like I've become an idiot, Reiner said, holding his head. Mikasa paused, gripping her sword. Armin stood beside her, glancing back at the three conversing behind them. Pretending it was normal. The bulky blonde began to undo his cast. Steam rose from his injured arm, healing as if it had never been harmed. Mikasa rushed toward them, instinctively protecting Eren. Drawing her swords, she attacked the two, aiming to cut them off. However, they managed to evade the worst of her strikes, both falling to the ground, writhing in pain. Eren couldn't believe that these two were allied with Annie and YN, the people they trusted most. And that girl he once loved. He almost wished it were all a lie, a terrible dream. The loud explosion soon engulfed the area in dark smoke. Some scouts caught in the shockwave fell onto the top of the wall, while others who remained conscious helped those who couldn't. Everyone looked up as a familiar giant head emerged from the smoke, its large hand scooping the severely wounded Ymir and another soldier, bringing them to its mouth. Levi's eyes widened, along with everyone YN had fought during the chase. Before him stood a titan, its ribs lodged atop the wall, far larger than anything he had ever seen. Yet he recognized it all too well. The colossal titan. The titan that was supposedly YN was revealed in Bertolt's transformation. It could only mean one thing. His heart clenched with indescribable pain. If YN wasn't the colossal titan, then why? Reiner was the armored titan, and Annie was the female titan. If none of those three were responsible, then YN had little to do with the destruction of the walls and the casualties that followed. But why did she protect Reiner and Bertolt? His mind was conflicted. Neither relief nor joy came to him, only confusion and guilt. 2 days after submitting their internship papers, it was finally time to depart for their chosen agency. YN, along with everyone in Class 1A, carried their briefcases and stood at the train station. Naively, she marveled at every interesting corner of the station. The class gathered on the platform, chatting until a long line of trains arrived. "Where are you going to intern, YN?" Mina asked curiously, once again surrounded by her classmates. "Well, Zyde's Hero Agency," YN replied. "Zyde? How come I've never heard of that agency before?" Momo pondered, placing a hand on her chin. Coming from a family with many connections, the name didn't ring a bell. Mr. Aizawa recommended it. "I think it will be fine." Uraraka shrugged. "Well, if it's highly recommended among those more than 4,000 offers you received, then I wish you luck on your internship," she said enthusiastically. YN smiled and nodded. "Thank you. I wish you all luck as well." Her eyes scanned the class, noticing Ida, who had been quiet and downcast lately. She had heard from some classmates, mostly from Midoriya, that an accident had happened to his older brother, a famous pro-hero named Ingenium. The girl sighed in sympathy and approached him. "Tenya," she called, tapping his shoulder. Ida flinched and turned toward her, curious. "How are you feeling?" she asked. He smiled at her. "I'm fine, YN-san. If you heard about what happened to my brother, he's already recovering now," he told her. YN nodded. "That's good to hear." She paused before facing him again. "I also have a brother, Tenya. I would do anything to protect him." She looked seriously at her usually composed classmate. "However, don't let your pain cloud your judgment. It would hurt your brother if he knew your anger affected your resolve." Ida nodded. "Of course. Thank you for saying that. I feel a little more at ease." YN still wasn't entirely convinced by his low and monotone reply. Letting go of his shoulder, she then pulled his hand, squeezing it with reassurance that surprised the class representative. The thought of nearly losing him. "I know how it felt because I already experienced it when I came here. So please, share the burden with me." YN's eyes were stern and bright, a striking shade of EC. That gaze, which could be intimidating to others, somehow brought him comfort. YN, who understood him because they both cherished their brothers dearly, helped steady his trembling hand. "I'll accompany you throughout the trip. The agency I will be attending happens to be in Hosu as well. In fact, I feel bad that I postponed the time I get to spend with everyone individually," she explained. Ida smiled. "Yes, of course, YN-san. Thank you. Is it my schedule already?" "No. But I'd like to use this as an opportunity to spend time with you. Is that all right?" "I don't mind at all. Let's go then." She pulled him toward the open train, but before she could enter, the young brunette grabbed her hand back. "YN-san. Our train is on the other side," he said. "Oh." She turned to the indicated train and pulled him there. "You don't have to hurry, YN-san. We still have time," Ida told her. "But I'm curious how this ride works." "I understand. But please do watch your step." "Of course, I am watching my steps." Both entered the train and made their way to their seats. The train soon began to move while YN and Ida sat quietly in their designated chairs. "We're so fast. This is really amazing." The girl watched the quick movement of the vehicle through the window. The buildings were tall and modern, almost perfectly designed. YN couldn't believe she was seeing this today. The only things that were high in her world were the walls and the girl lost her small smile the moment his name crossed her mind. "Hosu is going to be dangerous, YN-san. Please keep that in mind," the brunette reminded her. The ex-soldier nodded back. "Of course, Tenya. I would like to say the same to you." Mr. Aizawa mentioned that the hero killer might be there, she said thoughtfully. The boy's jaw clenched, and his fist curled tightly in frustration. The hero killer. Just hearing that name made his blood boil. But trying to calm down, he turned to the innocent YN, who was looking out the window, lost in thought. Her palm rested on the glass as she tried to take in everything. Somehow, he found comfort in YN's presence and decided to lean on her shoulder, seeking her warmth. The girl didn't mind. Thinking he might be sleepless from the excitement of leaving for the internship, she gave him a few gentle pats on the head, ensuring he wouldn't accidentally fall asleep during the ride. Rest well. You'll need energy when you meet the place where you'll be interning, she told him, sounding more like a command than a casual suggestion. Ida couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't know why, but whenever YN spoke in her strict tone, he felt at ease and reassured. Perhaps it was her strength. That strength and confidence kept his respect for her growing day by day, especially when paired with her cute side whenever she ate or looked at something with innocent curiosity. He found the comfort he needed in her presence, just when he thought all he could focus on was revenge. YN, help me! Marco desperately called out to the closest person he saw. Upon seeing Marco being grabbed by a titan near the roof, YN ran toward him, her sword ready. But as she reached the last roof, she saw Annie and Bertolt standing there. YN thought they must have been too shocked or afraid to move. However, when both classmates turned to her, Reiner suddenly pinned her back against the roof tiles. YN tried to fight back, but Bertolt and Annie rushed to hold her down. What are you doing? Marco's going to be eaten. She writhed in desperation as she looked toward the one she wanted to save. YN. Marco's tears mixed with fear and something else. The HC-haired girl soon began to understand what that look was. The look of betrayal. Reiner. Bertolt. Annie. Get off me now. She shouted authoritatively, searching for an opening to kick any one of them. Everything felt slow, yet in an instant, Marco's scream faded. YN knew it was too late. But she also realized something was wrong with the three people holding her down. All of them watched in sorrow and guilt. Why? Reiner quickly stood up, shakily turning to the young victim being devoured. The three looked at the blonde, who appeared shocked. Why is Marco being eaten? YN felt her blood boil the moment Reiner asked. Anger and frustration surged as she managed to shake off the two who tried to restrain her. You terrible traitor. She made her way toward him, ready to confront him. However, the taller friend stopped her. What are you doing? Why did you let Marco die like this? She demanded. You're finally here, YN. We need to discuss what we're going to do now. Reiner suddenly spoke, seemingly breaking free from his trance. YN's eyes widened. What are you talking about? YN Ackerman. The crystal-armored titan. You're a warrior like us. What? She backed away. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? What nonsense is that? The confused girl felt pain in her gut. Her temples pounded rapidly with fear, anxiety, denial, and confusion. You are a warrior like us. Bertolt gripped her shoulders tightly. Might we remind you, YN? You're the one who chose to betray this place. The girl glared at the taller man. What are you talking about? I don't even remember saying anything about being a warrior. Reiner grabbed her arm, his other persona glaring back at her. You ran away. But now that we're able to have you back, you should probably be a better decoy. He suddenly pushed her from the roof as a titan approached. Shocked, afraid, and utterly confused, YN began to struggle as the titan tried to grab her. However, she used the hilt of her sword to stop the titan's attack just in time, but the titan's teeth grazed her arm, causing her to wince as she felt the sting. Reiner, what do you think you're doing? She shouted, using her other hand to slash through the titan's finger, creating a small opening for her escape. With a burst of adrenaline, she shot her gear toward the wall, allowing herself to be pulled to safety, though she collided with the wall, leaving a few cracks behind. She glared at the three figures standing on the opposite side of the roof, watching her intently. These are your orders from him, YN Ackerman. Your job is to help us find the code, and when things get suspicious, you will take the blame for being the colossal titan and rendezvous outside Wall Rose. If you get captured, your life will not be easy, Bertolt stated. YN struggled to comprehend what she was hearing as she cradled her injured arm. Why would I take orders from you? She demanded. It's easier to twist the truth, YN. Everyone in the barracks knows you disappeared for 3 years and were found outside the walls. It's simpler to blame you as a Titan, Reiner explained. And besides, if we reach an agreement, I promise we won't harm your friends or brother. YN's heart raced. I'm not a Titan, Reiner. I can prove it, she hissed. Can you? The blonde pointed to her arm. YN followed his gaze and noticed some crystal forming on her skin, only for it to peel away almost immediately. She stood speechless, watching the shards fall from the spot where she had hit the wall. It seemed to have cushioned her fall. Look, YN, we need your cooperation. If everything goes smoothly, you can continue living your life as peacefully as it is, Bertolt explained. Peaceful? YN chuckled bitterly, gritting her teeth as she tore a piece of her blouse to wrap around her wound. Is that so, Annie? She asked. The blonde flinched, her eyes wide with fear. YN could see the guilt and anxiety in her expression, which made her want to laugh despite the situation. YN, you just have to follow orders. It's easier than the alternative. If you want to save yourself and your loved ones, cooperate, Bertolt said calmly. If you don't believe what we're capable of, we will have no choice but to place all the blame on you, especially when we can prove what you truly are. How about you three? Don't you think the same rule applies to all of us? YN shot back. Reiner smiled. As I thought. You seem to have forgotten that you're the only one capable of doing that, even in your human form. So if anyone's suspected of lying, it would be you. You be yesterday, YN hissed. Unable to defend herself further, she activated her maneuver gear and launched herself toward the other Titans, channeling her anger and frustration into the fight. She had never felt so threatened before. The thought of someone harming Levi terrified her. Who would even dare to threaten him? Who knew who YN cared about besides him? But what truly frightened her was Levi discovering the truth and not believing her. He was the only one she could trust in this chaotic world. She didn't want him to hate her, despise her, or lose faith in her no matter the reason. She began to regret not eliminating them when she had the chance. Among her classmates in the barracks, Reiner and Bertolt had been the ones she considered friends, and Annie had always helped her in combat, earning her respect. But if these three were indeed Titans, one of them could be responsible for the breach. If she disobeyed, the same fate might befall her brother. All these possibilities raced through her mind as she continued her Titan-killing spree. So far, she had taken down 3 Titans on her way to the highest point anyone from her class had reached. However, upon arriving at her destination, she stopped, stunned by an unexpected sight: a Titan attacking another. Year 850, during the battle for reclaiming Wall Maria. The League of Villains sat quietly in their lair. Shigaraki lounged on a stool, facing his refreshments while Kurogyari wiped down the bar. The atmosphere was calm as he watched a replay of the school festival, particularly YN's matches. He couldn't believe that she had survived the USJ attack, which only drew him more to her. She's definitely strong, he mused, scratching his neck as his eyes remained glued to the screen where her one-on-one battle began. His favorite part was when she was flung through the air by Mei's support items. He laughed heartily, leaving Kurogyari to wonder about his sanity. If only she joined the league, everything would have gone smoothly, he remarked. Kurogyari sighed. I agree, but how long are you going to keep replaying that video? He asked. Shut up, Kurogyari. Shigaraki snapped. Drip, drip, drip. Kurogyari frowned as drops of water began to fall from the ceiling, soaking the counter he had just cleaned. It's not raining, but... Both men jumped in shock as water continued to fall from the unbroken roof, accompanied by a body that landed with a thud. They approached cautiously, staring at the figure before them. The man had no limbs, his eyes covered with cloth, and patches of skin appeared to be missing. Is he still alive? Kurogyari wondered aloud. The man groaned, his body steaming from the injuries he had sustained. His breathing was labored, and it was hard to believe he could still be alive after losing so much blood. Help me, The man croaked, his voice barely audible. 2 days ago, a story circulated online about a mysterious notebook and a video claiming to prove its authenticity. It all began 3 days ago in a busy office. The manager was engrossed in paperwork when water started dripping from the ceiling. Suddenly, water burst out above him, accompanied by a surprisingly dry notebook that fell into his lap. Its cover was black, and the pages were a weathered brown. All of this was captured on the office's CCTV. Curiosity peaked among citizens who became interested in the unknown notebook. The manager even took a picture of its cover, where something was faintly written in the corner. The ink was barely visible but readable nonetheless. One of those who sought to understand the writing discovered it was in German and translated it to read, Levi Ackerman. The notebook was soon retrieved by heroes who studied the foreign language and transcribed its meaning from German to Japanese. Among those figures were all might and endeavor. They deduced that it was a journal from a soldier who had lost his family and comrades repeatedly over nearly 10 years of service. His 2 best friends, who were siblings, had been killed during their first expedition, and his cousin sister was allegedly lost due to her betrayal. His journey followed a commander named Erwin Smith, carrying the weight of those lost lives as he sought to unravel the mystery of the Titans. It wasn't just a recounting of his history, it also contained brief entries about the person he regretted losing the most, his younger sister. To the shock of the 2 heroes, the more he wrote about her, the clearer it became that he was speaking of none other than Y.N. Ackerman. As follows: I am Vice Captain, Corporal Levi Ackerman, a member of the Scout Regiment, Survey Corps. I am writing this biography from my perspective, recalling the time we spent together to honor her memory. She was a hero who never received her own pedestal or grave a child who didn't deserve to be sacrificed for someone else's gain. As a witness to her true character, and as someone who fought against her until the end, I write this account on behalf of her resting soul, my guilt, my regrets, and my grief. My sister, your life has been justified. Your name, once tarnished as a traitor, has been transformed into that of a hero. She was once called the future of the 104th Training Regiment and was at the top of her class, much like me, hailed as humanity's strongest and a potential candidate for the youngest commander of the Scouts. Today, in the year 850, I will begin to write her story in my daily entries, hoping that when this account is complete, everyone will understand who she truly was and the hardships she faced growing up. Entry number 1, month of XX. Year I start with the story of when she was 3 years old, a small child, barely able to speak, too small for her age, and struggling to walk properly. A nameless child whom her father preferred to call a little runt. Kenny Ackerman, known as Kenny the Reaper, infamous for his ruthless actions in the military police, took me in after my mother's death. He taught me the ways of the underground and how to survive the harsh realities of our world. The child, new to the world outside, crawled toward me slowly. I was in my 20s at the time, with no experience in raising a child. Take care of the little runt. She wouldn't last another year if she stayed with her father. Those were Kenny's first and last words to me before he vanished again, leaving no explanation about the child's mother. It was my first time caring for the girl who would become my younger sister. Farland laughed at me for carrying a small child when I returned home, while Isabel was excited to welcome another girl into the house. However, the brat wasn't one to let a child escape unscathed when she got too enthusiastic about caring for her. After contemplating what to do, I noticed how quiet the girl was. She remained still while I cleaned, never throwing a tantrum or saying anything at all. I fed her, and she ate whatever I offered, finishing it regardless of the taste. Now I wondered, was she really just a 3-year-old child? What's your name? I asked one day, a few months after she came to live with me. She looked up at me with bright eyes and simply replied, "Little Runt." I sighed and left the task of naming her to Isabel and Farland, who decided to make it longer. It took them a week to come up with a list, but all I saw were ridiculous names like Birdie and Cutie. I doubted she would appreciate those names when she grew up. The child maintained her quiet demeanor, watching me intently, so I decided to teach her more than just sitting still. Entry number 2, month of XX. Year I started with simple chores, teaching her how to wipe the table. Not once did she complain or question if she was doing it wrong. She simply obeyed. Nothing else and sat quietly when doing nothing. I began to wonder how Kenny had raised her previously, as she didn't interact with anyone. Entry number 3, month of XX, XX, STNDRDH. Year still the same as the previous days. The child doesn't seem to speak much. It's a lot for someone who claims they don't know how to take care of a child, but it looks like I really don't have to because she is very well behaved for her age. Entry number 4, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH. Year it seems that things are progressing properly with her. The child who stayed in the corner began to move on her own accord. With the help of the cheerful Isabel, I think she's starting to get closer to the others. Entry number 5, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH. Year Isabel managed to converse with her. Farlin and I sat on the couch listening to them, and I noticed that the child, at the age of 3, actually had a very eloquent way of speaking. The more she talked, the more I began to think that this child was smarter than I had first thought. Entry number 6, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH. Year it took months before she was fully able to move comfortably around the house. She helped out with chores, and it seems to me that she's more confident in facing everyone around her than before. YN, I said out loud. The child looked up at me with wonder. We were all currently sitting at the dining table, eating the food we had managed to gather from some merchants. Today, your name will be YN Ackerman, I told her. That name sounds good, Farlin praised. Do you like it, YN? Wow. Never thought you could actually come up with a name, Isabel said in amazement. The girl stared at me for a while. No matter how hard I tried to evade that look, her presence lingered behind me. It followed me for a week until I finally faced her and asked if she didn't like the name. However, she responded with a warm smile and said, "Thank you." Entry number 7, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH. Year the 4-year-old's curiosity began to spark at this point. She suddenly wanted me to teach her how to use a knife. Hearing this, Isabel and Farlin panicked, exclaiming how we were raising a delinquent child. Entry number 8, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH. Year YN learned how to read and write within months of just being taught. Now Farlin is teaching her how to count, add, and subtract while we divide our shares during our gatherings. Entry number 9, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH. Year an old noble wanted to buy YN in exchange for a residence up the wall. Claimed he had bumped into her during his walk and decided he wanted her as his wife when she grew up. The man was dealt with harshly the moment he returned underground and made his request again. Entry number 10, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH. Year YN said she wanted to marry Farlin when she grew up. I didn't take it lightly. Isabel just laughed at us, carrying YN, who watched the ordeal with wonder. After the confrontation, the child approached me and started calling me Big Brother. Entry number 11, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH. Year her 5th birthday came. Although that birthday was just made up since we didn't know when it was still a special day I chose for her. It was the same day Kenny found and saved me from almost dying and the same day Kenny left her in my care. I don't know how much of a coincidence that is, but I'm thankful. During that time, we went stargazing that late evening. She wished that on her next birthday, we would do the same thing and come out at night so she could see the moon. Entry number 13, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH. Year her curiosity began to rise as another year passed. She wanted to learn every single thing there was to learn but got bored after a while. I told her to go outside and play with the other children. Her face brightened, and she ran out to join them. 5 weeks later, she was singing with some kids and playing the guitar. Entry number 14, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH. Year she found a book and started reading it while cleaning. Her nose was stuck in that book for days, ignoring everyone else. After 2 weeks, she came up to me and asked, "Big bro, when you put something inside something else," and then passionately, "Stop right there," I interrupted. Farlin was too stunned from her first sentence to even respond. "But big bro," she looked at the book. "The characters said it was because of love. Why do they do it because of love?" Who are those characters? I asked. The main characters of the book. I snatched the book from her hand. It didn't have a title on its cover, but it did have one on the first page. To our disbelief, it was called Passionate Encounters. No wonder she always wrinkled her nose. She didn't understand everything because it talked about relationships. I glared at Farlan. Get rid of this book, I told him, and he quickly complied. I turned to YN again, who was now fidgeting. Forget everything you've read in that book. Entry number 15, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH, year, Big Bro. The 6-year-old ran towards me holding something in her hand. I stood by the door, making sure to block her in case she was bringing dirt into the house. With a smile on her face, she held up a rectangular item covered in white cloth and another bag hanging from her thin arm. I frowned, watching her pant from running, almost collapsing on the floor. What is it? I asked. A big guy gave me Earl Grey and meat, she explained excitedly. I frowned. Who gave you that? I asked. He said his name is Kenny and called me Little Runt. Of course, I argued with him and told him my name was YN. He just said his name and threw this at me. Her speech was so quick it was almost gibberish, but I managed to catch the idea. Where is he? I told him I'd call you to pay for these, but he said it was free and left. Did you see his face well? I asked. She nodded slowly, as if trying to figure out whether what she did was right or wrong. That's your dad. I sighed. She simply blinked and looked up at me wide-eyed. Entry number 16, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH, year. She never talked about her father after meeting him unexpectedly. But one day, she tried to draw his face. When I caught her, she looked so flustered, as if she had committed a crime, and she never attempted it again. I tried to speak with her about her father, but she said she didn't want to. Still, I pressed on. Entry number 17, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH, year. I started teaching her how to use a knife. Isabel complained a lot when she found the 6-year-old playing around with a Bowie knife as if it were a toy. YN reasoned that it was for chopping purposes when she cooked. Where did she learn to lie? Entry number 18, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH, year. She kept disappearing lately. One time, when I went looking for her, I saw her chatting happily with a man in a black hood in a dark alley. But when I approached quickly, he had already left. This kept happening for days. One night, hours before her 7th birthday, she came and woke me up. I promise I'll protect you, big bro, big brother Farlan, and big sister Isabel, she said. Although it was an odd thing to say, I brushed it off and gave her a light head pat. You should sleep, I told her. Good night, big bro. She hugged me around the waist and ran back to her and Isabel's room. Entry number 19, month of XX, XX, STNDRDTH, year. On her 7th birthday, she was nowhere to be found. We searched everywhere underground, asked almost everyone, barged into houses, and got into fights. My heart pounded rapidly, and my head throbbed. I couldn't explain the panic I felt at that moment. Isabel was already crying, and Farlan looked frustrated. I was overwhelmed with fear. Where did she go? Who took her away? What happened to her? Everything led me to the worst-case scenarios. It hurt so much that I became sleepless for days, plagued by nightmares of her suffering in various ways, calling for my help. She was only 7. What kind of monster would dare take my sister? Everything hurt, but maybe she wasn't down here in the underground. Kenny might have taken her back to the walls. I tried to ease my heart with that belief, but no matter how much I tried to cling to harmless scenarios, the worst always haunted me. Chapter end. People had been saying Alabama a lot lately, so I searched for the meaning of the expression. I had my assumptions, but I needed confirmation to be sure. Bring me my joystick drenched with holy water. Please. Everyone who said that, line up, I'm going to spank you. Reaching Hosu, YN and Ida finally got out of the station. The girl looked around, familiarizing herself with the area where she would be interning, while Ida walked beside her, quieter than usual. YN sighed helplessly, noticing that her selfless classmate didn't seem to be getting better anytime soon. She wanted to talk to him more, but she knew he wouldn't take her words to heart, so the best choice was to let him process his emotions and regain his composure. Sighing again, she turned back to the busy city. If she found the hero killer faster, she would take it upon herself to ensure Ito wouldn't run into that person while he was in such a vulnerable state. That was the only way she could help him. She had known people like this back home, those who were fearful, panicked, and emotionally ambiguous. When faced with something that triggered their emotions, they often acted without thinking about the consequences, leading to mistakes. The two soon separated at an intersection, with YN heading to one side of the street and Ida going the opposite way. After looking at the address and asking around, YN managed to find the agency where she would be interning. With her briefcase and a bag of packed clothes, she made her way through the door, only to find herself inside a library. Midway through her entrance, she stopped and checked the address again. It was correct. Confused, she stepped further into the library, looking around. An orange tabby cat purred at her feet, rubbing its soft fur against YN's leg. She found it adorable, as she had always been fascinated by cats, especially because of Shinso. However, the playful cat suddenly clawed at her leg. Surprised by the cat's behavior, YN jumped back and watched as it walked away, her eyes wide and mouth agape. The former soldier could only watch it disappear into thin air. This was even more baffling than the talking principal. Our intern is here. A calm voice spoke from behind the counter, making her turn abruptly. From behind a pile of books, a young man emerged, his hazel eyes meeting her gaze. He waved a hand from under a galaxy-designed blanket. Hey, intern. Welcome to Zide's Hero Agency. He greeted her sheepishly with a yawn. YN blanked out for a moment before giving the hero a military salute. The young man smiled, adjusting his large, semi-square glasses. That's cute, he said, raising an open book in his other hand. I bet you're tired from the trip and worrying about your friend. No, not really, sir. Your room is on the second floor. Find the book from the fourth shelf in the fourth column titled Eori, and read it out loud, he explained. If you need anything, just open the blank book on the lamp table and write it down. Yes, I understand. Your internship starts tomorrow at 5 in the morning sharp. Yes. Understood, sir. Oh, and YN Ackerman. Have fun while you still can. The ex-soldier blinked in confusion. Yes. I will keep that in mind, sir, she replied uncertainly. Well, no need to be stiff and formal in front of a slacker. I'm Levi's Zive, the literacy hero, Phantasma. He stood up in a friendly manner, extending his hand, which YN accepted and shook. I'm honored to make your acquaintance, YN replied. The pleasure is mine, student. Feel free to read the books around if you have the time. Yes, of course, I'll do what I can. Oh, and tea time starts at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Don't forget to attend. Hatter is preparing lots of cake. YN nodded again. Okay, I'm already holding you back too much. Go on and rest. Phantasma skipped back to his counter, his wavy burgundy locks swaying as he sat down at his table again, grabbing the book he had been reading earlier and continuing to read lazily. His hair and light eyes reminded her a little of Chisaki, but she dismissed the thought since they didn't look alike. Given permission to leave, YN carried her case and made her way to the second-floor library. The polished wooden furniture gleamed in the light, contrasting with the dark-tiled marble floor. The area was quite spacious yet empty, giving it a lonely yet serene feeling. She headed straight to the fourth shelf as instructed, passing through the lined shelves marked with Roman numerals. Stopping at the 4 sign, she entered the aisle. She ran her finger along the titles until she found Aodi. She grabbed the book and sighed. Aodi, she murmured. Almost instantly, she found herself in a room. It was the size of her lab room but themed in dark blue with white outlines. She made her way to the soft bed, placing her case on the side. Sighing, she removed her shoes and slipped them under the bed before lying down, staring up at the light above her. Aizawa had briefed her about the pro she was interning with, which piqued YN's interest. It was possible that Phantasma knew what or who had transported her here due to the versatility of his quirk. However, don't be too suspicious of him. It's just a wild speculation. But if there is anyone in this country that has the ability to do just that, it's actually him. Yes, sir, I understand. Very well. Phantasma already knows about your circumstances. So just relax in case he asks you any unnecessary questions about where you came from. I'm a bit reluctant to send you to him, but he's most likely the most capable person who can strengthen your power. The former mummy man massaged the bridge of his nose tiredly. Is there anything I should prepare for when I go there, sir? She asked. Aizawa let out another tired sigh. Don't panic. Embrace everything with open arms, he said. Pardon? Now that was even more baffling. Phantasma is unusual, Aizawa finally managed to say after stumbling over his words. No matter how much YN pressed for an explanation from her advisor, Aizawa avoided the topic. Now she had a taste of that shock. First, she entered a library that was actually a hero agency. Second, she met a cat that could disappear. Third, Phantasma looked 10 times more sleep-deprived and melancholic than Aizawa or Shinso, yet for some reason he was bright and welcoming. He looked young and a bit nerdy, probably just a few years older than her. Fourth, the books. They seemed almost magical. YN sighed tiredly, mimicking Aizawa's demeanor. She closed her eyes to gather strength for what awaited her the next day. The next day, YN woke up and donned her scout uniform, her hero costume, strapping her katanas to her waist and attaching the booster to the back of her belt before facing the door. She wondered if she should announce Aodi again to get out. However, when she turned the knob, her view shifted to the second floor, in front of the fourth shelf where she had previously stood. In her hand, where she had expected the knob, was the book from her room. Frowning at the incredible experience, she decided to calm down, return the book to the shelf, and head down to the first floor. Upon reaching the spacious first-floor library, she saw the hero at the counter, writing in a book. Reporting for duty, Phantasma, sir, she called out. The young man hummed. Good. He stood up, holding the book he had been writing in, and walked toward her. Let's go for a patrol. YN frowned. The pro-hero wasn't wearing any sort of costume. He looked more like a civilian in a black turtleneck, sweatpants, white socks, and black slippers. His unruly waves of dyed burgundy hair were unkempt. As they walked through the city, YN followed the unnoticed hero on their little adventure. The fundamentals of being a hero according to a certain philosopher from a far European continent. According to historians. And quirks, needless to say, are powers that limit one's capabilities in various aspects, he continued, while YN listened attentively, taking mental notes of the areas around them, especially the alleys that people rarely pass through. Quirks can make you lazy, practicality is essential. Things won't progress without effort. How do you usually handle villains? YN asked. Hazel eyes turned to her, seemingly amused. I read their futures. YN stopped, almost too shocked to move another step. Do you know everything about the villains? Of course not. My quirk isn't like that. But there are quirks that are hardly recognized yet powerful, don't you think? Indeed. Also, I have a question. Ask away. Do you know what brought me here? The pro-hero stopped in front of a vending machine, sifting through his pocket for coins and inserting them into the machine. He pressed the button for milk twice. I bet Aizawa told you. Phantasma shrugged, and YN nodded. Well, I don't think it was without purpose. He leaned against the vending machine, retrieving the cartons of milk he had paid for. He tossed one to YN, who caught it with one hand. So you really know? Why do? But isn't that such a convenient event? The young hero looked at her and smiled while YN tilted her head, puzzled. I mean, destiny didn't want you to die, you selfless kid. After all, he is a pro-hero and a superior. It is not in the intern's position to question everything, despite her curiosity. She watched him open the milk carton and take a sip from it. What do you think of Hosu so far? The hero asked. Busy, if I may say so. YN glanced around again after her reply. The hero chuckled. Such a brief answer. But it is true anyway. After finishing his milk, he tossed the empty carton aside. YN was surprised. Sir, isn't littering a... Just then, someone running past her slipped on the carton and fell. Crime? Her mouth dropped open at the timing. Groaning in pain, the man struggled to get up, but a swift kick from the hero sent him to the ground, unconscious. YN stared in shock at the unexpected display of force from her temporary mentor, unsure of what to do as he pulled out a taser to ensure the man was out cold. There's the thief. The police rushed toward the fallen man and quickly restrained him. Phantasma picked up the milk carton again and walked past the gathering crowd, almost as if he had done nothing at all. YN couldn't shake the feeling that something incredible had happened without anyone noticing. That was... YN trailed off, both amazed and bewildered. How did you know he was a thief? She asked. My quirk, he shrugged. Your quirk is premonition? Well, I wouldn't say it that way. He placed the taser back in his pocket. I call it random chapter. What does that mean? YN raised an eyebrow. Aizawa had mentioned it was versatile, but never anything about it being random. If I get a new quirk, I receive it within the day. If I catch a glimpse of the future written in the chapters, I can prevent the worst-case scenario. Or if I need a weapon, it just appears. It's like a raffle draw. Whatever I write from my subconscious becomes my ability. YN was fascinated by this phenomenon. She found herself asking him more questions than she expected, and he answered her directly, descriptively, or sometimes vaguely, no matter his approach. After the patrol and unexpected interview, YN underwent what was called quirk training, which focused on her skin crystallization. The instruction was to cover specific parts of her body with crystal. This was something YN hadn't tried since arriving. To be honest, aside from the first time it manifested during Reiner and Bertholdt's confrontation, the crystal had emerged from her skin instinctively. The second time it triggered was during her first fight with Bakugo. Although that had shocked her, she had used it to her advantage as if it were natural. Now, she was training herself to produce crystal even without being attacked. It was already strange that it had triggered from an explosion, but it made her question why she hadn't been able to produce it during her escape from the walls. Hello, intern. A man suddenly appeared in front of her, making YN jump back. He waved with a gentle smile, a distinctive hat on his head that made him look uniquely recognizable. His noble clothing reminded YN of what she had seen back in Walsina. Who are you, sir? The man seemed to snap out of a trance and nodded. Silly me. I forgot to introduce myself. He clasped his hands together. I am a hero known as Hatter. I'm a sidekick here, he explained. Oh, I see. It's nice to meet you. I'm Ackerman. YN wiped her sweat before facing the odd man again. Is there anything I can do for you? Yes. It's already 10. Would you care to join us for tea? Oh, of course. Let me just freshen up before I join you, she replied. Great. The man began to walk away, looking back to wave at her. Make sure to come. She gave her typical salute but quickly lowered it when she realized she was slipping back into old habits. Tapping away the remnants of crystals that had been peeling off her skin, she started walking to her designated room or shelf, for that matter. After lunch, the hero instructed her to patrol alone after a cat that had gone missing suddenly appeared and knocked over his bookshelves, which he was still fixing. So she followed his orders. With a map in hand, she walked around the area. There wasn't much to see, aside from the fact that most people looked at her as she passed by. Many recognized her from the sports festival, while others simply found her eye-catching with her katanas. After a few more rounds, she realized she had wandered into the alleys, checking for signs of trouble when she suddenly stopped in front of someone standing there. YN was taken aback, jumping back and instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword to prepare for a confrontation. You, she said, a mix of shock and confusion in her voice. The man turned to her with a serious expression. His short hair was swept by the wind as he approached and grabbed her hand. Come with me, he said in a low, gruff voice, pulling her deeper into the shadows of the alley. Why are you here? No, how did you get here? I'll explain later. But it's good that you managed to survive. YN felt the urge to punch him but instead calmly looked at his back. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, she needed answers about how everything was going back home, and he was the only one who could provide them. Still in disbelief, YN allowed herself to be led by the person she never expected to see again. Unable to do anything due to her shock, she braced herself for the unexpected. Did they find out about you, Reiner? The man glanced back at her. It seems you can tell, he replied. How strange, you actually look more mature now, YN mumbled, unsure. Reiner's presence felt so different from when they were in the barracks. The blonde man laughed, pulling some strands of hair back as he leaned against the wall. What the hell, YN? I thought you actually hated me because of what I did. YN looked at his face. Of course I hate you, Reiner. I'm here because of you, she replied, looking away. Initially, she had wanted to draw her sword and confront him. But if anyone understands the situation back home, it's you, so I can't take action against you just yet. The man laughed heartily. You really are YN. I thought this was all just an illusion, but who would have thought? He sighed. YN quickly withdrew her hand and turned towards the darker side of the alley, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, ready for anything. However, a gentle tap on her shoulder made her pause as she met Reiner's eyes, which were shaking his head. So you two really know each other, huh? A male voice spoke from the shadows as footsteps approached. YN tensed, alert. The man hummed, revealing himself to be tall with black hair and cerulean eyes. YN frowned, noticing the patches on his semi-burned skin. His dark clothing made him appear even more suspicious in her eyes. The girl took a step back. Who are you? She asked. Looks like you want to get to know me better, huh? He replied casually, a grin on his face. Call me Dobby. They helped me out here, YN. You shouldn't be so wary, Reiner said. The girl with the striking eyes huffed. I still don't trust you, she told him seriously. Tell me, Reiner. How did you end up here? Well, look who we have here, another voice chimed in from the alley. The familiar raspy tone made her turn to the source. The girl frowned, finally unsheathing her sword and stepping back into a corner. You really are something, Reiner, she muttered. You came to me with troublemakers in tow? She almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. Kirishima soon parted ways with the two as they made their way to the empty park where Bakugo remembered playing in his childhood. He tossed his bag onto the bench, and the girl followed suit, standing a distance away, almost like a romantic scene if it weren't for the fact that they were about to train. The wind rustled through the silence. Both faced each other, and Bakugo prepared himself, running forward to attack her. She slid one foot back, ready to counter with a kick, but when she realized something, she froze in place. The unstoppable male tackled her at the waist, and they both lifted off the ground for a moment before landing softly. Bakugo was taken aback when he found her not moving beneath him. With his hands and knees on either side of her, he cornered her on the ground while she stared up at him, her hair splayed out on the ground and her arms extended wide. What are you doing, ceiling girl? Bakugo exclaimed, his face flushed from their position, shocked that she wasn't fighting back. She began, taking a breath. I can't fight in these clothes. He glanced down at her outfit. They were both in their school uniforms, so he hadn't realized what she meant until he noticed the short skirt that partially covered her thigh. His face heated up again. You girls can be such a pain, he replied, annoyance creeping into his voice. Then will you lend me some clothes before we continue? She asked. He quickly rolled off her, sitting beside her with a defeated sigh. You really killed my mood, thanks a lot. He brushed his hair back in frustration. Oh, I see. I seem to have spoiled your enthusiasm. She looked up at the red and orange hues painting the sky, the clouds blending beautifully in the evening light. Bakugo let out another grunt, his cheeks still flushed from the day's events with her. For the first time, he was grateful for the sunset, as it helped hide his embarrassment. I'm quite exhausted, she murmured, sitting up and crossing her feet again. The boy frowned and playfully slapped the closest leg beside him. She hissed at the sudden sting, her eyes widening in surprise. What was that for? She asked. You talk about decency, and you don't even realize you're sitting in a skirt improperly? He shouted at her, frustration evident in his tone. Hearing his harsh words, she straightened her legs and stared at her shoes. I'm so tired. She rested her head against Bakugo's shoulder, closing her eyes carelessly. You're not seriously going to sleep here, are you? He asked. If you do, I'll leave you. She seemed unfazed, her eyes closed and her breathing slow, proving she was drifting off to sleep, completely unconcerned about their current situation.